this match will resume in 10 minutes time. And if you'd like to listen to our all-round match commentary service, we do have one available. It's provided by Rothesay, the Northamptonshire Association for the Live, available for anyone in the division. If you'd like to access that commentary service, please pick up a commentary receiver headset from your total deposit of £5. Next year, that just speak to your nearest steward or call to the Turner Centre where the commentary headsets are available. Thank you. More than supporters are awarded the Northamptonshire Steelway Tournament from Worcestershire in Bristol today to the Metro Bank Holiday Company 2. And in that picture, Northampton's one that also chose to field. After 7 overs to Worcestershire, 1-1. Welcome to the county grounds. This match is about to resume. Umpire Sue Rector and Nick Craig. Your match referee is Steve Havich. Your scorer is Super Reporter and Terry Evans. Worcestershire in the field, captain by Drexel and keeping wickets Gareth Roberts.
Good morning and welcome to day 3 at the county grounds here in Northampton, as Northamptonshire are hosting Worcestershire in the 2026 Rothesay County Championship. Players and umpires out in the middle. We did have a slightly shortened day yesterday, only by about 6 overs when bad light was called at the end of the day's play. Scores are 366 for 5. James Sales is 44 not out. George Bartlett be the man on strike. 35 not out. My name is Dan Jackson, joined today by Aaron Viles. We've got, well, what should be a full day of first-class cricket ahead of us. I don't think there's going to be any interruptions, which is going to be excellent. And it's fascinatingly poised.
It is. Yep, certainly is. First and foremost, good morning to everybody tuning in on what is a much better Sunday than we once expected. Looking at the forecast on Friday, didn't expect to get here and it be dry in the first place. So, yeah, we should, fingers crossed, have an entire day's play ahead of us.
Absolutely. Tom Taylor then from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and 2 slips in place for Worcestershire. George Bartlett dealing with the first ball of the morning. And the last ball of Tom Taylor's over. Yeah, it will be a very interesting day. Kind of feel for both here. It's that crucial first hour. It's a crucial first hour once again. But Northamptonshire, if they can get themselves in again, these 2 in particular, there's runs out there to be scored. The ball is old now. It's getting on to 24 overs. Have they got an eye on 400? Is that something that they're thinking about to get that extra batting bonus point is something. But then if they do that, they won't give themselves the opportunity to get in this morning. I think bigger picture, get yourself in, try and get as big of a lead as you can, bat once, and have as much time to bowl at Worcestershire as the day and the game pans out for the rest of it for today and tomorrow. Adam Finch from the David Capel end. And James Sales gets the account open on day 3 with a single to fine leg. And Worcestershire, they'll be fine. They'll be seeing this particular passage of play as a bit of an opportunity, won't they, to get these guys early. Then McManus, and then you're into Sanderson, Weatherall, and Conway. But a lot of batting to go yet for the hosts.
Oh, 100%. And of course for Worcestershire as well, the second bowling bonus point is up for grabs as well. Currently taken 5 wickets over the course of the innings so far. So they've got 5 and a bit to get this 6th one in the bank.
That could be the first boundary of the day. Beautifully timed by George Bartlett up towards the Spencer Lounge. It's going to hold up in the outfield. In fact, that bit of rain that we did have yesterday, just slowing things down. But 3 runs for George Bartlett. 370 now on the board. So it'll be 30 runs required then for Northamptonshire if they were to get that additional batting bonus point. 5.5 overs to get it. And 5.5 overs for Worcestershire to try and pick up that additional wicket to get another point for themselves. How would you play it, Aaron? How important is that extra point for Northants?
I think on this occasion, even though we do usually stress the importance of the bonus points, I completely agree. I think there is a bigger picture here. Just because this is almost a bonus day compared to what we expected. Today was, in theory, meant to be a washout if the forecast was correct. So we should actually get both days in. And with that in mind, yes, of course, you're sacrificing the potential for an extra bonus point, but there's also the potential to go on and try and win this game, and that gets you an additional 8. So I think for these two, at least for the next 2 to 3 overs, they'll just play the ball on its merits. I mean, so far, in fairness to them, they've actually scored a decent chunk of runs, so it's not as though they're just covering up in defence every single delivery, but I don't think they have to go hammer and tongs just yet. What about yourself, Dan? How would you see it? If you're out there in the middle right now, what would your approach be?
I think you'd have to have an eye on batting once, wouldn't you? And if that's in the sacrifice of an extra point, then so be it. They're not going to have a look at it. I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case, but if it happens for Northamptonshire, it happens. If we can fast forward through and there's a lead of, say, 150, 200 available, or they can get to that stage, that's going to put them in a far better position to try and pick up those additional 8 points that you mentioned, rather than the additional 1 that they might get. But it is the end of the over. The score is 372 for 5. 105 overs have been bowled in this first innings. Tom Taylor will continue his work from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this morning. Bowled very well. He's got a couple of wickets to his name in the innings. Hannon Dalby, whilst on loan from Warwickshire, will be wondering what he has to do to get a wicket here at the county ground. He has bowled brilliantly well. He's not had the reward. Adam Finch has very much been the enforcer. Really tried to bump the ball in and push the batters on the back foot.
Well, I was just going to ask because, of course, I wasn't here yesterday. I was up in Yorkshire covering a women's Metro Bank one-day cup fixture. But with regards to the tactics, how did Worcestershire bowl? Was it very much a case of hanging it outside off stump? Were they bowling a bit straight? What was the overriding tactic for the pairs?
Good length, 4 stump. Occasional one, just challenging the front pad I think they got straighter and straighter as the day went on, knowing that there wasn't that lateral movement available either through the air or off the seam. And it was pretty much Adam Finch just had a slightly different tactic where he was really running in and trying to well, not necessarily rough them up as such, but that kind of short ball tactic with the two fielders out on the leg sides. Almost a Yorker, an attempted Yorker, and it's flicked through the leg side by George Bartlett for a couple. Well fielded on the boundary rope to save the team a couple of runs. Still the T-slips in place. Just keeps maybe a fraction low, but it's really well timed for George Bartlett for another couple of runs through mid-wicket.
I was going to say they're keeping Dan Latigan very busy out there so far this morning. He's done well, though. Looks like now will just be the solitary slip. Ethan Brooks remains alongside Gareth Roderick. Adam Hose moves in to that vacant space at short mid-wicket.
Tom Taylor just slightly wider. Full face of the bat by Bartlett. 376 for 5 now the score. Bartlett up to 43. Well fielded by that man, Adam Hose, to keep it to a dot ball to finish the over. 376 for 5, so 4 overs to go then until the end of this opening passage, when those bonus points are taken off the table. So it'll be 24 runs required for Northamptonshire. And that extra wicket for Worcestershire to pick up that additional point. I'll just go and change the climate control. It's a bit chilly in here, isn't it?
Yeah, you go for it, Dan. So will we Finch to resume here from the David Capel ends? Still the one slip in play, that being Ethan Brooks. It's another sharp bouncer. Genuine bumper from the 25-year-old. Of course, as well, it's something we haven't mentioned so far today, but do let us know where you're tuning in from.
Yes.
Please, please do.
Yeah, please do. Let us know how you're seeing the game as well. I'd like to know your thoughts as to who's in the driving seat, who could potentially kind of push this advantage home. Well, that's going to have badged James Sales. That was very, very fleshy, wasn't it? Thud into the rib cage. It's a leg bye is called. But yeah, please do let us know where you're from. Let us know how you're seeing this fixture. Let us know where you think these two teams have done well, where they've maybe left a bit of cricket out there. Good to hear your thoughts, hear how you're seeing it as well. We will keep you updated with as many of the championship fixtures as possible throughout the course of the day as well. Plus, Northamptonshire Steelbacks women's are in one-day cup action down at Bristol. So we'll keep you updated with that one as well. Gloucestershire won the toss. Sorry, Northamptonshire won the toss. Steelbacks won the toss. Elected to have a bowl first and picked up 2 wickets for 40 runs in the 11 overs that have been played so far down at Bristol. And then the Worcestershire Rapids women's, they're in action as well. They're playing against Leicestershire, this one at the Royal Grammar School in Worcester. Worcestershire elected to have a bat first, currently 36 for 2, just outside the power play. Awful lot of cricket.
Yeah, there is. It's also, I think, today there's a lot of national counties cricket going on as well. Pretty sure. And tomorrow, of course, with the bank holiday. I know a number of the counties are almost doing a back-to-back kind of match day. So, yeah, plenty to enjoy today. This should be an interesting day here in Northampton as well.
Another single taken into the leg side. Three, 7, 8 for 5. Bartlett almost catching up to James Sales. Oh, short ball ploy, isn't it? Those 3 fielders down on the boundary on the leg sides. At the moment, Northampton have got the answer, and it's another single to complete the over. 379 for 5. Sales now on 47 and Bartlett on 44. A few spectators making their way into the ground this morning, so good to see those that have made their way in. On a bit of a chillier Sunday. Blanketed in cloud today, aren't we?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more overcast than what we saw, especially on day one, where the ground was just bathed in sunshine. But no, I think a little bit later on, the cloud is meant to dissipate a little bit, so we keep our fingers firmly crossed for that. You can hear there, Oliver Hannon-Dorby providing plenty of encouragement. I must say, Dan, having watched quite a bit of the live stream yesterday, especially in the innings break up at Headingley, he did bowl very well. Had 5 maidens, didn't he, from those 22 overs?
Yeah, particularly that opening spell yesterday morning. He and Tom Taylor went 4 or 5 overs without a run being scored. It was incredibly well controlled. That pressure built. They did draw the edge of Luke Proctor in that period of passage of play, which went down. Fortunately for Worcestershire, Luke Proctor was dismissed not too long afterwards, so it wasn't the most expensive in the game, but disappointing nonetheless. Drifting down the leg side. Keeping low as well. Good take by Roderick. 379. So 21 runs required for Northampton to get that additional point. I feel like maybe they've been slightly more proactive with their start today than what they would have been had that carrot, the 400 and that extra point not have been available to them.
That one rather unorthodoxly stopped by Matthew Waite. Took a little bit of a tumble, didn't he, at mid-on?
Yeah, you got the impression yesterday that it started to feel like a long day for Worcestershire. They really had plugged away hard at it. They'd stuck to their plans nicely. They had put those chances down. Just got the impression that it was starting to feel like the innings was getting away from them. I mean, the lead is now, what, 73? As that's driven down the ground. It's straight enough. Not timed. I don't think it will go for 4. It'll be Matt Waite giving chase once again. We'll allow James Sales to come back for a third. And the way that Matt Waite kind of tumbled to stop that ball off the previous one, kind of realised that it's a bit of a longer innings, didn't you? And that 3 down the ground does bring up James Sales' 50. Carrying on his form from where he was last, or 2 weeks ago now, against Middlesex with that brilliant 164.
A career best as well, might we just add. There's just something about James Sales and Middlesex. 4 career centuries, 3 of them against the London outfit. But no, he's batted very well so far. It's Bartlett. Ooh, takes a little bit of a shuffle down the track. Hoiks it away down towards deep backward square for 1.
I think that gives the final indication that 400 is on in the crosshairs for Northamptonshire, isn't it? This is a single taken, end of the over. 383 for 5. 107 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, the thing here, though, I imagine Finch might just continue the barrage of short balls. Because, of course, it's not like one day or limited overs cricket where, you know, you can be called for the wides or you've got the restriction as such.
No, it's definitely the tactic, isn't it? There's almost a leg gully in place now as well. Down the leg side, left alone by Bartlett. And out on the rope, just in front of square on the leg side. There'll be a fine leg down there as well somewhere. Well played, beautifully played by George Bartlett. Just guided it over first slip. Maybe wasn't quite in the perfect position to play it, but got enough bat on it. 4 runs, he moves to 49, score up to 387.
Here's a nice looking shot, that, in the end. Maybe not the most conventional of scoring areas, that, for George Bartlett, someone who's a lot stronger through mid-wicket in the covers, but no, he's done a really good job there. Moves him within 1.
It's quick again, isn't it? And a couple of words, I think, from Finch to Bartlett at the end of the follow-through. Bartlett now on 49. Northamptonshire 23 away from an additional point. Running out of time to get there. It's going to be tricky, isn't it, with Finch bowling this particular tactic. Flat out, down the hill. Looks aggressive this morning.
Of course, as a result of that boundary as well, the 100 partnership has come up between Sales and George Bartlett. Batted very well, taking Northamptonshire into what is already a somewhat healthy lead in this game. Although, again, we had this discussion, didn't we, Dan, in terms of the surface, it is quite nice for the batters.
Yeah, it's certainly in the favour of the batters, I would say. Short again and down the leg side. You've got to say, with this tactic from Finch, it's going to be very difficult for Northampton to get up to 400 before the time runs out here at the end of the 110th over. Searching for that wicket, though, with those catches out on the leg side. Obviously something as well that's encouraged and permitted in the red ball game. Quick single take, drops into the offside. Brings up 50. 50 for George Bartlett. A brilliant innings against Lancashire a month ago now. Starting this off on day 3 with a 50 for the Northampton middle order batter. 388 for 5 now.
Yeah, he's batting nicely, hasn't he? George Bartlett brings up the 50 from 94 deliveries faced. And I just look back to last season. He had 3 half-centuries in 10 appearances already this season. Across these opening matches, he's already got 2 next to his name. So it's been a really good start. Very promising for Bartlett.
Definitely right. Definitely right. The umpires there just bringing an extra jacket out. So it's chilly out there today. Completely different conditions to what we had for days 1 and 2. So 12 runs in this over if Northants were to pick up that additional point. 388 for 5. Both of the batters on 50. That's down the ground. It gets over mid-on, and it's going to be 4 for George Bartlett. A bit of bottom hand involved, but it doesn't matter. 392.
Good start, that, isn't it, for Bartlett? If Northamptonshire are to go on and get this additional batting bonus point, well, it would be fantastic. Let's not forget they've already outscored Worcestershire in both metrics in the match so far. So Worcestershire getting up to 306 all out. So then he got 2 so far, just the solitary bowling bonus point as well. Whereas Northamptonshire got all 3, the maximum in the bowling departments, and so far have already got 3 with the bats. So it has been an area of strength, hasn't it? I know that Darren Lehman mentioned that in the pre-match comments, and it's just about the finishing touch now. They have been outplaying their opposition, especially for the past 3 weeks. But you've got to maintain that standard for the entirety of the game. And they have got an opportunity here. And Worcestershire themselves, they know how quickly first-class cricket can change. They can remove these 2 in somewhat quick succession. It is a nice batting track. They are certainly not out of this one, not by any stretch of the imagination. Still plenty of cricket to be played. As Taylor just shuffles the field.
Yeah, fielders out on the rope now. 5 of them patrolling the boundary for Worcestershire. And he's gone straight through George Bartlett. Risk associated with getting that 400 mark. Words exchanged, I think, between batter and bowler, or bowler and batter. Tom Taylor gets another wicket. Worcestershire do get the additional bowling bonus point. And George Bartlett selflessly falls for 54 with the score 392 for 6.
Yeah, you can see exactly what he's trying to do. Taking the aggressive option, just looking to heave it out through mid-wicket. As you said, a little bit of a reaction as he trudged off. But that is the 6th wicket for Worcestershire. The West Midlands outfit do secure that 2nd bowling bonus points. And for Tom Taylor, it's the 3rd wicket of the innings so far. He has bowled very well indeed. But even so, good innings and a good partnership.
Yeah, it's a good innings, a good partnership, and it's an innings that I think needs to be recognised and celebrated for what George Bartlett has done for the team. There definitely could be a school of thought and thinking that, well, 54 is not enough. 54, that's less plenty out there. It's a good place to bat today. There are runs available. But he's certainly gone out there and selflessly tried to pick up that extra bonus point, hasn't he, to get Northamptonshire to that mark of 400. 8 short at the moment with 4 deliveries left in this over from Tom Taylor. So it'll be interesting to see how Lewis McManus goes about this. Is that 400 still on the cards? Is it still the goal? But yeah, hats off to George Bartlett. I think you have to say very well batted and situationally played the hand brilliantly. Obviously, just leaving those additional runs out there.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting with McManus because, as we said, there is the potential here for Northamptonshire to really put themselves in a strong position for the game. And it looks like they are going for it. They're going not only for the original extra batting bonus point. But of course, after that, try and get as many runs as they possibly can, stretch this lead. It's already somewhat healthy. 86 is what it currently stands at, but they've got all day. In theory, the fact is they don't have to throw away wickets, and that has been, I suppose, for both teams, almost the tail of the tape.
Yeah, you'd say if you went back through and watched the wickets fall, you'd say more than less it would have been softer dismissals. But it is Lewis McManus against Tom Taylor. He is on the money. I tell you what, if there was a Northampton batter that you needed to go out there and hit 8 off 3 balls, it would probably be Lewis McManus. He finishes off those T20 innings for the steelbacks in the blast brilliantly. The strike rate that he is able to possess off such a small number of deliveries is brilliant. So we shall see whether that 400 is still on the cards. Worcestershire are playing that way. They've got 5 inside what would be a fielding circle. That's over the offside. It's aerial. It's going to hang in the air. Hannon Dalby's going to give chase. It's not going to reach the boundary rope. Could be 3. It is 3. McManus comes back for the 3rd, so Sales now will have the job to do. 5 runs required off the final 2 deliveries. You can sense, can't you? You can see it through the window here. Just the body language this morning, opening 27 minutes. Feels like the way Northampton have gone about it, just rattled Worcestershire a touch.
Potentially. But then again, I think Worcestershire have got their first milestone on the board, and that was the additional bowling bonus point. I don't think they'll be too aggrieved, to be honest, with the rate at which Northamptonshire have scored these runs. And they've got a big wicket in Bartlett. He looks really, really good up until that point. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. And, of course, unlike your T20, your one-day cricket, you're allowed the fielders on the boundary. So this will be pretty difficult for James Sales to pick out a gap.
Yeah, all out, aren't they? Keeper, bowler, everybody on the rope. Swings it outside, a long way outside off stump. It's just 1 delivery left. Assuming it is a legal delivery, which will need to go for 6 if Northants were to get that extra point. And there you go. I think I've just had a look up to the window, up to the balcony there. Darren Lehman's come out of the locker room and just indicated to Lewis McManus and James Sales that no, that's it. We're not interested. The plan is done. We don't want you giving this wicket away, trying to get that additional point. So, bit of normality should resume. Into the armpit, single taken. 110 overs then have been completed in this first inning. So bonus points off the table now. Worcestershire did get their additional 1 with that wicket of George Bartlett. It's 396 for 6.
Yeah, but even so, I think Northamptonshire, they'll be delighted in terms of those pair of first innings. They've secured 6 bonus points. So 3 with the bat and 3 with the ball to Worcestershire's 4. So in that regard, they have outscored the pairs. But no, that's some really good bowling from Tom Taylor and previously from Adam Finch as well. It was just smart that, yes, it was obviously difficult in terms of the negotiation or navigation for the Northamptonshire pair, but you got to do what you got to do. And if it is a case of banging it in short, yes, you're probably not going to get those wicket opportunities, but at the end of the day, it's provided the pressure for Tom Taylor. He's the man who struck. Big wicket of George Bartlett. So I don't think Worcestershire will be too disheartened by the opening half an hour. As we see Finch here with the short leg and a leg slip in play.
Yeah, it's that short ball again that Sales gets it past the man at short leg. Very catchable height. Gets the single nonetheless. Blue sky starting to break out here above the county ground as well.
Well, I think we've got to say that was smart, wasn't it, from Darren Lehman? Just to have that bit of communication with the two batters in the middle. Because realistically, if Sales would have gone throwing the bat at that, lost his stump or popped it up in the air for Roderick, got to think of the bigger picture here.
You do. You absolutely do. And I also think that's why that innings of George Bartlett needs to be recognised and celebrated in the way that it should be. It's not going to be an innings that's going to write a headline, is it? It's not going to be an innings that people are going to talk about for years. But to be dismissed for 54, as you say, the partnership worth over 100 between he and Sales, but selflessly trying to get that additional point for the team. I think that has to be recognised in a positive light.
It is funny, though, isn't it, with regards to how that first 110 overs of the innings goes, because now it is back to normality. It's back to that game of chess on the cricket field as Finch steams in again with a short ball.
I'm enjoying this from Adam Finch. It's hard cricket, isn't it? It's intense. You could see that the battle between he and Bartlett was really firing up.
That one down the leg side. McManus thinks about the shot for a split second.
Take a top edge there, straight to all. Good,
Looking over to our right as well. You can just see a small smattering of blue sky. That'll be the end of the over. 111 have been bowled in the innings, and Northamptonshire are 397 for 6. Will still be Tom Taylor from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Yes, for those who haven't already put it in the live chat, do let us know where you're tuning in from. We have got our first shout out of the day to LC Guitar, who is tuning in from sunny Greenwich down in London. Hope that you are enjoying your Sunday so far and what is a bank holiday weekend. And yesterday was a bumper day of sporting action, of course. We've already spoken about this bumper day of county cricket action today across both the men's and the women's competitions. And the national counties in action as well. But yeah, let us know where you're tuning in from. As Taylor prepares to bowl. And of course, as Dan said earlier, let us know your thoughts on the game so far. Let us know who you're tuning in for, whether that's a county, you're supporting Northamptonshire or Worcestershire, a certain player that you've got your eye on. Do let us know. I mean, admittedly, we can't look at every single chat just because we do have to keep our eyes on the action, but we will be fed through the occasional one while keeping our eye firmly on the action. That one well fielded by Adam Hose. Just thinking at the end of this over as well, Dan, shall we have a little bit of a score update from the rest of the grounds? Because I did see a little bit earlier on, Kent had lost a couple early doors, so...
Yeah, we can do that at the end of the over. Obviously, this game and 2 others going on in Division 2 this weekend, isn't there? One down at Lords and one at Canterbury. And a few of the Division 1 games are just moving along as well. But it's certainly shaping up to be a really interesting Division 2 this year. I certainly think Durham would be in a very strong position, but I don't necessarily think they're miles ahead of others. There'll certainly be, well, 6 teams, aren't there, I think, probably vying for these 2 promotion places this year. 2 of them here in front of us.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. Both of these teams have impressed in the opening fixtures. The only thing missing for Northamptonshire, of course, is that win in the column. But aside from that, at times they've batted incredibly well, especially down in Canterbury. They've bowled well to drag themselves back into contention against Lancashire, put themselves into a strong position against Middlesex. And a strong position in Canterbury. It was just the weather on that occasion. And as for Worcestershire, well, I think the term I'd utilise to describe that performance at New Road against Kent was complete.
Yeah.
From start to finish, an excellent game for the pairs. That one well deflected, parried away by Brett D'Oliveira, the captain. And that will be the end of the over. So 112 have been bowled in the innings. Northamptonshire, 397 for 6. Mr. Jadzovic, take it away with the scores on the doors.
Yeah, we'll start down at Canterbury. This game is getting, or is moving along very quickly. Kent now lead by 119 against Derbyshire, but are 71 for 5. Rory Hayden has another 3 wickets in this innings. 1 for Ben Aitchison. Sam Northeast being run out by Shoaib Bashir. So a lot of pressure on Tawanda Muyeye and Chris Benjamin for Kent to put together some form of score down there to stop Derbyshire bouncing back from their defeat last weekend. And the other game as well down at Lords, which is, I think, proving to be a bit of a harder place to bat, but Middlesex were all out for 430 in their first innings. Durham in response are 171 for 2. Northamptonshire supporters and those that are interested in what England might choose to do later on this summer with regards to their test team will have an eye on this game, because Emilio Gay is currently 83 not out of 99 deliveries and going very, very well against Middlesex. He's joined by David Beddingham. Ben McKinney fell this morning for 58. And then a bit more of an overview as a very quick singles taken. That would have been mightily close. Was that a direct hit? Short leg has sprinted in, trying to tidy that up from D'Oliveira, and I think has just dived through the stumps in the end. Sales lives to see another day. The games in Division 1 start down at Southampton. Glamorgan declared 536 for 7. Hampshire is 75 for 2 in response. Yorkshire have lost 2 wickets this morning against Somerset. They're 47 for 2. They still trail by 65. And that's going to be Joe Root and James Wharton in the middle for Yorkshire at Taunton. And then where do we go? Up to Grace Road, Leicester. Leicestershire struggling, 255 for 8 in response to Nottinghamshire's 490 all out in the first innings. Big fight back from Eskenazi and Ayaz Patel. And then finally down at the Oval, Sussex have picked up another wicket. Surrey are 329 for 3. Dom Sibley still going, 128 not out.
Dare I say that looks may have been deceiving with that pitch at the Oval?
Yeah, well, having watched some of those wickets fall on day one, I don't think Sussex batted very well. They really didn't. Gave a lot of their wickets away, and quite softly. That James Cole's dismissal in particular was, well, unsightly, I think would be the way to describe it, as Adam Finch just oversteps. Well tidied up by Gareth Roderick. That would have been a bit of a tricky one to have dealt with.
course, that is the 400 up as well for Northamptonshire in this innings. So the lead stretches now to 94. It's also nice to see the sun bursting through the clouds for the first time here on day 3. Oh, that one almost goes into the waiting palms of Ethan Brooks at short leg. Just falls short of the Worcestershire all-rounder. That's precisely what Adam Finch was looking for. He's a character, isn't he, Ethan Brooks? He's just sprinted there from short leg. Said, yes, I'll have it in front of the stumps.
I'm surprised he's not bowled a little bit more. I thought he looked very good in that short spell that he put together on day 1. But then I was talking to Charlie yesterday about it, and obviously the makeup of this bowling attack for Worcestershire. Yes, there are six bowling options. And yes, evidence on show here that Adam Finch does provide you with a bit of a point of difference, that bit of extra height. They're all right arm over. There'll all be a similar kind of pace. Just don't necessarily have that point of difference to break up those six seamers. Would they look back on it and think that Fateh Singh would have been the right pick here? I don't know. We did see some leg spin from D'Oliveira yesterday, but I think that was situational as much of anything. They wanted to get the over 8 back up to level par, and also they wanted to get to that second new ball a little bit quicker.
Well, what we do know for now will be Oliver Hannon-Dolby from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Spoke about this already. He did bowl very well. 22 overs, 5 maidens, none for 63. Searching for his first wicket of the game. Bowling here to McManus. Starts very full. That one played back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because we do often say here at the county ground, you do need a proper frontline spinner. I mean, when you look at the Northamptonshire squad, they have got plenty of spin bowling options. Calvin Harrison being the go-to this season. Yuzvendra Chahal arriving a little bit later on in the summer. And of course, you've got your Safe Sabes, your Nathan McSweeney's.
Well, I think that's the, again, topic of conversation yesterday, so I don't really want to repeat it. But it is always interesting when you see two sides look at things slightly differently. Even in that innings of 79 overs for Worcestershire in the first innings, 20 of them were bowled by spinners, with Harrison, Zabe and McSweeney. Hannon-Dolby did bowl really well, or has bowled very well through the course of the game. Has created opportunities that just haven't been taken up to now. Lead now 6 runs short of 100.
That one will not be mid-on.
I think what's going to be hard here for this game as it develops is I don't see Worcestershire losing the wickets in the way that they lost the wickets in the first innings. But then in equal measure, you'd say, what was the partnership between 118-run partnership for the 11th wicket between Hannon-Dolby and Roderick? You don't necessarily see that happening again as well.
No, that is a good point. I mean, that was just something special, wasn't it? From, well, in fairness, the pair of them for very different reasons. You know, Roderick, of course, was the man of the moment, scoring 155 not out, and Hannon Dalby did his job. And he really frustrated the Northants attack. That's the other thing. That's the number 11. I don't think many of those Northants bowlers would have expected him to put that innings together and to survive for so long as well. Here he is bowling to McManus. That'll be the end of the over. 114 have been bowled in the innings. Northamptonshire 400 for 6. But then again, we said it at the time, even with that partnership, I mean, Northamptonshire are still in the much stronger position here. 94-run lead, 4 wickets still remaining in the shed. And they've got time to bat today. I know that a little bit earlier on we saw Bartlett and Sales, they were going for it, they were chasing that additional batting bonus point, but they have an opportunity here to capitalise on what is a solid foundation. Here's Adam Finch. Starts off with another short delivery. But just to go back to that previous point, Dan, I completely agree. Completely agree. I don't think we've seen anything from this surface that suggests that it's suddenly going to become a snake pit.
No, I mean, the pressure and the expectation will end up on the shoulders of Calvin Harrison, won't it, in the third innings? What can the leg spinner do? Is there turn out there? Is there bounce? Big appeal for LBW as it's sliding down the leg side. Ball ends up in the hands of the man at leg gully. Yeah, so the pressure and the expectation is going to go on the leg spinner. I just wonder, based on what we've seen, is the pace, is if there's turn out there, which there will be for the leg spinner, is it quick enough?
Yep.
Is there enough life in it? Is there that extra bit of bounce? Is it sharp enough to really ask those questions? Can Calvin Harrison bowl consistently enough for a prolonged period of time to really put some pressure on the Worcestershire batters? It's in the air again, past a diving Brooks at short leg. Another single added. Because I don't necessarily think he has bowled his best so far in 2026 through spells.
No, I would agree. We saw the best of Calvin Harrison at Emirates Old Trafford last season when he got 11 wickets, and every single over, it felt like there was a moment of magic that was about to arrive. Whereas we've seen that in glimpses so far this season. He's bowled some very nice deliveries, especially out the front of the hand, that slider, which just keeps a little bit lower. I do agree, there needs to be that prolonged spell as opposed to the odd delivery here and there. We know exactly what he is capable of. That's why he's got that role in the side, the frontline spinner. And Adam Hose has gone back to a deep backward square. Been taken out of that leg gully position. McManus just watches that one. Whistle. Back to the keeper. And he's just made that long venture out towards deep backward square just to come back to leg gully. It's a funny game, isn't it, Dan? It really is.
Yeah, but it's our game.
It is.
It's our fun.
Exactly. Exactly that. It's that one Fuller from Finch. Quick single taken. Very well ran in the end by McManus. That'll be a single to round out the 115th. Northamptonshire 402 for 6. Now, we've also had a message come in from Jules, who's tuning in from sunny Norfolk. Well, we hope that you are a degree of consistent sunshine just yet here in the East Midlands, but hopefully it will arrive later as Hannon Dolby gets McManus pushing that one forward towards point for the single. I suppose the other big question as well here for Worcestershire is, where do these wickets come from? I know we've already seen Tom Taylor get that first one of the day. Bartlett admittedly in a very different style of approach to what we're seeing from Sales and McManus here. Who can be that bowler to force the mistake? Because there isn't that same degree of variety. There isn't a Ben Gibbon here with the left arm seam. You don't have the Fateh Singh with the left arm orthodox. It is trial by seam. And they are all right armers. Hannon Dolby again prepares to bustle in. Well directed by Sales out to deep point for one. Lead now stretches to 98. Partnership still very much in the early stages between Sales and McManus. We haven't seen anything too unconventional, anything too outside of the box as of yet. They know that if they can bat for time, put together a decent partnership, Northamptonshire will be in a very strong position indeed. It's that one well stopped. Adam Hose it is, short mid-wicket. Doing very well again.
Yeah, it's not quite at the stage, is it, of trying to take time out, if that makes sense. I think Worcestershire are still bowling really nicely here, challenging lines, targeting the stump, bowling straight, putting pressure on the batters. Which in turn, as that's mistimed off the back foot by McManus, is just slowing everything down. And the longer it takes Northamptonshire to potentially get to a number that they're happy with, is going to leave less time to have to deal with and negotiate for Worcestershire, however that might look like, whether it's a third innings draw batting performance, whether it's which is essentially the result, isn't it, for Worcestershire at this stage? They'd have to almost bowl Northamptonshire out for nothing in a fourth innings if it were to be a win here for Worcestershire. Tough one. Sticking at the task well, though. 404 for 6.
Yeah, you never know in the county championship, do you? Stranger things have happened. But we will have the first change of bowling then from the opposing side of the ground. From the David Capel end, it will be Bayers Swanepoel, the South African overseas player. Interestingly as well, I know that on day one, Toby posed the question as to whether or not he would have bowled at Vasconcelos, and well aware that Vasconcelos has already departed for this innings. I trawled through scorecard after scorecard after scorecard in the Sunfoil 3-Day Cup. And it was like when one of them played, the other one didn't.
Right.
It was ridiculous. Swanepoel would play a game, Vasco wouldn't. Swanepoel bowls here to James Sales, thinks about taking the single. Shouts have hit them, and in the end, well, they're going to get a single from the overthrow. But yeah, it's funny how that works sometimes, because Vasconcelos was playing for Boland at the time, Swanepoel for Free State, and yeah, at least in the 3-day cup, whether or not they've played against one another in the limited overs competitions, it was just, yeah, remarkable.
Hey, you've got to fill those train journeys with something, haven't you?
You certainly do. Yeah, one of Vasconcelos' teammates has done very well. Certain David Beddingham. That one sits up nicely. Helped on its way, really, by McManus. Plays it beautifully behind square for 4. That wasn't the area that Swanepoel was looking for. Just sat up at a very nice height, the Northampton keeper. Made it look very easy indeed. Just a flick of the wrist on the pull. That one better. Oh, that one slightly off the edge. Played with soft hands by McManus, but Worcestershire do have protection down at deep third. I believe that is Dan Latigan doing the fielding.
He actually managed to get some genuine swing here yesterday afternoon as the clouds kind of rolled across from the M1. Really was swinging for Bayer Swanepoel. So that one's just guided down to Dan Latigan again. It was only for about 3 or 4 overs. It's all we've really seen where you'd say the movement through the air has been pronounced. It did start to swing yesterday evening.
Well, that for Bayers has always been a point of difference, especially in South Africa's domestic competitions. It's that one driven, attempted through extra cover and well cut off. So that will be a dot ball to finish off the over. 117 have gone. Northamptonshire 411 for 6. It was almost in that English style of bowl and mould in South Africa. Which, of course, for those who know their cricket in Mzansi, you're born in Gauteng, tend to be very much speed heavy. It's a case of hitting the deck hard. Bayers has always worked on that wrist position, generating that lateral movement. Something he did very well during his time at the Warriors. But no, he is a very skillful bowler. Good pickup for Worcestershire as the season progresses. I know we also had the championship score update as well, Dan, but how are the Steelbacks and Rapids getting on in the one-day cup?
Yeah, a couple of updates. Gloucestershire against the Steelbacks, they're 111 for 7 down at Bristol. So an excellent morning so far for David Ripley and the Steelbacks down in Bristol. And then the Rapids 93 for 3 against Leicestershire at the Grammar School in Worcester.
I don't think there's really anything in that feel from Hannon Dahl, with maybe just a little bit of gamesmanship. That's a really good start for Steelbacks women. Very, very good stuff. It's been a solid start here at the county ground as well for the men's team. That one hung outside the off stump and well stopped by the captain, D'Oliveira. Already spoke about his family name, the pedigree associated with that surname. Just part and parcel when it comes to Worcestershire County Cricket Club. The two go hand in hand.
There's been a lot of chocolate chat from the Worcestershire cricketers during the course of the game. Talk about cream eggs yesterday. I'm pretty sure minstrels were being discussed through our microphone a moment ago. Those long bus journeys, bit of confectionery to keep you going.
Also in the field as well. It's been hard toil so far for the West Midlanders. Nice delivery that from Oliver Hannon-Dorby.
Bit of a way shape, wasn't there? I think it probably only really started to swing after it went past the bat, but
yep,
still encouraging to see. Worcestershire really doing their best, aren't they, to keep those energy levels high. Northamptonshire will just be trying to kind of grind them into the dust here at Wantage Road. Look to bat once if they can. In the air, through mid-wicket though, run away. I don't think it's going to reach the rope. But with that downpour that we had last night, we'll just be two because of the short side. So McManus gets another couple of runs, moves into double figures. And Northampton, we kind of hoping that they can keep Worcester out there for long enough that when it does come around to, or if it comes around to a declaration, those first Worcester batters are a little bit scrambled, a little bit exhausted, particularly if they can time it in and around a break, so that they have a bit of a stop-start passage of play. That one down the leg side, appeal from first slip, but nothing whatsoever. Hannon-Dorby turns sharply and heads back down to his fielding spot at fine leg for the next over. You never really want to get too far ahead of yourself when you start talking about cricket generally, do you? But I guess if we were to look at this as a real kind of layman's terms, Northants, ideally for them, they'd probably look to what? Just before tea time?
Yep.
Just as a real kind of low bar stakes or low conspiracy stakes theory, that's kind of where they would aim for. If, of course, they could get there. Nicely bowled by Swanepoel, just holds its line.
Yeah, I'd completely agree. I think it's important just to have that little spell just before a break, because that can have a big, big difference with regards to morale, both for your side and, of course, for the opposition. How many times have we seen it in cricket where there's been 5 to 7 overs prior to lunch or tea and someone falls? It does have a pronounced impact on the body language, the confidence, how a team carries themselves. It's like, if you're the batting side, it's, oh, typical.
Yeah.
It is, though. It's
in terms of kind of a captaincy or a leadership position, it's making the opposition do something that they least want to do. So if you can create something where you think, well, the last thing they're going to want to do is stick their pads on for 15 minutes. Bit of width on offer. Almost club-ended by McManus for a single. Powerful throw-in from probably Kashif Ali, doing a bit of sub-fielding with the long-sleeve jumper on. Then take the pads back off, put them back on again. It might mean nothing. It might not generate an opportunity, but it's just one of those scenarios that you can create, isn't it? I mean, they're not going to have enough runs on the board to think about it before lunchtime today, unless it's ultra aggressive. Another couple of runs added for James Sales. But is that another school of thought? Do you put much time as possible and try and set yourself up with an opportunity to chase down 100 at the end type thing? That's another way to look at it, isn't it? But I guess you wouldn't want to leave it too late and run out of time. But then you don't really want to go too early and end up with too big of a number at the end of a game. Very quick single taken that time. Really well judged. Stole the single really to D'Oliveira. 420 for 6.
Well, I'll tell you why that's really clever. Just because they've identified the fielder. D'Oliveira's right-handed. So they've pushed it to his left. As we've seen throughout the game so far, he's not really thrown with his left at all. So he's gone on the turn. He's looking to throw it down to the non-strikers. By that point, Sales has already darted down. So that's clever manipulation. And again, it's those little things that almost seem obvious, but that goes into the mind of how batters look to rotate the strike as we see the end of the over. 119 have gone. Northamptonshire 419 for 6. For me personally, I do think they'll take it somewhat deep today, unless something astonishing happens and we see the second coming of Liam Guthrie in the shape of Ben Sanderson or Rafi Weatherall. They come out and bash a quick fire 50. Or indeed one of these two suddenly starts up in the ante at that pronounced level of scoring rate. Unless that happens, I think they'll take it somewhat deep on day 3, if they can, of course.
Single taken. Very well judged. These two, good understanding of one another. Being the Worcestershire field is under pressure. Tom Taylor that time, the target of choice.
He's bowled well so far, hasn't he, Hannon Dalby today? Spoke about that previous, well, prolonged spell it was on day 2. 22 overs in the tank, none for 63. So far, just conceded the 6 runs on these opening 3 and a bit overs. Just looking for that reward. Oh, that one. McManus losing a bit of the shape there with the bat in hand. Takes a moment to regather his thoughts after that one. Changing the field as well. Adam Hose comes into short mid-wicket. Takes a few steps from his previous position. Yet again, smart cricket that from Lewis McManus. Drop and run into the offside for 1. So 2 runs are scored from the 120th over. Northamptonshire 421 for 6 as we hear a plane going overhead.
Yeah, that's the negativity to the effects, Mike, isn't it? You get a little bit of the background noise, but a few people coming or going from their latest holiday, landing back at, I suppose, East Midlands Airport's not a million miles away, maybe probably too north for Luton. Who knows? Who knows? If we get a rain delay, we'll bring flight radar out to see what's going on. But we'll stick to the cricket as Swanepoel is pulled away by McManus. That is racing across the outfield, but straight at Oliver Hannon Dalby.
It's funny you mentioned that because yesterday, covering that game at Leeds, Headingley, for those who haven't been, is a very popular flight path for Leeds Bradford Airport.
Are you a flight radar kind of? Are you not? Don't dabble in that.
Nah,
no.
For me, too focused on.
Too modern. Stick to the castles.
Well, that as well.
Bit of a fend at that one for Sales. Trying to find another single down to Dan Latigan. Can't connect.
No, for me, it's watching cricket highlights. That's my go-to.
It's my vice.
Yeah. But no, it's staggering, to be honest, how many flights go over. Space of 10 overs, there's something like 15 or 16 flights. Ever so busy.
And there is the shot that Sales tried to play the ball before. Connects this time, takes the single, and moves up to 63. Certainly not the brightest out there at the moment, is it?
It isn't, but then again, we've got to think how fortunate we are that the forecast wasn't correct.
Oh, 100%.
Because we both said it on Friday, it looked as though it was going to be a complete washout, and it has improved significantly. As we said, later today, could be pushing 18, 19 degrees and bits of sunshine peering through.
Missed times by McManus. Just not able to get the on drive down the grounds.
But of course, yesterday's overnight rain has played into a little bit of consideration just with regards to the outfield. Because on day one, it was a case of you beat the effort of the fielder, it's gone. There were hardly any threes taken whatsoever, whereas early today, we've already seen that 3 down towards the Spencer Lounge. So that one short and evaded by McManus. Just means that run scoring may not be as free-flowing at times today. I mean, there'll still be runs on offer, of course, but might result in 2 runs being scored instead of 4.
You just have to run a bit harder, which isn't a bad thing. Just runs coming with not ease, but relatively risk-free at the moment for Northamptonshire. End of another over. 121 now have been bowled. It's 424 for 6.
I think Sales might be getting a new pair of gloves here. So just to have a little bit of a reprieve in the action. So Oliver Hannon-Dalby removes the cap. It's handed over to the standing umpire.
Yeah, let's talk a bit more about Division 2 generally then, Aaron. We gave us a score update a short while ago, didn't we? We are, what, 5 weeks into the season now? We've got another 2 before we have a little bit of a switch of codes from 4-day cricket to blast cricket. So we're not quite at the end of this first block. But of those 8 counties, whereabouts are where are you at the moment with them? Where are you kind of foreseeing their end of season positions from what you've seen so far?
Oh, that's an interesting question. How do you want me to start?
Start at the bottom and work our way up if you'd like.
Okay.
Hannon Dalby with a catcher in at mid-wicket. Short cover as well. Through the offside, should be another 2.
Well, instead of going through county by county, let me start off by saying my surprise package.
Sure.
So far in Division 2. And I've got to admit, it probably would be Worcestershire. Just because the way in which they dismantled Kent, they're currently unbeaten so far in the campaign. It's not cut and dry for sides who get relegated to be this competitive early doors. And last season, they struggled massively with the bat. Massively. I think they had the lowest number of batting bonus points in the division, or certainly down there. The bowling wasn't a problem. You had Tom Taylor taking 58 wickets.
Yeah.
They were outstanding. But the way in which they've started this campaign, I've changed my outlook on Worcestershire. I thought they would be more towards mid-table, whereas now I think they really will push. And I think a lot of that comes down to the additions. So that one thumps into the pad, Hannon Dalby. That's a bit of a half-hearted appeal. I do like Swanepoel, I must say. But that was always going to be the question for me. Would they have the batting depth? Would they have the batting capabilities? And I speak about those additions. Yes, he was in the squad last season, but Latigan does feel still like a relatively new player. He's very fresh. He's very exciting. He's still new to county cricket. And someone else who I'd love to see at some point this season is Isaac Mohammed, who is Moeen Ali's nephew. Someone who scored a triple century at age group level for Warwickshire. So I think my surprise package, if we were to call them that so far, has been Worcestershire, and I say that in a really, really good way. In terms of a team who have struggled, that has been Kent. And again, I think they're going to really, really struggle in the coming weeks. I think they need the blast block. And then in terms of teams who I'd say have probably met expectations, you've got to say Durham. Durham, right from the get-go, on paper just looked ridiculously strong. There's players in their squad who probably would be playing for other counties right now and can't get a game in. And yet there they are. They've got McKinney in form, Emilio Gay, Beddingham. And then the bowling attack with the likes of Roach, Potts, Aldridge, Connors. Luke Robinson's an interesting one as well. He's got a very interesting story. Once took 6 wickets in 6 balls. Got Ben Rain as well as that one. It's flashed away down towards deep third for 1. But yeah, I think that's how I'd see it so far. I think in terms of a team who, for me, have met expectations, that would be Durham. A team who have surpassed expectations, at least for me, it would be Worcestershire. And a team who, I've got to be honest, I'm pretty underwhelmed by in the early stages, that would be Kent. And I'm sad to say that. I really am. How do you see it, Dan?
I think probably, well, I agree with you with regards to Durham. I think Lancashire have performed the way that I would have expected them to as well, up towards that kind of sharp end of the table. Kent, I agree, have been disappointing. I don't think there's any other way to describe them. They have been. Gloucestershire, I think, are interesting, although I don't know whether they'll have enough to back up that performance up from Derbyshire on a regular basis. That one's tucked away off the pad by McManus. I do think the six teams battling for that almost second spot well, sorry, the one and first and second is going to be so close. Is going to be so close, and I think that's where you obviously speak so positively about the bonus points, but to pick up ones here and there, like how important could that 1 point for Worcestershire be to pick up George Bartlett in that final over before they become kind of unavailable? How important could that be in September? Because when you look at Durham, Lancashire, neither of those two teams will be unbeatable. They won't be unbeatable. These two teams here, Worcestershire, Northamptonshire, Derbyshire, who finished third, a close third last year. And then Middlesex as well. You've got 6 teams that look really evenly matched in Division 2. And it's going to be incredibly hard work to pick up victories against one another.
It will. And that is why the bonus point scoring is so important. It's crucial. It really is crucial. And these next couple of weeks are going to be very important as well, as we'll touch upon. Swanepoel balls there to McManus, playing a miss. Taken cleanly by Gareth Roderick. Because teams want to take a little bit of momentum, not only into the Blast, but heading into the rest of the championship campaign as well. I mean, while the Blast takes place, there are a couple of rounds of championship action as well. Admittedly, very much in isolation compared to what we've seen to kickstart the campaign. That one short and attempted ball by McManus is unsuccessful. But realistically, for those 6 teams, if we are to say 6 teams at the minute, they can't really afford to be, I'd say, more than 25 points behind. I really don't think they can be. I think Durham probably will be front runners as such. I don't think they are unbeatable, as you say, as that one goes up in the air. Oliveira was interested for a microsecond. That will be a dot ball to finish. 2 runs from the over. Northamptonshire 429 for 6. But as for the rest, I mean, Lancashire, they've shown glimpses of brilliance. They've also struggled at times. You look at Middlesex. Middlesex, for me, are always the interesting one. Because I say year in, year out, it always comes down to the batting. I think they've got the bowling depth, and I completely vouch for them this season in that department as well. With the likes of Roland Jones, of course, we've seen those promising youngsters. You have your Sharmas, Seb Morgans, you know, a Cornwells. Got Ryan Higgins with the experience. But I hesitate to go, yes, Middlesex are in the same camp as, let's say, a Durham.
Yeah.
Because they have had quite a few pronounced batting collapses in the past 2 to 3 seasons. I also think for Lancashire,
I think that Higgins 100 yesterday is huge.
It's massive.
Because he has not scored runs for a long time for Middlesex. So if they can get him back as a genuine all-round cricketer, and a genuine all-round contributor, is going to be enormously important for Middlesex going forward. I agree with you. I think they're probably missing another batter at the top of the order. Can they get Caleb Falconer in the 11, who clearly is a phenomenal talent?
Well, that's the thing about Middlesex, because they used to have that strong, stable opening pairing of Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman. And those two statistically were up there as one of the best opening partnerships in the entire country, along with the likes of Burns and Sibley at Surrey and Hamid and Slater at Nottinghamshire. So that one full and driven. It's a short cover for no run. But there isn't that same degree of stability anymore with Middlesex. And yes, their bowlers can win them games, but they're struggling to pick up those additional bonus points.
Yep.
which is leaving them behind the 8-ball compared to teams like Durham, teams like Lancashire, teams like Northants. Northants have done that exceptionally well so far this season. So it's going to be very interesting. I think it's going to be very tight to call. And these next 2 weeks, I think, will go a long way to determining who goes up. That's a really good delivery from Hannah Dorby in the corridor. Just held its line. So too did McManus's bat.
I can't quite believe Oliver Hannon-Dalby hasn't got a wicket in this innings. He's been brilliant. I really cannot understand how he's wicketless. He has barely put a foot wrong here. This is 28th over. 6 maidens, 0 for 74. So going at less than 2.7 runs per over. Unrewarded at this stage. Certainly a few conversations going on out in the middle. Hannon-Dalby just getting himself ready and set to complete this over against Lewis McManus. A bit of tension out there, isn't there? You can just feel it between the two. It's exciting. Hung outside off stump. Left well alone by Northampton's wicketkeeper batter. 430 for 6 after 124 overs. Bit of needle. Don't mind a bit of needle in a bit of red ball cricket.
No, it gives it a little bit of an edge, doesn't it? And the fact is, both of these teams know that it's important. It's quite fitting that we're having that conversation about Division 2, and equally as well, something else which I think is really important just to make note of is how important it is for teams to try and bounce back up immediately in the second flight. Oh, is that one? A little bit of a fence from James Sales. Because look at Lancashire now. For the past couple of seasons, we've gone, well, they'll be getting promoted. And they haven't.
Yeah, true.
It's unforgiving. I think that in the past, Division 2 had a little bit of a reputation as not being as entertaining as Division 1. But what we've seen in recent seasons is that it is getting closer and closer and closer between teams, and you don't have that margin for error. You also have teams like Glamorgan who went very conservative at times with the bat in hand for 4 or 5 seasons in a row before going, you know what, actually, we need to change our approach as a club now because we're just going to be finishing mid-table every single season. And then what happens, you end up being in Division 2 for years on end. It's that one clipped away out towards Deep Becker Square for 1. I mean, look at, I hate to say it, but look at Northamptonshire.
Yeah, true.
Northamptonshire now have not been in the top flight since 2023. Neither of Middlesex. It's very easy to go down from Division 1. It is not a clear-cut case of, well, you're going to go straight back up. And that's why I think this year for Lancashire, and indeed for Worcestershire, I think it's important. But especially for Lancashire. Because at what point do players go, well, hang on, we want to be playing in Division 1?
Mm. Yeah, no, I mean, what you've said is you've absolutely nailed it. And when you've got those 6 counties that we've highlighted that we think are going to be in and around a race for a promotion, nothing is guaranteed, is it? It's a bit of an untidy shot by Lewis McManus and well stopped by Gareth Roderick.
Yeah, they're an entertaining duo, aren't they? Roderick and Brooks.
Much more solid. And you can just tell, can't you, the pressure, the needle that's being created out there is just asking a couple of questions of Sales and McManus. It's hard going, runs aren't free flowing. That slowing down of the outfield will be a contributing factor to it. So the dryness at which Worcestershire have been able to bowl this morning as Matthew Waite looks like he's going to replace Oliver Hannon-Dalby from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Scores 431 for 6 after 125 overs. Not sure if we do. I think we might have a couple of overs to make up from yesterday evening, so it might be a slightly elongated morning session, but it won't be by much. If I've got a feeling we might have gone off with 6 to go, maybe 5. It was quite late. Well, I'd say late on in the play of the game.
Here is Waite, currently wicketless from his first 16. Provides a little bit of width. Sales looks to hammer that one away. Can't quite beat Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Well, Waite so far, continuing the pattern of play that we've seen in these previous few overs. Very economic. It's funny as well to think, I know that we said this on day one, but just on the topic of teams going up to Division 1, teams getting relegated. And this is the first time that these two have played a championship match since 2019. That one a lot more authoritative off the back foot, punched through the covers by James Sales, and that one will go for 4 despite the chase of the fielder. Moves him onto 70. Really, really nice looking shot that. But yeah, the last time that these two teams played against one another in the championship, Northamptonshire won by 10 wickets. That taking place in August 2019. Dwayne Pretorius and Alex Wakely both scoring centuries, with a certain Brett Hutton taking 6 for 57, and Ben Sanderson with 4 for 33. Waite looks to bowl here again. Almost the same area, but not quite the same conviction.
Here's a couple of things just to highlight how well Worcestershire have bowled. What over do you think the last boundary was scored in for Northamptonshire?
That's a very good question. 114th.
117th.
That wasn't too far off.
So, we since the end of that George Bartlett cameo, the wicket. So since George Bartlett has been dismissed, we've had 2 boundaries in this innings, including the one that we've just seen. So that was the 110th over. And Northamptonshire have managed to add 2 boundaries to the score. That is a highlight of how well Worcestershire have bowled in this morning session, making it really difficult for Northants.
Yeah, they've just bowled to their fields, haven't they?
Yeah.
Very different tactics as well between the different bowlers. That one short and pulled away brilliantly by McManus. Only ends up taking a few steps down the track before watching it go across the rope for 4. That will help Northamptonshire here. Already in a good position. The foundation has been set. Those boundaries, just a few before we have the lunch break. Precisely what the home team would like. That one again, confidently played this time. Out towards deep point for 1. Speaking of the overall head-to-head, though, because obviously we do our research, our homework here on the Northants live stream. So in the past 5 matches that these two teams have played, Worcestershire have won 4 of them. So it's been relatively one-sided in recent years. Also been a while since the two teams have actually played out a draw. So 2016, Worcestershire won by 2 wickets at New Road. In April 2017, Worcestershire won by 20 runs at New Road. Later on in that same season, on the 28th of May, the pairs won by 8 wickets here at the county ground in Northampton. And then the previous latest match between these two teams, which was in the Bob Willis Trophy, so not in the county championship, but that took place in August 2020. Worcestershire beat Northants by 78 runs at the county ground. So these two teams do have a bit of a knack with regards to producing results.
You wouldn't write one off at the moment, would you? There is so much cricket to be played as Sales drops that in the leg side and will settle on 1. We've still got 5 sessions to go. And I don't think we're due to lose anything else. So I think we're going to get the full complement in, which will give both counties as much of an opportunity to get a result here as possible. It's starting to get a little bit up and down with the seamers. They've been outside off stump so far, those ones that have just kept a little bit low, so may come into the game, but whilst it's outside off stump, it won't necessarily upset too many. End of another over, 441 for 6. So Northants now lead by, what's that, 135?
Yep, indeed it is. Yeah, Worcestershire 306 all out, which was in large part due to what was an astonishing last wicket partnership, really, between Gareth Roderick and Oliver Hannon-Dalby. It's Matthew Waite gets ready to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Starts off with the dot ball. I suppose the other question, do you think we'll see the customary over or 2 of spin from D'Oliveira before lunch? Can you see that happening, or do you think it'll be more of the same here for Worcestershire?
I think he reluctantly bowled himself yesterday. There wasn't much on offer. It's a different leg spinner to Carbon Harrison. He's much shorter, doesn't get that natural bounce that Harrison is able to extract on the ball. It's edgy, but well wide of the only catcher now in the cordon for Worcestershire. I don't think it's likely. I don't think it's, or is it just to do something a bit different? I wouldn't mind. Wouldn't mind a short spell from Brett D'Oliveira just to try something else. McManus is going to be very good against spin. Sales may be less so confident, but I think with the way that the seamers are bowling at the moment, the fact that scoring runs here is becoming so difficult, or has been so difficult in the morning session. I think you just keep going with what you've got here. D'Oliveira, his first over yesterday, I think it went for 10 runs. Did bring it back from there, but you can kind of feel you could feel the pressure lift from that particular moment. I've just got Emilio Gay scored his third 100 of the 2026 County Championships so far. He's 103 not out at Lords against Middlesex, with, I'm sure, his new best mate in the middle, David Beddingham, with him as well. But a third 100 this summer for Emilio Gay. We're under a month away now before that first test match against New Zealand at the start of June. Just getting excited about what England could do with this test team. And is there anything more Emilio Gay could do? 3 first-class hundreds, or fine, he's batting 3. He's not technically opening for Durham, but a match-winning 100 against Lancashire as well. Now 1 at Lords. I tell you wouldn't want to be the selector, would you?
Definitely not, but I think it's really important you mention the opposition. The first one was against Kent, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Since then, match-winning one against Lancashire, and what could be a very important one against one of the strongest attacks in the division at Lords. He's making a statement. He's the former Northants man. So we're just seeing a slight adjustment in the field here. Deep backward point now goes to deep third. Also Gully in play here as that one drifts down the leg side. I don't think there is really much more that he can do, to be honest, to put his name in the mix. I mean, I've said this before, we'll probably say it again over the course of the season, especially when Northants and Durham do battle, but it's one thing to score the volume of runs, but when you actually watch him, you watch about how he goes about his batting. He's got a very strong and confident defence, which is the foundation. That's the platform, the springboard for the innings itself. And the variety of shots at his disposal. That one wide, inviting and drilled through the covers. Be a long pursuit here for the fielder, who does an excellent job just to scoop that one away from the rope. That'll be a couple to finish off the over. Yeah, I think Emilio Gay definitely one of the front runners with regards to that top order. Northamptonshire here, 445 for 6. Also worth mentioning as well between these two, before we pick up the conversation, I imagine, about top order options, not just for England, but across Division 2. These two have brought up the 50 partnership as well, so a good riposte after the earlier wicket of George Bartlett.
Yeah, watchful, hard work, battling. 51 off 112 deliveries for the pair, 113 in fact.
Well, for the first time on day 3, we'll see a bit of Ethan Brooks. Product of the Warwickshire Academy. Spoke about his journey at Nolan Dorridge Cricket Club on day 1. He has been a very shrewd acquisition for the pairs of Worcestershire. A proper all-rounder in every single sense of the word. Seen his batting across formats so far in a Worcestershire shirt. He is a gun fielder, a jet in the outfield, someone who you can put in any position and he can do the job. Also developing into a very useful bowler. And something from yesterday, I'm sure I asked this in the Middlesex game as well with Higgins. Did he bowl with Roderick up to the stumps yesterday?
No,
he didn't.
Not at all. Which I thought was, well, interesting. I don't mind it. Just wondered whether there was an opportunity again just to do something a little bit different.
D'Oliveira does well to cut that off. Well, that's just what I'm thinking, because so far we've seen the odd one, which has maybe just nipped away a little bit from the edge. We haven't really seen too many unbelievable deliveries as of yet. We've seen the short ball ploy from Adam Finch. Was that one slightly aerial? Falls well short of Swanepoel. Short mid-wicket, but is it worth just bringing that into the equation, especially against McManus, who, as we know, does like to utilise the footwork? Decisions, decisions, decisions. But so far, even though Worcestershire have bowled very well, still looks a tad bit easy here for Northamptonshire. So we see the end of the over. A tidy one from Ethan Brooks. Goes for just the solitary single. Northamptonshire 4 6 for 6 after 129. Oliver Hannon will be back on the field as well. Straight away you can hear him through the ambient mic as well. Here's Matthew Waite. Oh, that's a very nice delivery. Just forcing McManus into playing that one. Yeah, so going back to the point of dialogue, Dan, about top order options. Maybe not even necessarily just in terms of the England conversation. I know that is the hot topic at the moment, but we'll start in Division 2. Who'd you say in terms of those batters 1 to 3 who stood out the most to you at this early stage?
Is there any other response than Durham? McKinney and Gay. 2 out of the 3 have been nothing short of brilliant, have they? The consistency of Emilio Gay, that huge double 100 for Ben McKinney. Northants have scored runs at the top of the order. Luke Proctor, big 200 down at Canterbury. Vasconcelos with a couple of hundreds. Harrison with 100 himself would be in amongst it. I do enjoy Dan Latigan. That's fortune for Lewis McManus. Inside edge into the pad, just avoids off stump. Much to the frustration of, I think that's Adam Hose. Is it Adam Hose at first slip?
It's Ethan Brooks.
Ethan Brooks at first. That's a great spell, that, isn't it? Bowl from one end, stand at first. don't have to disappear off down to fine leg for a period of time. Straight back in the action. And I hope in the second innings we can see one of these Dan Latigan kind of free-flowing innings, big score, because he is an exciting cricketer to watch. Obviously, Lancashire, we didn't see the best of them. They were a bit in and out with Harry Singh, respectfully, and George Bell in that top 4. They went in without Marcus Harris. They went in without Keaton Jennings in that game. Luke Wells is now injured. So that's been a little bit tricky. But if they had everybody available all year, you'd say that Lancashire top 4 would be a standout. Am I missing anybody?
I was just going to say Marcus Harris.
Yeah.
Marcus Harris, again, has been spectacular, hasn't he? I think in terms of the youngsters, definitely for me, Latigan. I mean, we've already sung his praises in this game, and rightfully so. Very stylish, very elegant cricketer. Up the top, Emilio Gay, Ben McKinney. Yeah, I'd say that would be the cluster for Division 2. How about Division 1 as well?
Obviously, I'm a purist. Purist in the form of Division 2 cricket, Mr. Viles.
So that one just about beats the dive of D'Oliveira in the covers. Should be 2. Indeed, it will be, despite the efforts there of Tom Taylor. That will be 2 to finish the over. Northamptonshire 4 8 for 6. Well, I'll kickstart it by just saying Dom Sibley. Dom Sibley's been really impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, if we're talking individuals rather than a collective top 3, then Sibley would definitely be in the conversation, as would Jake Weatherald.
Yep. Oh, he's been brilliant, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I was so happy he got his first century in the last round. And let's not forget as well, he was brought in almost last minute because of Peter Hanscom being unavailable. Sales just leans into that one, caresses it through cover point for one. And Dan Mosley, he's shown glimpses at number 3 for Warwickshire.
Yep, Jamie Smith.
Well, yeah, he's been top notch.
Tom Abel's been in good form, although he's found himself slightly further down the batting order.
Well, that one has been hammered away. Hannon Dalby, all he can do is glance to his left as it takes a few bounces out towards the Jackson Grundy for 4. Another impeccable shot, this time from McManus. And that is the 450 up for Northamptonshire. The lead now stands at 147. He really does play that shot well, doesn't he, McManus? I know that we tend to speak about his sweep shots, the cover drive. Very proficient player of the short ball. Loves a powerful pull. It's a better area from Brooks. I think in recent weeks as well, be very amiss of us not to mention Hasib Hamidans, Ben Slater as well. In those two salvaged the game against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge. Of course, Asa Tribe as well. Asa Tribe has shown many a glimpse.
Yeah, it's been a productive start to the year, hasn't it, for batters? The volume of runs that have been scored, which I think would probably surprise quite a few. I know there was a game down at the Oval last weekend that was broadcast on Big Boys Telly, wasn't it, on Sky Sports? And there was a lot of conversation between Nasser Hussain and Michael Atherton talking about the fact that the ground staff just, and I don't really know how they're able to do it, but with the moisture that we had at the start of the year, just weren't able to put the pace into the wickets. I assume that just comes down to the amount of rolling that's required to, but again, not being an expert, I don't know. But I guess that there has then made it slightly easier for the batters to spend time in the middle, if those pitches haven't necessarily got that zip about them.
Well, let's not forget as well, they are fresh wickets. I know that's something that Chris Wright mentions when we spoke with him for that Leicestershire game towards the end of last season. Theoretically, this is when you should be scoring your runs, even though that isn't always the case. Especially with a little bit less live grass on them, the wickets should be nice. They should be nice and consistent. Is that one full and inviting outside the off stump there for James Sales? And these two, well, they have ran well between the wickets, turned that single into a 2.
Yeah, Lewis McManus is lightning fast, isn't he? Just turned and gone straight away, knew there was 2 immediately.
Still a slip and a gully in play here for Matt Waite. Sales this time plays that one defensively. In the wider context, it has been an interesting morning session in the sense that we've had defined phases. So we had that earlier chaos, didn't we, as Bartlett and Sales looked to up the scoring rate and get their side to 400. Since then, has just plateaued rather significantly. But Northamptonshire certainly in the more desirable position with the lead touching 150. And at the same time, I think we've seen some very economic bowling from Worcestershire. That one full. Works away through mid-wicket. That'll be a single.
I think that what we've enjoyed this morning in this opening session of day 3 are moments and kind of subheadings of games that aren't necessarily ever going to get the recognition or the plaudits that they do deserve. And I spoke quite positively about George Bartlett at the start. It was an innings of 54, which, as I say, is never going to be the top line of a headline, is it, for a review of this game? But to bat in the fashion that he did this morning, as that's just shaped away from McManus, beautifully bowled by Matt Waite, and to be prepared to essentially give his wicket up in the attempt to go and get that additional point is incredibly selfless and needs to be recognised. It needs a pat on the back. And you saw the response that he got from the coaches when he got back up to the stairs. He was disappointed himself, but actually he was warmly received back into the dressing room because of the effort and the attempt that he put into it. Similarly, I mentioned about the infrequency of the boundaries being scored today or in this morning session by Northamptonshire. That, again, is going to be another one of those things that's never going to be a headline. But just how well Worcestershire have bowled. To think, yes, there's been a couple since then, but that punch off the back foot by Sales was the first one in 8 overs, and the second one in 25 overs was a remarkable effort for Warwickshire, for the seamers that have bowled on a pitch that's not offering them a lot, but they're still able to make it incredibly difficult for Northamptonshire. As we finish with another dot ball. End of the 132nd over. Score is 456 for 6. So a lead of exactly 150 now for the hosts. Clock ticks on to 12:58. So we should get this one. I'll be completely honest with you, Aaron. I am unaware whether we've got a slightly extended morning session or... But we'll soon find out at the end of this over, won't we, as Ethan Brooks continues. And it's not just how well Worcestershire have bowled, but it's also how well Brett D'Oliveira has set the fields up here.
Yeah.
The intensity that they've shown in what would be the infield to really kind of put the body on the line, keep the ball in the field of play. It's been brilliant.
It has, and he himself has had a couple of really good stops at cover. So too has Dan Latigan out in the deep. Good area. Ball there from Ethan Brooks, just cramping McManus slightly for room on that occasion. Swanepoel as well has made a couple of decent stops. And the only thing missing really for Worcestershire has been a couple of wickets. Yes, they've got that one of Bartlett, but since then, little rewards, even though they have been indefatigable. Brooks with his hands on his head, inducing the inside edge there of James Sales, but ricocheted onto the leg side for 1. Something tells me, though, I don't think we're going to see the same approach from Northamptonshire in the afternoon session. At some point, I think they are going to put the foot to the pedal. I mean, they've got to. If they want to really have a good go at this game. They're already in a commanding position. A lead, anything over 100 is big. 150, even on a surface which has been very nice to the batters. I mean, that is still one of real substance. It's one which, let's say, for example, Worcestershire were bowled out for 450. You're chasing 300. It's still a big chase, but certainly not as mammoth or gargantuan as it could be. So, yeah, I think we'll see these two just change the intent, I'll say. Brooks bowls here again to Sales. Top-notch delivery, that, from the seam bowler. And that, we believe, should be the end of the session. Indeed it will be. Adam Hose just knocks the bail off at the striker's end, and that will be lunch on day 3. So Northamptonshire are 458 for 6. The lead stands at 152 runs, with Sales and McManus unbeaten on 79 and 35 respectively. So we'll take a break here on commentary, and when we rejoin you after the break, we'll provide you all of the action from the afternoon session in this championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Worcestershire.
Resuming the innings for offence, James Sales and Lewis McManus.
Good afternoon, folks, and welcome back to the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream. Players in the middle, umpires there as well. And we are about ready to get underway for this afternoon session on day 3. This championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Worcestershire. Welcome back to you, joining us once again. The score is 458 for 6. James Sales is currently 79 not out. And the man on strike is Lewis McManus. He's 35 not out. Northamptonshire currently lead by 152. 4 first innings wickets remaining. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. We're powered by Daffabet here at the county grounds. And we've got first-class cricket back in front of us, Mr. Viles. How do you see this afternoon session going?
Well, we said it before the interval, didn't we? I think there'll be a change of intent and approach here from these two. As Waite gets ready to bowl here. The first ball of the afternoon session. And that one defended by McManus. Maybe for the first few overs, we'll see a little bit of this as they just look to see themselves back in. But at some point, you've got to pull the trigger. The fact is, Northamptonshire, they've already got a very big lead. It stands at 152 as we speak. And yes, it has been a relatively docile pitch. There haven't been demons in it. It's not been tremendously tricky to negotiate once you've settled into a little bit of a rhythm. But they still need to try and find that happy medium of pushing for victory. And in an ideal world, these two, big partnership, or even if it's just one of these two, gets a really big score alongside the tail and get Worcestershire maybe batting just before tea. Spoke about that right at the start of the day, that tricky 4-2 7-over spell.
Yeah, that feels like the optimum blueprint, doesn't it? How that transpires, how that works out between now and then was yet to be seen. Worcestershire did bowl very, very well this morning. Very economical, very dry. Long periods of play where Northamptonshire weren't able to find the boundary rope. They did pick up that extra bowling bonus point at the end of that 110 over period. They got the wicket of George Bartlett with 3 deliveries to go to secure another point for the visitors. Northamptonshire fell, 5 runs short of another batting bonus point, didn't they, at the end of the, I think it was 495 for 6. Couldn't quite pick up that extra one, much to the excellent bowling from Adam Finch and Tom Taylor. Field placements from D'Oliveira have been good. Bowling standards have been good. The pressure's been good. Certainly making it difficult for Northamptonshire. And if the blueprint is to have a little bowl before the tea break, probably what will be about 2.5 hours time, that may be dictated as to how many runs they're able to score in that period of time.
Well, just looking at the morning session in isolation, 92 for 1 is essentially what happened in the first 2 hours of the day's play. That one played and missed by McManus on the drive. So run scoring was difficult at times. You spoke about it at length, Dan, about the fact that Northampton just struggled to get boundaries. There were, 7 or 8 overs in between boundaries at some point. So it will be interesting to see how. I mean, I'd say probably this next hour and a half transpires just to see, of course, if these two are still at the crease or if it's a case of someone just starts to up the ante. But for Northamptonshire, it feels as though they just need to give themselves a little bit of time on this surface as we see the ends of the first over after lunch. That one, a maiden bowled by Matthew Waite. And in terms of a lead, of course, if we were to do it based off of runs alone, what do you think would be the minimum that Darren Lehman's side would be happy with?
I almost think it's just time. I do think it's time. I think if the lead was 150 and we were getting towards that tea break now, I think it would be the right time to make that decision rather than a particular number. So Northamptonshire can just bat. Hey, look, if they go through a session here and they add another 92 runs without taking a huge risk and without upping the score rate particularly, that should be at least 2, maybe 4 actually. Oh, great first touch down in front of the supporters club. Northampton Town Football Club will be in the building later on today as they got their awards night. I'm sure they'll be very impressed with that first touch in front of the signal box there. Just cushioned it off, set himself up. If he needed to, he could have found the top corner. Look at this. You're going to enjoy this, Aaron.
Oh, lovely.
Just laid it off to himself.
Beautiful techers.
2 runs added, 460 on the board. Oh, there we go. There's a sign of intent from Sales. A misfield at mid-on will allow Northampton's all-rounder to come back for a second. So yeah, I think that's where I am with it. I don't see a huge, well, other than time, but if you declare, say, with an hour and a half before a tea interval, then you don't get that awkward period, do you? You don't get two goes with the second new ball, which is a bit of a cliche. It can be so important. Down the ground. That is straight. That's going to be 4, isn't it? As it runs up towards where the players have their lunch. Tom Taylor getting rid of treatment here by James Sales. He's raced into the 80s. 87 now, James Sales. So maybe we don't know what we're talking about. Maybe they are going to put their foot down here because this is a sign of intent from Sales.
It is, and it comes courtesy of just good timing, good placement as well. Just watching back on that one. Lovely use of the bottom hand as well, just to generate that additional degree of velocity and venom on the strike, and no chance whatsoever for the fielder to cut that one off.
Runs again, single this time. Well, he moves to 88. Unless this has been a particularly bad over from Tom Taylor, which I don't think it has been, that is a real sign that Northamptonshire, James Sales in particular, just looking to go through the gears and start almost from what was second gear and kind of accelerate to 4th after the lunch break.
Well, put it this way. They've just scored a 10th of the runs they scored in the morning session in the space of about 2 minutes.
Okay, 2nd to 6th then. add a few more to it. I don't know if that's going to reach the rope. It's not. It's going to be cut off. Make that 11 then.
Yeah, still 1 delivery remaining as well. It's been a bountiful over this for the Tudor Rose of Northamptonshire. And realistically, every single one of those shots has just been a good cricket shot.
Mm-hmm.
We've not seen anything ridiculously unconventional. Just classic traditional shots down the ground. Strangely, we didn't see many yesterday. So I was having a look at the wagon wheel. Only 20 runs were scored down the ground by Northampton on day 2.
Good riposte. Good finish to the over from Tom Taylor. 469 for 6. I mean, we will sit here and can say that we are just guessing. We don't know what the game plan is going to be, do we? We don't know at what point the number is that Northamptonshire want. We don't know the time at which they would look to have a bowl. We don't know how many overs that they would want to have left in the game. So we are guessing. We are making our best efforts to figure out as to what's going on.
I still think anything over 200 is very sizable, though, even though the wicket hasn't necessarily deteriorated. Just that, as we said, we had the conversation about, let's say Worcestershire put on 450. Suddenly, you're chasing 250, which is still a chase. It's still difficult. Wouldn't be simple or easy by any stretch of the imagination, but just from a psychological point of view, being 200 behind would be massive. So that might be the first marker for Northants. And then from there, anything else a bonus. So they look to really up the ante and try and shift through the gears, not only in the innings in isolation, but of course in the game as a whole. I think it'll be fascinating to see how Worcestershire approach their second innings as well, because quite a few of those dismissals were self-inflicted on day 1. mixed in with some very good bowling from Ben Sanderson.
Well, there we go. McManus advances, uses his feet, takes on Matthew Waite. A bit early on the shot, wasn't he? That's why it went square across the boundary rope. He moves into the 40s. Change in field straight away. They're going to send for the helmet so that Gareth Roderick can come up to the stump. So plus send another outlier, an outrider to the boundary edge at deep mid-wicket. I will say, I'll sit here, I'll be honest with you, Aaron. I'm quite surprised at the intent, or the increase in intent that Northamptonshire have shown in these opening 10 minutes to this afternoon session. I didn't expect it to be quite so aggressive. It's over the offside. Will be a long chase into the pocket. It's not going to go. Jake Libby, who is lightning fast across the turf, gets to that one, and it's 3. Are you surprised?
I think it depends on what the conversation's been.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But from our conversation and our kind of thought process about it, did you see them coming out with this level of intensity?
Not necessarily, not this early. I think after a few overs, yes, I was probably going to give it 5 to 6 overs, but it has been right from the get-go. I think that previous over from Taylor has also really helped going for 11. But maybe that suggests that there is a number also in mind.
Yeah. I mean, they will know. They've batted out there now for 135 overs. Plus, this is the 3rd game of the championship at the county ground so far this year. Yes, they've been weather affected. One was a very hard-fought draw. The other one, we lost essentially a day's play against Middlesex. But we'd have known with the 2 games that have played here so far, you're going to need as much time as possible. Even with those 94 overs. It's 94, 93 overs that we lost against
93, wasn't it?
93 overs. 93. At the state where the game was, you still thought it was going to be hard to get a victory for either of those 2 counties. Not impossible, but hard. So they're definitely going to have one eye on the fact that they are going to have to work incredibly, incredibly hard to pick up another 10 Worcestershire wickets here. Sam Robson scored that incredible 100 2 weeks ago for Middlesex in the 3rd innings. So we get to the end of an over with a dot ball, 477 for 6. So yeah, as much time as possible is probably the thought process. And maybe then that does take away that 15-20 minute period before the tea break, and maybe an hour into the afternoon session, something along those lines. Because if they bat like this for an hour, that lead's going to be up and around 250, isn't it?
Well, it is. And that really has been pronounced, hasn't it, in terms of the difference in scoring. You think of these last 2 overs, they've gone for 19 runs after a maiden first up after lunch. So, yeah, good approach here, proactive between McManus and Sales.
Another single taken. Taylor just run off the face of the bat there. Just turn that effects mic down a little bit.
Yeah, they're still vocal though, aren't they, Worcestershire? Even though they are under the pump here. Definitely a far from ideal situation that the West Midlands County find themselves in at this moment in the game. Hasn't stopped them from offering plenty of encouragement, whether that's been directly with the bowlers or indirectly, just having those maybe slightly random chats about favourite chocolate and confectionery. Just keeping up the morale. It's all that they can do. And they did bowl very well in that morning session. Just didn't quite get the reward. And look, sometimes that's the game. You bowl like that, afternoon session, a rank full sauce, and you get your wicket. So You've just got to keep on chipping and chipping and chipping away as that one played deftly behind point by Sales for one.
Yeah, do you think Worcestershire, as a playing 11, resigned to the thought that they're out there until Northamptonshire don't want to be?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I think in terms of the field placements, that would... I mean, just looking here, it's probably suggested, isn't it? You've got a couple of protection... Well, a couple of players in protection on the onside. You've got deep point in play.
Deep third as well. Pulled away. Down to Oliver Hannon-Dalby, so it'll just be one.
But that's the thing, they've not got third up in the circle. They've not got an extra slip in play. They've not got the leg slip. They've not got someone under the lid, which we saw a little bit earlier today. So they've just dragged back the aggression somewhat. And I think that is as a result of the game situation. And at the same time, the ball is firmly in Northamptonshire's court. It's a great position to be in. And that's why we keep on mentioning that all-important word, capitalise, capitalise, capitalise. They've shown this throughout the campaign so far. But as we know, and we saw it last week, we might see it again in round 5. Leicestershire have been forced to follow on at Grace Road against Notts, but Nottinghamshire themselves, having been put back into bat by Warwickshire, batted sublimely on the second time of asking. So Worcestershire are not out of this.
So that's a great Yorker for Tom Taylor. Aggression shown by McManus. It's dug out well. 481 for 6 after 137 overs. You've said it already this afternoon, Aaron, but thank you so much to all of you that are joining us on Stillbacks TV for this fixture. We'd love to hear from you, where you are in the world, what your thoughts are on the fixture, what your thoughts are with regards to potential declaration or a timing or a score number, a lead number that Northamptonshire would want at this stage of the game. Sales on strike against Matt Waite. That's up in the air. Falls in front of Brett D'Oliveira. We'd also, what I'd like to know as well is, did anybody play cricket yesterday?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
How did you get on? Did you get any? Had you wintered well? Is the question that I want answering. Any wickets, any runs, any victories? Or were you washed out? Be a few people playing today, won't there, in various friendly games and Sunday leagues and cup competitions that will be starting at the start of the year. On punch through mid-wicket for a single.
Nice stop there from Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Yeah, speaking of club cricket, funnily enough, on the way up to Leeds yesterday, passed a very, very nice club in Derbyshire, South Wigfield, which is almost adjacent to the tracks. It's similar to Vernon Carras up in Lancashire. And I didn't actually see, it's unlike me to check play cricket, but I don't know whether it was a friendly or an actual game taking place, but that was lovely to see on the way up to Headingley yesterday. That will fall well short of the fielder patrolling at deep forward square leg. But it's the beating heart of the game. It really is. You mention it game in, game out. Every single player that you see here started out at a local club, on that local green, with that local volunteer coach, playing alongside the club veteran, being that youngster aspiring to play the game professionally. So that one hacked away by James Sales, moves him on to 93. And for Matthew Waite, speaking of Yorkshire, of course, he is from that neck of the woods. Started out at Medley, which is up towards Leeds way. Gareth Roderick, he played club cricket, of course, back home in South Africa. Represented Old Cricket Club in the county of Northamptonshire in 2010. before plying his trade for Cheltenham in the West of England Premier League.
Down the ground. Healthy hit from Lewis McManus. Stylish. Hold the pose. 4 runs, 1 bounce. Back over the head of Matthew Waite. And a 50 for Lewis McManus as well. What a way to bring it up.
Yeah, serious style. Bit of panache from the wicketkeeper bat. Brings it up in 98 deliveries and yet again playing a very deft hand here. Not for the first time in 2026. Someone who lets his bat do the talking. Has certainly done that so far today. Well batted, Lewis McManus. Especially the pull shots. The pull shots have been the most impressive, at least in my opinion. But also a top-notch shot. And follows it up with a solid and compact defence. That'll be the end of the over. Another fruitful one for Northamptonshire. The home side, 488 for 6. And for yourself, Dan, I believe that you were on the Village Green, weren't you, the other week?
Yeah, I dabbled.
You did?
Strike rate's more important than final runs. I still really enjoy it though. It's still something that has a huge part of my life and my enjoyment for this sport. It's not just commentary, it's not just video editing, it's still playing it. And it's, yeah, love the community that a cricket club provides. The league season starts next weekend for my cricket club. Sales in behind that one from Tom Taylor. Slightly trickier in the summer when you're working in the sport as well as trying to play it and enjoy it. But I wouldn't change it. Up-ish, half stop by Captain D'Oliveira. Saves the runs. Encouragement still for Tom Taylor out in the middle. Northamptonshire have certainly upped the ante though with bat in hand since the resumption of this fixture, since the lunch interval. Oh, it's a beauty. Kept a fraction low.
Well, we've had a fantastic comment come through, which we'll talk about at the end of this over, Dan. Speaking of club cricket, here in Northamptonshire.
Stylishly whipped over mid-wicket for 4 by James Sales. He moves to 97. Go on then, what's the... what have we got?
So this comment comes courtesy of Ash Watts, who played his first match for Wardington in the South Northants Cricket League yesterday. Wardington batted first, scored 208 for 4. Ash himself hit 36 and out from 30. I did just check that on Play Cricket as well. It does check out.
Oh, you fact-checked it?
Not so much that. It wasn't so much. It wasn't so much for the batting. It's for what comes next.
Okay.
Right. Middleton Cheney's thirds were all out for 52. Chris Lyons took figures of 8 for 10.
That's amazing. Bumper from Taylor. What a start to the year that is. That's wintering well.
That's wintering incredibly well. And this is why I wanted to check, right? The fall of wickets. So 0 for 1, 1 for 2. Listen to this next passage. 12 for 3, 13 for 4, 13 for 5, 13 for 6, 13 for 7, 13 for 8.
At what point do you think the batting lineup thought we're in a spot of bother here? Pulled away, up into the armpit of Sales. They're going to look for two. Just be one, though. No, it will be two. Sales comes back for the second. Yeah. What do you reckon the scorecard was when they went, might not be our day?
Maybe 13 for 8. I imagine.
8. Just the most optimistic and hardened of club cricketers still sat there on the bench going, could still be my day.
Although, I think we do have to give a mention to Steve Wilkes, who was the captain of the Middleton Cheney thirds.
Yeah.
Coming in at number 10, scored 34 not out.
See, it's not over. It's not over. And if he'd have had somebody to hang around with him, like an Oliver Halland-Dalby, could have been talking about a Gareth Roderick style innings. That's brilliant. What a scorecard that is. Please send some more in for us, because we love club cricket. It is so important. It's part of our brilliant sport. We get change here from Matthew Waite to the enforcer of Adam Finch.
Yeah, thank you ever so much, Ash, for sending that in. What a story that is. What a scorecard that is as well. Goodness me. As I said, that's why I wanted to check it out. As soon as I saw those figures, 8 for 10, I was like, goodness me. Included 3 maidens as well. So that one pushed wide by Adam Finch. Also, just for our own sake, Ash, what does Chris bowl? I'm guessing it's seam. Is he a lefty? Right arm? Has he got a bit of pace about him? Let us know. But yeah, what a story that is from the South Northants Cricket League. Fantastic stuff.
It's a great start to the year. McManus then on 51. Yorker from Adam Finch. When was the last time you donned the whites?
2023, I think it was.
Oh, there's got to be a comeback.
I don't think there is.
There's got to be.
I don't think there is. I mean, I would love to, don't get me wrong. There is part of me which would love to be back out there bowling a bit of right arm finger spin. But then again, at the same time, it's finding the time, isn't it? And also thinking of the teams. Thinking of the teams.
What, they'd have to put up with you?
Exactly. Not so much in terms of character, but more in terms of lack of skill. I think that's what it boils down to. I like to think of myself as a nice teammate, but
I'm sure you are a wily off-spinner. Up-ish again as it's played through the offside for 152.
Well, in fairness, similar to that story we had from the South Northants Cricket League a few years back, I think it's 2022, playing at Henley and Arden, who I used to play football for, playing for the Rowington Twos in that game. We got skittled for about 53. And our top scored with 8 not out.
Oh, good for the average as well.
There you go.
Good for the average. You don't mind that. Just getting behind it resolute. Dig in Viles. Sales then on 99. Finch, ball in hand. Keeps a fraction low outside off stump. Defended into the offside. 495 for 6 now the score. The lead up to 189. This will be the end of the 140th over at the end of this delivery. So Northants have been made to work incredibly hard for this first innings score of 495 for 6. It's on to leg stump, but it's another 100 at home for James Sales. His second of the year, his second in consecutive fixtures, a career best 2 weeks ago, and another one to add to the tally for James Sales. Brilliant innings, 100 not out against Worcestershire at home. What a knock.
Exceptional. Absolutely exceptional from James Sales. Just loves batting at Wantage Road. And Worcestershire now the third county whom he scored a first-class century against after previously notching up 3 figures against Middlesex and Leicestershire. That really has been a very high-quality innings, and love the reaction and the sportsmanship as well, shown on display there. Of course, the nice little hug that he's had with McManus, and he's got a couple of handshakes as well from the Worcestershire team. Great, great innings from someone who's having an excellent start to the campaign.
Absolutely right. Well, here we go, Mr. Viles. This is what you wanted.
A bit of spin.
You wanted a bit of leg spin from Brett D'Oliveira, and we've got it from the David Caper lens. Starts with a very flighted delivery, which is just bunted down the ground for 1 by James Sales.
Yeah, the partnership has also gone over 100 between these two, which is very impressive indeed. Stands at 105. Serious acceleration after lunch as well. Really good to see. Speaking of club cricket as well, this was on the opening weekends of the Birmingham Prem. You may have heard us earlier speaking of a certain Isaac Mohammed. Scored 132 for Smethwick, which was incredibly impressive. That one cracked away through cover point for 1. Might I just add as well, came from exactly 100 deliveries. Someone else as well, former Worcestershire, Tom Hinley, scored 63. Of course, for Ombersley, as we see the end of the over. So Northamptonshire 499 for 6 after 141 overs. No, we're lucky. We've got a good club circuit here in the Midlands, both east and west.
Muscle down the grounds. It's going to be another 4 for Northants. Brings up the 500 now. Bit of bottom hand involved, doesn't matter. Runs continue to tick on. They really are showing signs of aggression at this stage. That time against Adam Finch. Quick update from the other games in Division 2. Currently reigning at Canterbury. Kent are 132 for 6. They have a lead of 180 with 4 wickets remaining in their second innings against Derbyshire. Durham are still going, 286 for 2. It's going to be close to a wide, and it is signalled wide. To go under the bat of James Sales. Where it was in relation to that white line outside off stump. 100% short. So they're the 2 fixtures, or the 2 other fixtures going on in Division 2. Division 1, Hampshire in the process of a collapse in their first innings. They're 144 for 7. Tim van der Hoeken taking 4 wickets, and Mason Crane returning to Southampton with a couple of wickets. Yorkshire still going. That means Joe Root's got runs. 63 not out for the very best to have ever done it for England in Test cricket. In their response, they now have a 51-run lead against Somerset. So that's muscled down to Jake Libby for a couple. Leicestershire, as you mentioned a while ago, following on, and Surrey keeps churning them out. 450 for 6 now. Down at the Oval, 4 wickets for Jack Carson. And those of you that might be watching this and play in the cricket draft, Jack Carson was not the player that you wanted to take out of your team at the final minute before the start of play in this round of championship fixtures like I did.
Oh,
100 in the first innings, 4 wickets in the second. Starting to feel like a mistake. This ball's finding the middle of the bat more often now, isn't it? 507 for 6. What was the score at lunch?
so the score at lunch was 458 for 6.
Wow.
Yeah, definite
That's
change.
Real motor on, isn't it? You mentioned, what, 92 for 1 in that entire session. Northampton already scored 50 plus in the afternoon session in the space of, well, just over half an hour now. Field is spread now on the boundary rope. That one, McManus has just pulled out of that fraction, hasn't he? He was shaping up for that bottom hand towards deep mid-wicket. Took the single instead. 3 fielders inside, or in the inner ring. Everybody else down on the boundary rope.
Yeah, good to see Jack Home on the field as well. Substitute. The one who comes from strong cricketing pedigree out in Shropshire. That one well played through the covers by Sales for 1. We've had another interesting club cricket story as well, Dan.
Yes, I'm excited.
So this one comes courtesy of Ian. This was about 10 years ago, so maybe not as recent, but still a good story nonetheless. Ian was playing for the Malvern Twos versus Hanley Castle and Upton Twos.
I like that as a cricket club name. Hanley Castle and Upton.
Oh, brilliant name. More on that after this ball from Adam Finch. Was that one just walloped down towards Jack Home? Slightly deeper compared to usual at mid-on. That'll be the end of the over. Single to wrap up the 140 seconds. Northamptonshire 510 for 6. So in that game, Malvern's opening bowler, Shane Abel, took figures of 9 for 11, which is incredibly impressive. But I like the follow-up to this. The other bowler, Barry Addison, took the other wicket and hung his head in shame, which reminds me of Warwickshire versus Durham, where Chris Wokes got 9 for 36, and someone playing in this game took the other wicket, Oliver Hannon-Dalby. And staggeringly, Warwickshire lost that game by 4 wickets. Keaton Jennings put together a very, very good knock in the 4th and final one of the game. There you go. What a sport.
It's a great sport. The very best. Leg spin continues then for D'Oliveira. Muscled down the ground all the way for 6 by Lewis McManus. Relatively short straight here at the county grounds. A little bit of a precursor to what we might get to enjoy during the blast at the end of the month. 6 runs for the keeper.
Yeah, that one dispatched, really. Beautiful use of the feet. Lovely full-blooded swing of the bat. Goes for it again. That one straight back down the ground. It's 4 more back-to-back boundaries off the bat of McManus. These runs now really starting to flow with pronounced fluency for the Tudor Rose.
Yeah, those couple of shots there just give you an indication that things might be drawing to a conclusion. That single's taken. I'm sure sentimentally there'll be an eye on a 3-figure opportunity for McManus. He's still way off it. He's moved up to 67 now, I believe, if the scorecard, maybe into the 70s, if the scorecard catches up. Oh, James Sales this time. That's not James Sales' natural game, is it?
No.
Needs to work on the bottom hand a bit more. Trying to target mid-wicket. Gives himself a bit of room, and D'Oliveira says, well, I'm not playing your game. Top ball to finish.
Yeah, we've definitely entered a different phase of the game here at the county ground. And yeah, for those who maybe have played or still play your club cricket, either in Worcestershire, Northamptonshire, in a different county, of course, tuning into our coverage, let us know. Also, let us know what your favourite ground to have played at. There are some beautiful ones here in the Midlands, as Finch bowls here to McManus. Very wide outside the off stump. One of my personal favourites, really nice, is Alston Ragley, which is at Ragley Hall, towards the Worcestershire border, actually, with Warwickshire. It's a very unique place to play your cricket. Stoneleigh as well, which is between Kenilworth and Coventry. So a shorter, crunched away out towards the mid-wicket. Corralled on the second time of asking by the fielder.
Is that Dan Latigan down there at deep mid-wicket? Big frame, isn't it? For a moment, thought that was going to be a catch, didn't he? Sprinted in off the boundary, just didn't quite have the legs on it.
Sales again just loses the shape on that occasion. I suppose I'll pose the question to yourself as well, Dan. In terms of an aesthetically pleasing club cricket ground, what do you say would be up there on your list?
Yeah, I mean, well, for residing down on the south coast and in the South Downs, there are some very, very pretty cricket grounds with some very pretty, naturally kind of Sussex South Downs pavilion style buildings, which are beautiful. Sales bunts the single down the ground. It's a ground at Bertham, which is just outside Arundel, which looks back across the Arun Valley towards the castle and Arundel Cathedral, which is a beautiful view to enjoy on a Saturday or a Sunday afternoon. It's a ground called Singleton, which is almost completely bordered by the River Lavant, the chalk stream that runs around the outside, with a thatched, converted barn as a pavilion.
See, I like that. I like that because that's how Kenilworth Wardens used to be on Lays Lane. It was a converted cowshed.
That is brilliant. Some few stately homes that you play in the gardens of as well. I don't know whether you've ever had the privilege of doing that. I'm sure there's a lot of stately homes that have got cricket wickets in their grounds, but Stansted Park in particular, Stansted House, just outside Portsmouth. Portsmouth Cricket Club's quite a nice one in its own way, right on the seafront.
That one played nicely.
Astwood Bank.
Oh,
Got
yes.
the pleasure of
yes.
commentating there a couple of seasons ago and played for their Nomads on one of the evenings, which was good fun. Didn't do very well, but still good fun.
Well, that's the thing. It's not always about doing well. At this level, it is. Of course, that's part and parcel of the professional game, but club cricket's about enjoyment. It's about that sense of community, camaraderie, just enjoying yourself. As we see the end of the over, 144 have been bowled. Northamptonshire, 525 for 6.
Take a look at the ball between the two umpires. Just gone out of shape. Bit of damage, maybe. It's had a bit of punishment, isn't it, for the last last half an hour or so. I think we are going to get a change, aren't we, here? Again, similar to the stories, let us know. We've got access to the internet here, so we can do a bit of Googling if anybody is keen to provide some of their favourite cricket grounds that they've had the pleasure of playing at.
Yeah, definitely like the shout of Astwood Bank. That is a really nice place. That again towards the Worcestershire-Warwickshire border by Redditch and Mappleborough Green. Yeah, a place I know very, very well. Just waiting here for McManus. Ball has taken a little bit of a pounding, so there will be a replacement coming up here for Worcestershire. Tell you what, Oliver Hannon-Dorby's original one in Halifax as well, Copley, is really nice. It's right by like an old railway bridge. Remember him telling me a story about that. You'd often see like the old school steam trains coming past. Oliveira really looking to impart plenty of rotations and revs on that latest ball. Sales this time. Looks to just paddle that one around the corner.
It's really interesting watching the differing styles of Sales and McManus here. Sales very much a red ball cricketer, a very good and talented young red ball cricketer. McManus much more all-rounded, much punchier, much stronger bottom hand, and maybe slightly more flexible wrists when it comes to his T20 batting. It's quite interesting, isn't it, watching the pair go about this in different ways. The Sales uses his feet, gets there on the full, and just slaps Oliveira through cover for 4. Northamptonshire 531 for 6. Lead now well in excess of 200, 225. It's got to be getting close, isn't it, Aaron? I would say. As Oliveira's taken back down the ground once again. Sales back-to-back boundaries. Bottom hand this time. Almost a stage with Northants now. It's everything must go cricket, isn't it? It's finding or looking for the boundary every opportunity.
A change of angle here for the Worcestershire captain. It's another full toss, and that one has just been whipped away through mid-wicket. It's 4 more runs for James Sales. Not the greatest delivery, that from Oliveira. But for James Sales, he will not care one jot. End of the over. 145 have been bowled. Northamptonshire, well, they are in complete and utter control. 539 for 6 as Ethan Brooks takes off the jumper. He will prepare to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Yeah, we've had a shout of Castle Ashby, which is a really nice one. Very, very nice cricket club. Lovely architecture. Certainly rate that shout. Yeah, let us know your favourite ones. It's Brooks for the first time today, bowling with Roderick up to the stumps. Which I must be completely honest, Dan, I wanted to see a little bit earlier than this point in the game, especially against McManus. So he really takes the pace off that one.
Dead ball called by umpire Redfern. Not 100% sure why. Don't know whether McManus wasn't ready.
So that one has gone up in the air. I think it's going to fall safely in the gap. Indeed it will. Hannon-Dorby will do the gathering. 2 more runs for the Northants keeper.
I don't think Northants here are batting for a Lewis McManus 100 opportunity, are they? They're batting with a time in mind, just getting as many as they can before whatever that time is. That's brilliantly well bowled. Real variations and change-ups here from Brooks.
Something else to just make note of, especially those from a Worcestershire persuasion. You can see here Ethan Brooks sprinting back to his mark. The pairs are behind the over rate. So maybe that's the other reason why we've seen Oliveira come on, because you do not want to be getting penalised with minus points, especially when you've done so well to get that second bowling one. McManus there, just taking the time to weigh up his options. It's that one wide outside the off stump again from Brooks. That one well stopped by Brett Oliveira. You see straight away, he's already sprinted over to the David Capel end. Yeah, they've certainly got one eye on that big electronic scoreboard. Of course, that is the downside, isn't it? When you've bowled so much seam. It does take plenty of time out of the day's play. That should at least be two. Indeed, it will be. Well ran out towards mid-wicket. Sails that time, dances down the track and deposits it down the ground for 4 more. Another emphatic blow off the bats of the Northants all-rounder. The partnership now in excess of 150. Real firm strike that, and D'Oliveira now coming back over the wicket. Sails just guides that along the deck down towards long on for 1. Yeah, so the over rate at this moment in time, just the 1 behind as McManus now shuffles down. I think that's gone for 6. Smashes into the Rothesay advertising hoardings. And Brett Oliveira is getting picked apart here by the Northants middle order. That one clipped fine by McManus. Should be 2, will be 2. Latigan does the mopping up. Crikey, look at that lead now, in excess of 250 for Northamptonshire. That's another single for McManus. Makes you wonder when they're going to pull the trigger on the declaration as well. Of course, if they go at the end of the next one, you lose your 2 overs for the innings break. So they still have 50 in the day and 146 overall in the game. So this is interesting. A very good partnership, 165. He has raced along very quickly indeed. Here's Brooks then, bowling to McManus. McManus drills that through the covers. Long chase on here. That'll be 2 more runs, will it? Yes, it will. It's been a long, long day in the field so far for some of those Worcestershire bowlers.
That's a victory.
It's Brooks just taking the pace off that one. That one gets cross-batted by McManus out towards deep square leg for 4. And this has been impeccable, hasn't it, from McManus? Not for the first time this season either. Played a real dab hand against Lancashire in the first innings, and here he is, showcasing all the scoring shots. As he goes again, exact same area. This one even bigger, even better. Sails over the rope for 6. It's now turning into an exhibition in power hitting from McManus. Well, I'll tell you what, Dan, there's a chance here. McManus into the 90s.
He's flown along, hasn't he? They've really put their foot down. James Hales has called for a drink up the balcony. So that'll be George Scrimshaw on his way down. I'm sure there'll be a message attached to this water bottle as well. 569 for 6. The lead now of 263. And as well as Worcestershire hung in this during the morning session, it's got pretty ugly. We haven't even had an hour of play since we resumed this afternoon session. And Northamptonshire have absolutely flown along, adding over 100 runs since the lunch break. And now it's more of a conversation of when the declaration comes rather than if, because it will be here sooner rather than later, I feel.
Yeah, completely agree. What a fantastic partnership this has been, though. Given what was a very watchful morning session, this now has completely taken the game away from Worcestershire. They can only realistically draw this game now, which in of itself is incredibly impressive. It's Brooks bowling here to McManus again, wide outside the off stump. Plays that one nicely off the back foot for 1 out to point. McManus moves on to 93. That is the end of the over. Expensive one from Ethan Brooks. Northamptonshire 570 for 6. Well, McManus has got a chance here to reach a century. What would be a richly deserved one at that. That moves him to within 6. Sales there, playing a miss. At that time, much more adeptly out towards deep mid-wicket for 1. So D'Oliveira bowls here to McManus. McManus plays that confidently towards long on for 1. 5 away from 3 figures. Sales looks to muscle that one down the ground. Another single taken. Of course, here the field very much spread for these 2 batters. And another one for McManus. Retains the strike for good measure. Northamptonshire 575 for 6. Sales on 134, McManus on 96.
I really didn't see this level of acceleration coming from Northants. Certainly batting was made to look pretty difficult, wasn't it, through the morning?
Here is Brooks to McManus. McManus goes for the expansive shot. That will be the fielder. And this will be a first county championship century for Lewis McManus since June 2024. He has waited almost 2 full calendar years for this moment, and he basks in the adoration and the applause of the spectators here at the county ground in Northampton. It arrives from 133 deliveries, includes a maelstrom of boundaries. This really has been tremendous from the keeper. The next one drills it through the covers. Should be 2 here, may just be 1. Thinks better of it. Crazy to think that, isn't it? The last time McManus scored 3 figures in a championship game was against Glamorgan in June 2024. What a moment this has been.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Well deserved. He's backed up James Sales really nicely, and he's shown us all of the power and the skill that he possesses. This feels like a natural way to bat for Lewis McManus, doesn't it? That really aggressive lower middle order wicket keeper, punchy. That's gone straight in the air, though. There's going to be a chance if they can get there. They can't. Doesn't quite read it. Another one added to the score. McManus gets away with it. Bit of a top edge from off the bowling of Ethan Brooks. But still, Northants march on. 582 for 6 now. 2 deliveries left in this over. So if there is a declaration, it could come at the end of the over. Not much point leaving deliveries out there, is there?
No, definitely not.
Trying to get a look up to the balcony to see who may be around. I didn't see an abundance of Northampton cricketers in whites, did you?
No, that'll be a dot ball to finish. Just looking over there, nothing as of yet. So no declaration with 50 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yeah, Worcestershire still 1 behind on the over rate as well. Round of applause, you can hear that for the 100 of Lewis McManus.
Well, I'd just like to run through the numbers of this. We've just seen the opening hour of the afternoon session. Northamptonshire have scored 124 runs for the loss of 0 wickets. That is frightening. Frightening acceleration.
Yeah, it's a crazy, crazy change, isn't it, from what we had in the morning? Like a real twist in this game as they're going to take a very quick 2. McManus showing the other side of his game. He is lightning fast between the sticks. That ball hasn't really, well, it didn't leave the square at all. Raced back for 2. 584 for 6. No fielders anywhere near. Big appeal for LBW and Given. That brings about the end to the innings for Lewis McManus. A stunning innings, a brilliant innings for the wicketkeeper batter. 584 for 7 as Lewis McManus is dismissed for 104. And silence descends on the county grounds. And it looks like Northampton are going to carry on here as Ben Sanderson emerges from the dressing room with the pads on.
Maybe, just maybe, they're looking for 300.
Is it Sanderson or is it Weatherall? 100% sure. But standing ovation for Lewis McManus as he raises the bat. Wendell Pemberton down with the bicycle, saluting, enjoying that 100. Brilliant innings.
It was breathtaking from McManus. And yes, you look at this pitch and you go, well, there are runs to be scored, but that's a big moment for McManus. He's been very selfless in the past 12 months. Let's not forget, he's had opportunities where he could have gone, well, you know what? I'm in the 70s, I'm in the 80s. Let me just knock it around and let me get to my century, let me be the star of the show. But there's been times where he's been, you know what? Let's do what's best for the team. It's up to me. I am that guy who's bomb hand dominant. I've got all the shots in the locker. I can up the ante myself with my scoring shots and capabilities, and that has been his downfall in the past 12 months. But he's done what's been needed for the team. And right here today, I mean, that is an incredible innings. It really is. Some of the bowling in the afternoon session hasn't been great, admittedly, from Worcestershire, but the shots, well, quite simply marvellous. Stolavera bowls here to Rafi Weatherall. First time we're seeing him bat in 2026 as well. Didn't bat against Kent as a result of some very good batting from the top four. All of them getting a century down in Canterbury. But no, he will walk off over the moon, delighted with his efforts today.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be a quick shower, quick change of whites for McManus, and he'll get the keeping equipment and gear on in the not too distant future. 585 for 7. Interesting there that Sales turned the single down. Takes it that time. Not quite sure. Kind of followed the script on that one, but he takes the single off the final ball of the over. 587 for 7.
Potentially that was why, maybe.
Yeah, potentially. But with the field spread, you'd have thought that single would have remained available, wouldn't you? But
and I suppose Weatherall, it doesn't really matter if he was to get out at this stage. Look at the lead, it's 280.
You'd think really for Weatherall, it's almost free hit cricket.
Yeah.
At every opportunity.
Well, here is Brooks bowling to Sales. Sales again looks to muscle that away through mid-wicket. Should be just one. Indeed it will be.
Yeah, just didn't quite get enough willow on it, did he?
Something else which is just important to note for any Worcestershire fans tuning in, the over-8 problem has been rectified. So the pair's now +2 in that regard. So even though naturally it's disappointing, the situation they find themselves in, at least they won't be penalised for the over-8, because that would have been, well, that would have been all they needed.
Out there for 152 overs now.
It's been punishing, hasn't it? And especially that, because beforehand, you could make the argument, well, if the lead was less than 200, at least you can bat, and just hope for the best. Whereas now, 281, that is a colossal lead as Weatherall. That one is aerial. Has it found the gap? It's just fallen short of the onrushing Taylor. But there is an example of what you've just mentioned, Dan. Free hit cricket for the tail ender.
Yeah, and I think that for Tom Taylor, he's covered a bit of ground to get around to it, but he didn't have to carry a huge distance, did he? That's down the ground. That's going to be one bounce for James Sales. But there's some fatigued minds, I think, out there for Worcestershire at the moment. That's fair enough with 151 overs in the field. Just waiting, really, for this Northampton innings to come to an end. They'll be hoping sooner rather than later. Not much else really to report around the other county games. Not a lot has changed since we last spoke about those. Sales up straight. Has he got all of it this time? No, but he's got enough. It's another boundary. Back-to-back fours. Hannon Dalby doing his best this time to keep it inside the rope. Not able to do so. James Sales motoring along.
James Sales, who before that Middlesex game had never scored a career on 150. Now 5 away from going back-to-back.
Yeah,
it's a funny game, isn't it?
It certainly is. One hit away, short leg side. That's going to be another single. Keeps the strike. How important that is or not at this stage of the game, not 100% sure, but 146 for 7. Northants now 5-9-7 for 7, and I think that is the declaration. Well batted, James Sales. Well batted, Northamptonshire. Sales departs, walks off, 146 not out. And the declaration, we've been talking about it for a while, when it's going to come, what it's going to be worth, and it's now. A lead of 291. 5-9-7 for 7. What a performance that is.
Absolutely magnificent from Northamptonshire. Commanding, imperious, and quite simply astonishing. The rate of acceleration that we've just seen there, I'll challenge you to see that level of scoring, especially in the opening 4 rounds. Really has been incredible stuff, and well, that puts them well and truly in command. So we'll take a short breather here in the commentary box, and when we return, we'll be bringing you the action as Worcestershire look to eat into that deficit of 291.
Keeping wicket close to 30%. Opening leading for Worcestershire. Jake Ready and Sanderson.
Welcome back, everybody. We are about to get underway in the third innings here between Northamptonshire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire have got quite a sizable task ahead of them based on that first innings declaration of 597 for 7 for Northamptonshire. So the deficit between the two sides is currently 291 runs. And we've got 14 overs to go until the tea break. 4 slips in place for Northamptonshire. Ben Sanderson with ball in hands from the David Capel end. Dan Latigan and Jake Libby opening the batting for the visitors. This is not going to be impossible. Northamptonshire have certainly given themselves a very good opportunity here. Enough time to go and get a result against Worcestershire. Here we go, Sanderson. Left well alone by Dan Latigan. He got 30 in the first innings, looked pretty good for it. This is well, this is going to be tricky, Mr. Viles.
It is, yep. 14 overs before tea. And with such a large lead as well, the fact is Northamptonshire can afford to be ultra aggressive. You can see this with the slips. Quartet of them alongside McManus. That will be the first runs off the bat here for Latigan. Just a single down towards deep backward square. Harry Conway, the man doing the fielding. Tell you what, he's had a proper rest, hasn't he, Harry Conway? So too has Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, fast bowler's dream, isn't it? Didn't even have to get the pads on. Was able to chill out off in that dressing room from that evening session on day 1 all the way through day 2, nearly through 2 sessions on day 3. What do you get up to during that period of time? You play a bit of darts in the background. Oh, there's a big appeal. There's an inside edge on that from Jake Libby. Sanderson getting this new ball to talk. That's one thing I don't think us club cricketers will ever be able to fathom and figure out, but what it would be like to be at a cricket ground as a cricketer for essentially 4 or 5 sessions and not actually needing to do anything. I don't think we'd ever try and be able to figure that one out. 3 slips for Libby, catcher in at mid-wicket. Jake Libby's away. That will be 4. The new ball, that bit of extra pace running across the outfield. How do Worcestershire go about this? Just bat?
Yep, all they can do.
Bat and see what happens. Too long, really, isn't it? Just to dig in and try and salvage something.
Well, not only that, it's also the deficit itself. It's nearly 300 runs. It's not as though it's 100 runs so you can dig in, and, well, there's no real chance that you'll lose by an innings. The fact is that is a theoretical possibility here. That's bowled in. Ben Sanderson has struck very early in the innings. And Worcestershire lose their first. Jake Libby goes for a 2-ball duck. Worcestershire 1 for 1.
What a start for Ben Sanderson. On the money, just running it back into Jake Libby. Off stump is uprooted out of the ground. The bails sent flying. What a delivery that is. Straight enough. And it's 1 for 1. 5 for 1, in fact, the score.
Oh, of course. Yep. That's me going early.
That's all right. We'll forgive you.
Jake Libby goes for 4 from 3, I should say. That's me getting my eyes done by the scoreboard. But Yeah, I tell you what a start that is for Ben Sanderson. Absolutely terrific. Let's take another look at the delivery. It's one of those, he's angled it back in and it's just tailed back onto the off stump. Really, really good work that from the veteran seamer. Another wicket to add to his tally in 2026. And replay, that seam bowler could watch time and time and time again. Well, that's a huge wicket. Libby, as we know, someone not only a proficient and effective run scorer, but somebody who can dig in, graft away and grind his runs. But his race is run. Scores of 3 in the first innings and 4 in the second as, well, the hero for Worcestershire. It comes out now. It's Gareth Roderick.
Yeah, in at number 3. Similar-ish situation to where he found himself on day 1. Jake Libby going for a low score on Friday morning, going for a low one Sunday afternoon. Huge start, huge breakthrough for Northamptonshire. Brilliant delivery from Ben Sanderson. As you say, just angling the ball in through the air and just shaping away off the seam. Roderick on strike. Left alone, and Northampton's tails are very much up. End of the over, 5 for 1. The wicket of Jake Libby to fall. Clean bowled by Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, great start that from Sanderson. Wicket in his very first over. Also, some good news for fans of Northamptonshire. The Steelbacks women have won as well by 6 wickets down in Bristol. So great starts for the East Midlands County in the One Day Cup. Still 100% unbeaten in that competition as we see Harry Conway begin his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Just get another replay. That delivery from Ben Sanderson. Oh my word. That is terrific.
Yeah, that's what you need here, isn't it? Just enough. Just enough on that line, on that length. Getting the reward with that new ball. Excellent by Ben Sanderson. Can Harry Conway back him up? Keep the pressure on. Latigan on strike. 3 slips in place. He's left alone outside off stump. Bit of extra bounce from Harry Conway will allow you just to leave on length a touch more. Early strike with the new ball for Northamptonshire. 9 wickets to go. 286 runs, the deficit for Worcestershire. Goes Yorker. Yorker's second ball from Conway, just to make sure that Latigan is fully aware and paying attention. Three slips in place for Northants. Vasconcelos, Harrison, Bartlett, 1, 2, and 3. Safe save at deep backward point. McSweeney at cover. Sanderson mid-off. Proctor mid-on. Sales at mid-wicket. And Rafi Weatherall down at fine leg.
It's funny just looking back on the numbers here for Sanderson, because the only thing missing really is a fifer. So in terms of the last 5 matches that he's played against Worcestershire, he's taken a forfeit in 3 of them. Just needs that additional one. Of course, got a forfeit as well in the first innings here in 2026. So it's a county certainly got a track record against.
Latigan gets some runs off the bowling of Harry Conway. Will be a couple down through square leg. He's an exceptional operator, isn't he, Ben Sanderson? An exceptionally skillful, exceptionally talented operator.
Of course, earlier this season brought up, was it 300 wickets? Brilliant, brilliant work.
.300 for Northamptonshire, wasn't it? In
Yeah.
the championship. He's got 434 first-class wickets in his career. 67 list A. 131 in the T20s. .24 5-wicket hauls in the 119 matches that he's played. So far in his career. Nice by Latigan. That looked a dominant block, didn't it? Back to Harry Conway. 7 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, very confident indeed. It's a real test as well, this, for young Latigan. Someone who, as we know, likes to play his shots. Played some stunning and very stylish ones in the first innings for his 32. Needs something a lot more substantial than that, though, if Worcestershire are to salvage this game, and it is a salvage job at this point. Still trailed by 284. I mean, yes, 7 for 1, but realistically in the game, they're minus 284 for 1 in the innings itself as a result of that big deficit. Here is Sanderson again then. It's time to Roderick. Short leg also in play here for Sanderson. Along with the fielder at short mid-wicket, Safe Sabe, just there on one of the practice pitches.
Obviously just thinking that Roderick may push at these a touch hard early in his innings. Try and get that inside edge with that fraction of lateral movement that Sanderson's been able to extract here. And of course, Northamptonshire are very much on the attack, aren't they? They're hunting for these wickets. They want those catches in place. Sanderson bowling very straight, targeting the stumps, bringing LBW bold, caught into the equation. Every mode of dismissal is up for grabs here for Ben Sanderson. But let's not forget just how brilliant Gareth Roderick was on day one in similar circumstances. Lost an early wicket, under pressure, a phenomenally good innings. One that may not be enough when we come around to the close of this game. Oh, it's a beauty. He does play and miss at that one. But impressive, mightily impressive nonetheless.
I just think without those runs, 155, Worcestershire would be in an even bigger spot of bother. So, no, he certainly played his role in the first knock, but yeah, he's got to produce something probably similar, it has to be said. Maybe not in terms of the style in which he brought it about, but with regards to the actual size of the innings itself, Worcestershire need a couple of centurions.
Oh, it's gone through James Sales. Played in the air deliberately by Gareth Roderick. James Sales took a couple of screamers in there against Middlesex a couple of weeks ago. Cannot hold on to that one. Gone straight through him. Roderick gets 2.
That was an opportunity, wasn't it, for Sales? Admittedly a tough one. It is strange, though, isn't it? The consistency with which short leggers come into a factor so far, early days for Northamptonshire. She's had a couple of dismissals in that region in the Middlesex game, and almost one right there for Sales again.
Yeah, end of the over, dot ball to finish. 9 for 1. 3 overs done now. Still got 43 overs remaining in the day's play. A lot of cricket to be played.
Well, that's why that acceleration was so important, because this now is a colossal lead, still over 280 at this stage. And in addition to that, in the game as a whole, you've got almost 140 overs with which to try and force home a positive result. So, yeah, full credit to Sales and to McManus.
Certainly an exciting bowler here. Harry Conway just gets that bit of extra zip out of the surface. Tall guy. I think the big question here for Northants will be how big of a role, how big of an impact can Calvin Harrison have on this game? He will bowl. He'll bowl a lot, I think, in this third innings. What can he muster up? It'll be this evening. It'll be in the evening session. He won't get a bowl before tea, I wouldn't have thought. And down the leg sides and into the gloves of McManus. But I think there'll be a bit of pressure on the Northants number 3 and the leg spinner. Not necessarily from bat, but just in expectation. Or optimism, hope, maybe not expectation.
No, I think expectation would be the right word. The fact is, it's why he's been brought into the club. He is the X factor with the wrist spin. But the good news here, it's in a positive way. It's expectation of, look, we've got a chance here. We can win this game. It's not an expectation of Calvin save the game for us. It's Calvin win us the match alongside Conway and Sanderson. I mean, those two bowled very well on day one. So far, it's been another tidy start. No looseness as of yet, really. Oh, is that one? Goes down the leg side. But it comes back to what we've said for the opening few matches for Northamptonshire. It cannot just rely on Sanderson and Conway. This is going to be a team effort, whether that is Harrison or Proctor or Sales or Zabe or Weatherall. Someone else has got to step up alongside these two if Northants are to go on and push for the win.
Yeah, you're right. They're going to need backing up, aren't they? As the sun just starts to break through the clouds here above the county ground. Be a few more spectators in the gates tomorrow, hunting a Northamptonshire victory. 3 draws so far for Northamptonshire in the championship. On the leg side again. Good take by McManus. End of the order finish. Maiden for Harry Conway. 9 for 1 after 4.
So far, it's been a lot more watchful, hasn't it, from Latigan, as we'd probably expect. Very different scenario to what faced him on Friday morning. A real challenge, a real battle here against 2 high-quality seam bowlers in Sanderson and Harry Conway. Sanderson it'll be then, from the David Capel end.
Roderick dead bat Sanderson into the offside for a single. Score moves up to 10.
Well, for these two, that will be the first mission, the first aim, the first objective. See off the new ball. Just dig in. Let this case, it's not even a case of, well, let's hit a couple of boundaries to put the pressure back on, because they're a long way from being under the pump here, Northamptonshire. 4 wickets away then for Sanderson.
Yeah, still a lot of cricket to go though, isn't there? 9 and a bit overs to go until the tea break. Can they see the shine off the ball? Can they get it to go soft? Certainly becomes easier the older this ball gets. If you're going to strike, it feels like if you're going to strike and pick up a series of wickets, you're doing it with the new ball. You're doing it with the new ball. You're doing it fresh after a session has started. If you can get through those 2 periods of play, life seems to get a little bit more straightforward here in Northampton. The difference, I think, between the 2 sides with ball in hand will be the variety, though, won't it? Yes, it's right arm over for the seamers, but you've got that taller character in Conway. You've got that swing and seam bowler in Sanderson. Then you go into the wrist spin of Harrison. You've got the left arm orthodox of Safe Save. You've got a bit of off spin from Nathan McSweeney. A bit of extra pace from Weatherall. Nicely played off the tiptoes of Latigan. It's going to be 4 as it races across the square. First boundary for the young Worcestershire opener. He moves to 7. And of course, you've got that slingy, skiddy action of Luke Proctor to contend with as well. It is a bit more varied.
It is, 100%. Because as you've said, it's not just the fact that you've got different archetypes of bowlers. The bowlers who have even got the same kind of style do it in a different manner. So Proctor is a very different proposition to, let's say, a Conway or a Weatherall or even a James Sales. The fact is, yes, they are all right arm over, but the fact is they're very, very different seam bowlers. So, yeah, that variety is probably what sets aside the 2 sides and the respective bowling attacks. I feel like the wrist spin is going to be absolutely crucial. So we see a dot ball to round out the over. Worcestershire are 14 for 1 after 5. And either way, even if these next 9 overs don't produce any more wickets for Northamptonshire, they will be over the moon. See the back of Jake Libby for 4. As we said, very dangerous operator, someone who can easily see the shine off the new ball and bat for hours upon hours upon hours. He will play no further parts with the bat in hand.
Slightly over pitched by Conway. Can't get down to it. Down the ground by Roderick. Nicely played. 4 runs added for Worcestershire's number 3. Moves to 7. Nice shot. Punchy.
And well controlled as well. Didn't overhit the cricket ball, did Roderick. Sets himself early for the shot. Head nice and still. Follows through thoroughly as well.
Response just hangs it a bit wider. Keeps a fraction low. No harm done though. Plenty of encouragement out there from the Northants teammates. It does feel, though, that Roderick has an answer on this pitch, doesn't it? Done very well in the first innings.
Well, in that first innings, he looked completely unbothered, unflustered, very calm, controlled at the crease. So far, very similar in the approach. He's got a very interesting stance as well, hasn't he, Gareth Roderick? It's a very pronounced leg stump guard, and he just takes a little step over before meeting the ball. Then again, there's room for individuality in cricket. That's the lovely thing about this sport. That isn't just with the bat either. Like we said, with the ball. Even with the gloves as well. Different styles of keepers.
Slight delay in play. It's down in those seats beneath us at the Lynn Wilson Centre end, but we're back. We're good to go. 3 slips still in place. On the money. End of the over. Dot ball to finish. 18 for 1 after 6 overs now. Watchful start.
It is, and it's also been a very good start from Conway and Sanderson. So not really anything too loose, too wide, anything that these two can latch upon just to get them a little bit of extra confidence. Just hitting their lines, hitting their lengths. Very easy thing to say in theory, a lot harder to do in practicality. 4 slips still awaits in the cordon here for Ben Sanderson.
Lovely shot. Driven on the up by Dan Latigan. Don't think that'll go for 4 as McSweeney gives chase. Now settle on 2. No need to do anything particularly silly here for Worcestershire. Take the 2 runs. Latigan moves to double figures. Nicely played once again. Chase on for McSweeney. Another couple of runs. Quite excited to see an innings here from Dan Latigan. Someone that people speak very, very highly of. Certainly didn't see the best of him in that first innings. Fortune for Latigan. Inside edge into the pad. Just evading off stump and knocking the bails off.
A funny moment there as well with Safe Sabe. It's testing though, isn't it, this from Ben Sanderson? And even that right there, just the one which is tailing slightly back in. And what does he follow that one up with?
Beautiful, beautiful response, beautiful delivery from Ben Sanderson. Harrison can't quite believe that didn't draw a shot. Great leave by Dan Latigan.
Well, that in itself is going to be an important factor for this innings for Worcestershire. It's going to be judgment. That is a skill. It's an art form in itself, knowing when to leave the ball. That'll be a dot ball to end the over. So 7 have been bowled here in Worcestershire's second. The pairs are 22 for 1. Latigan on 11, Roderick on 7. A resumption for Conway from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Just with regards to the other games as well, Dan, it's been a while since we've had a score update from around the grounds. Maybe we can do that towards the end of this over. As we said, plenty of action taking place up and down the country in round 5 as Conway bowls here to Roderick. Oh, and that one has just gone over the top of the outstretched hands of the slip. They'll race away for 4. Roderick, well, showcasing something we didn't really see in his first innings. That's playing the ball with hard hands.
A bit of fortune involved. Was just out of reach, wasn't it, for George Bartlett there at third slip. Crashed off into the boards in front of the members. Moves to 11. Halfway through this mini session before tea.
Well, yeah, we'll definitely do some scores on the doors at the end of this over. Just taking a look at what's happened down in Southampton. That's going to be very interesting. Same with Taunton as well. As for the games in Division 2, well, a little bit more in the balance. Kent, in fairness, digging away well. Chris Benjamin and Joey Everson, those two, batting for the White Horse at the minute. Well bowled again by Conway. Well, he's targeted the stumps back to back there. Here's Conway. But just dragging Roderick a little bit wider. Question here for Roderick. Will it be a case of 3 in a row? They're tailing back in, or will he just decide to shape one away? Changing the field as well. James Sales pushed out towards deep square leg. Long leg also in play on the leg side. 3 slips of weight in the cordon. one well played by Roderick. Pushes it really into the offside for no run. Another change in the field as well as Rafi Weatherall gets pushed out to deep backward point. Very straight, angled in towards the stumps to round out the over. 4 runs from it. Worcestershire 26 for 1 after 8. West Midlands side still trail by 265. So, yeah, why don't we take you through those scores on the doors from around the county grounds? We'll start here in Division 2. Why not? Where you can see that Worcestershire, of course, battling away at the county ground. As for the game taking place down in Canterbury, Kent are 198 for 6 in their second innings. They lead Derbyshire by 246 runs with 4 wickets still in the shed. As for the game taking place in the nation's capital, Durham are 339 for 5 in response to Middlesex's 430 all outs. In the big story there, centuries for Emilio Gay and David Beddingham. Sanderson bowls here to Latigan. Leaves that one well alone. As for Division 1, well, there have been quite a few wickets. Hampshire have just been bowled out for 214 at the Utility Bowl. So they trail Glamorgan by 322 runs. So you'd imagine that they'll be forced to follow on. Speaking of counties who are currently following on, Leicestershire 123 for 3. Still trail Nottinghamshire by 59 runs with 7 wickets still remaining. Latigan deflects that out to square leg for 1. As for the game taking place in the West Country, Yorkshire 238 for 6 in their second innings against league leaders Somerset. Joe Root has gone for 64. Wharton also gone for 92. So George Hill and former Somerset man Don Bess looking to dig in at the Cooper Associates County ground. The final game in South London, Surrey 564 for 7. They now lead Sussex by 206. So those are your scores on the doors. How it's looking up and down the country in what is a bumper 5th round. Suppose in Division 1, Hampshire and Yorkshire already in a spot of bother.
Yeah, Hampshire in particular. Well, Yorkshire, I mean, kind of have an opportunity down there at Taunton, don't they? But Hampshire really stand out as a team that's really struggling. Change of leadership over the winter, wasn't it? From A.D. Birrell to Russell Domingo. Just looked like a team that's just missing a couple of batters in that top 6. I know Jake Lehman's not around this week, but obviously James Vince retiring from first-class cricket for a period of time. Leaves a big hole, doesn't it, in that middle order. No Dawson this week either.
Sanderson again. Another dot ball. Yeah, completely agree with that analysis of Hampshire. I mean, Lehman's had a really good start. He has been very, very good. Not his first rodeo in county cricket. Previously played for Yorkshire a few years back, but even so, after a few years away from playing in the Championship, he's done a very good job. In his absence, does look at least a couple light. Of course, up the top, they haven't even used Ali Orr. So we See the end of the over. 9 have been bowled in the innings. Worcestershire are 27 for 1. So for these two, first marker, survive until tea.
Well, they've completed one part of the battle. They've sent off Harry Conway for this shorter spell. He's going to get replaced by Rafi Wetherall from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So Worcestershire can kind of take that as a little win, can't they? In this run in towards tea. They've got 5 overs to go through to see off the Australian. Short spell.
Yeah, took the 1 wicket, didn't he? In the first innings, did Wetherall. Latigan leaves that one rather extravagantly alone outside the off stump. Yeah, that's of Tom Taylor. Caught by Lewis McManus, the keeper. Roderick and Latigan just having a bit of a word with one another. Good to see that from Roderick. I mean, Latigan has no shortage of talent, we all know that, but probably hasn't experienced this situation as of yet, where the deficit is so enormous. Still loads of cricket remaining, not only in the day, but in the game. He does well there to ride the bounce. Carves it away to Sanderson for 1.
Yeah, as you say, he's got someone to lean on there. He's got someone to help him through it, but there's so much time left in the game. I know his natural style is maybe slightly more aggressive than others, but you almost just have to play cricket, don't you, at this stage? I know that sounds so simple and not particularly the most descriptive piece of commentary in the world, but I think if you go out there and the likelihood of you being able to dig in for 145 overs would be a remarkable effort. It's almost a case of going, well, if you think there's an opportunity to score, you've got to take the chance. You can't just hang around. Don't get me wrong, you don't want to be caught at third slip flashing at one outside off stump for the sake of it, but I don't necessarily think that the time left in the game goes into the, well, just shut up shop and we'll shake hands tomorrow evening.
No, that's good from Gareth Roderick. Rotating the strike, drops it into the onside for 1. Well, that's what we said earlier, the fact that there would be a potential to be in a real spot of bother if, let's say, Worcestershire were 7-8 wickets down, still trading by 50. You do need to score the runs as well. The fact is, they are firmly behind the 8 ball here. It's shorter from Wetherall. That'll be a dot ball to finish up the over. 10 have gone. Worcestershire are 29 for 1, still trail by 262. Will still be Sanderson from the David Capel end. Three slips, short leg, short mid wicket. Fielder extra cover, wideish mid on and backward point. Just go for a proper stroll, doesn't he, Gareth Roderick? In between deliveries here. Just walked beyond the path there of James Sales at short leg. Roderick that time pushes it confidently wide of Zabe for one. Different approach here to Latigan. No short leg. 4 slips though. Oh, huge shout there for Sanderson, maybe Heights. Well, big appeal, wasn't it, from the Northamptonshire fielders?
Huge appeal. Big appeal. We'll get an opportunity to have a look back at it in a moment, but just running back in towards Latigan. He's taking some time here just to gather his thoughts before he goes back to the middle. Sharp work by Safe Save. Yeah, in the knee roll, wasn't it? So, and he's a tall cricketer, Dan Latigan. I don't know whether you spotted Safe Save, just got the stumps down from 4th slip, just in case Latigan had taken a wander off. Convincing appeal, big appeal though for Northamptonshire. Sanderson back in again and on the money, challenging those front pads.
Wonder if potentially as well, just the stride to his left also maybe put some indecision with regards to impact. Admittedly, we are not in the best place to call that straight away. So apologies if you're looking at the pictures and going, what on earth are these two on about?
It was a nice team appeal though, wasn't it? Everybody went up.
Well, the energy level should be high here for Northamptonshire. No excuse to go quiet. No excuse for the body language to change. You see the end of the over. 11 have been bowled. Worcestershire are 30 for 1. Will be a continuation of Weatherall. Still though, Sanderson again. Well, we really do run out of adjectives to describe just how proficient he is with the red ball in hand. Master of his craft. Someone who season in, season out delivers the goods for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Really has been a fine servant to the East Midlands County. Here is Weatherall.
Quick single taken to McSweeney. Well picked up, shy at the stumps. Roderick adds another single to his score.
And yet again, I know it's still early days here for Gareth Roderick, but looks so measured, doesn't he? Feels like he's got extra time to see that cricket ball, and that's always the sign of a good cricketer. Weatherall here then to the left-handed Latigan. That one too straight. Easy pickings to Proctor for 1. Just looking over there to the slips. Calvin Harrison just doing a few light stretches.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Sanderson has bowled 6 overs, so you could see him bowl 7, but do they want a different look for 6 deliveries? I would imagine Sanderson will bowl from the David Capel end, but maybe Harrison gets the last over before tea from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
No, it wouldn't be. Well, I think his movements here in the slips cordon in this over will indicate whether or not we'll see him on the stroke of tea. He is someone who does warm up rather vigorously before coming on to bowl. He's definitely getting the shoulders loose, though. Flanagan leaves that one. Good judgment again from the left-hander. Yeah, something tells me that we are going to see Harrison on the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's not someone to stretch for the sake of it. Usually indicates that he's the next man on, which I wouldn't mind at all. Nice bit of carry there as well for Ben Sanderson.
There's a few footholds, isn't there, as we look down towards the David Capel end from our commentary box position that he's got to bowl into. A massive opportunity to get a bucket load of wickets, isn't there? And win a game of cricket for Northamptonshire.
It's always funny watching the rest of the slips as well. So George Bartlett there, just been practicing some imaginary catches. Vasconcelos not really doing too much at first slip. And obviously Harrison going through his warm-ups. So that one's short. Made a real thud. I think that may have come off the helmet there of Latigan.
Yeah, surprise bumper from Sanderson. Doesn't bowl them very often, does he? That one's a bit slippery, though, and it's just rushed Latigan. Well, rushed him or got through it early. I'm not sure which of the two there, but we will carry on.
Yeah, the umpire there just asking if it did make contact with the helmet. It didn't. The initial reaction, of course, in those situations with the bumper, especially when it made that big thud. Just taking a second look on that one. I think it may have just come off the shoulder.
I thought it came off the toe end of the bat. It kind of sounded a bit woody through our microphone outside the commentary box door.
Well, either way, no harm done to Latigan, thankfully. As we expected, as a result of the warm-ups, it will be Calvin Harrison who comes on to bowl what should be the final over before tea. So Worcestershire 32 for 1. In response to what was a barnstorming start to the afternoon session set up by James Sales and an informed Lewis McManus. Worcestershire, they've just got to scrap away and dig in as best as they can.
Yeah, and it feels like this over could really set the tone for Calvin Harrison for the rest of the day, doesn't it, as well? If he lands 6 good ones here, that'll be a lot of confidence for the leg spinner going into the evening session. I suspect it would be Sanderson and Conway to start after tea, but I kind of feel if these come out the hand nicely for Harrison, that will make him feel a lot better. He wasn't at his best on day one, had a little bit of a temper tantrum at a point, didn't he, as well? This a good over here will go a long way.
The first one goes for a single. And this, for me, is going to be the really interesting matchup because there's a little bit of rough outside the off stump of the left-handed Latigan. In the first couple of days, there wasn't dramatic levels of turn and bite and bounce. Has got short leg in play. Another change in the field here as well.
Inviting Latigan to play against the spin, aren't they? By moving Sanderson over to the leg side.
Harrison happy with his field. It's a testing delivery first up. Get more alterations and adjustments. Nathan McSweeney comes over from the leg side. He goes to where Conway was positioned. Oh, massive shout there for Harrison, maybe. Just inside edge onto that one, judging by the immediate reaction.
Yeah, it was stifled pretty quickly, but exciting for Calvin Harrison that there is purchase outside the off stump of Dan Latigan. I think they're going to call for another set of protective equipment. Another fielder up under the bat for the last 3 deliveries. Probably a bit of theatre here as well. Just make Dan Latigan kind of think a little bit more about it for a bit longer.
That's Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's under the helmet. Really getting in the eye line of the youngster. The bottom hand comes into play.
Roderick's not done his batting partner any favours there, I don't think. It would have been an easy one to Luke Proctor, which would have taken the left-handed latter hand down to the non-striker's end and would have made the end of this over a little bit more straightforward for Worcestershire. Final delivery of the afternoon session.
Full toss, negotiated by Latigan, and that will be the end of the afternoon session. Tea has been taken here at Wantage Road. Worcestershire are 33 for 1, 14 overs into their second innings. They still trail Northamptonshire by 258. So we shall take a short break ourselves here in the commentary box, and when we return, we'll provide you all of the action as we get underway in the evening session.
The runs are flowing at the overs, 650 for 7 against Sussex, leading by 257. Kent's 229 for 6 at Kent's 2 and 7 innings against Derbyshire, leading by 277. And the Lords of Team in Durham, 367 for 5 against Middlesex, they trail by 63. And in the Williams Metro Bank Holiday Cup League 2, good news for Northampton supporters, the Northampton still have to beat Worcestershire and Bristol for 6 weeks. Congratulations once again to the Steel Maxwell for the victory over Worcestershire for silver this afternoon. A reminder that the Steel Maxwell County last campaign begins for our men's team on Friday, May 22nd. They'll play for Rotherham here at the county ground on that date. We've still got time to secure your ticket with the CCC. You match online at www.ncc.co.uk/glass. And tickets are still on sale for tonight's national cricket at the county ground. England will play New Zealand will win it for one day international here on Wednesday, May 13th. Tickets priced £10 for juniors, £20 for adults. Start time at 1 p.m. And those tickets are available online at www.ncc.co.uk/WODI.
Wow.
This match is about to resume. Umpire Sue Redford, Neil Frank. Your match referee is Steve Radish. Your score is Super Reporter and Terry Oak. Well done on the field, captained by Luke Rothesay. And keeping wicket, Lewis McManus. Luke Rothesay is sponsored by Lewis McManus is sponsored by Travel.
Good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to the county grounds. We are just about ready to get underway for the evening session here on day 3 in this 2026 Rothesay County Championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Worcestershire. In their second innings, Worcestershire are 33 for 1. The wicket to fall was that of Jake Libby, off the bowling of Ben Sanderson. The visitors are up against it a fraction. Trailed by 258 runs with 9 second innings wickets remaining. Harry Conway is going to get a change of ends. He's going to replace Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end. So we seem to start from the top with Gareth Roderick on strike. No helmets out on the field, Aaron, so looks like it could be seen from both ends.
Yep.
Potentially.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, doesn't it? Maybe Conway and Weatherall. Here is Conway.
3 slips in place. And a bit of a push drive by Roderick. A very quick single taken. Jeez, that would have been close, wouldn't it, if that was a direct hit? Is it McSweeney running around from mid-on? Wow. Well, that's a bit of pressure, I think, showing on the partnership.
It is. You can see what they're trying to do there. Start off on the right foot after tee's been taken, but goodness me, I don't think they realised just how shallow that went. It felt as though once it had beaten the outstretched hand of Conway, maybe it was going to go a little bit further, but, well, the fielder was on that in a flash. That would have been very close.
Yeah, direct hit would have been, I think it would have been close at both ends as well. I think Latigan was just really reaching for his grounds. He's on strike now, 2 slips and a gully. Bartlett's moved from 3rd slip to gully. Just evades the pair of them. Rafi Weatherall tidy that one up. But then Rafi Weatherall's not in a position to think he's going to be bowling the next over. He's at backward point. God, this is interesting, isn't it, Aaron?
It is.
Dealer's choice here. Who are we thinking? James Sales, he's currently down on the boundary rope at deep square. Ben Sanderson's at long leg, so well, it does look like he's got a pullover on. God, the fun of trying to guess. Conway on the money. The long follow through from the big Australian. 36 for 1 the score. We are powered on the live stream at Steelbacks TV by Daffabet. You live and free coverage of the Championship, the Blast, and the One Day Cup all the way through the summer. There'll be a bit of a break, won't there, on the stream at the end of this game, as Northamptonshire's next 2 Championship fixtures are both away from home. Derbyshire next weekend. And then I'd have to consult my notes for the weekend afterwards. I've got a feeling it might be a trip to Gloucester. But I'm not 100% sure. And it's not that important at the moment either. And we'll be back here on the 22nd of May for the start of the Blast. The Steelbacks are back in action. Oh, it's a beauty from Conway. Latigan has a play and miss at that one.
Yep, you're bang on. So Derbyshire in round 6, followed by Gloucestershire at Bristol in round 7. And of course, after that, well, it's the start of the Blast. The opener right here at the County Ground, Northampton.
Blast off.
Yes, blast off. It is blast off against Glamorgan. Yeah, that will be a really, really good fixture to kickstart the campaign.
Big drive from Dan Latigan. Conway just pushes it fuller at the end of the over, evades everything. Dot ball to finish, 36 for 1, 15 overs complete in the innings now.
And it looks as though it will be Rafi Weatherall. Indeed it will be. Just hands the sun hat to the standing umpire. Just looking back at that shot as well. I mean, this isn't Latigan's natural game, is it? To be 16 from 51. He wants the feel of bat on ball. He wants to be getting those boundaries, as we saw in the first innings, as we saw against the likes of Derbyshire and Kent as well. So this is a challenge. This is where he either has to go, in his mind, he goes, I'm just going to play my natural game, or I'm going to reel it in. I'll be happy to maybe have a succession of dot balls, providing I've got a pressure release at the end.
Single taken. Easy one. No fielder close on the leg side.
See, it's a different story for Roderick, though, because for Gareth Roderick, I've seen him dig in the past, whether that's been for Gloucestershire or indeed for Worcestershire.
On Friday.
Yep. Yeah, very recent history in that capacity. So, I mean, for him, he'll be completely unfazed about just batting for time. For Latigan, though, a little bit of a novel approach here with regards to professional cricket.
Yep. Looks strong, looks organised, though, doesn't he, in defence? As you say, the battle is going to be as much of anything as a test of patience for Latigan. As you said, 16 off 52 is not his preferred method of operation with a cricket bat in hand. He wants to get after bowlers. He wants to impose himself, wants to express himself. It's a different game to play here. 37 for 1. He's on 16. 3 slips in place for Rafi Weatherall. Oh, and there's a bit of extra lift, bit of extra bounce. Really playing much of a shot at that one. Got himself stuck in a bit of two minds between leaving and playing. As I say, there is always and also conversation to play your natural game in this situation, because there is so much cricket to be played here. So much cricket to be played, and if you get caught in your minds of leaving and playing like we saw in that previous delivery from Dan Latigan, that one just goes down the leg side and frustration continues to build. That's when you start getting those voices on the shoulders. If you're playing your natural game, take away those moments of indecision. He's almost trying to play a Gareth Roderick innings, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he hasn't yet in the game got that ability to drop and run and find those dead bat it like Roderick has. It's muscled off the hip. It will be a 1. I suspect that's going to be a lot to do with the technique of Latigan. You mentioned about the fact he's a bit of a southpaw batter. He's got a strong bottom hand. To have that strength in the bottom hand and then try and decelerate the bat through the ball path to drop it into the off or leg side to take a single becomes a little bit more complicated than Roderick's top hand game that's just able just to rotate the wrist slightly, decelerate at the correct point. Obviously going to be playing on top of the bounce. I kind of see Roderick as a guy that just doesn't absorb many dot balls. Just takes a big flash at that one.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm a bit confused by the approach in that over from the from the pair of them. Like, that was uncharacteristic from Roderick. Maybe that's how he sees it, as maybe just relieving the pressure on Latigan, but I don't really think that's the right style. Especially given how wide that was. That was probably a 6th, if not a 7th stump line. There's no need whatsoever to be throwing the hands at that. So I think the pair of them just need to calm it down. The fact is they've got plenty of time, plenty of time. And I go back to something that Dr. Jane Powell says an awful lot up at Yorkshire. You can only impact the game as long as you're still out there. And that's what they've got to think. I mean, their wickets now are valuable. They are a commodity for Worcestershire. They're not in a position where they're chasing the game to win it. You've got to bat, and bat for a long time.
That's gone. Latigan goes. Conway gets the outside edge. A feather through to McManus. A great take from the keeper. And the breakthrough is made. The partnership is broken. 38 for 2, and the big Aussie strikes.
Beautiful bowling that, isn't it, from Harry Conway. That nice high release point generates the additional lift and bounce, and in the end just deviates straight into the path of McManus, who takes a simple catch to his left. Big moment, that. Huge, huge wicket for Northamptonshire to get, and already Worcestershire 2 down. So far from ideal starts for the visitors as they look to dig in and graft away. But you could just see throughout that innings, Latigan did not look comfortable. In the previous over, he went for quite a long stroll out towards square leg, shaking the head. The body language, you could see he was frustrated. And I think that right there, well, can't really do tons about that. He's actually held the line, but it's not been the innings that he would have hoped for.
No, not at all. I think you made a really good point at the end of that last over, the fact that it almost looked like Roderick was playing a Latigan innings and Latigan was playing a Roderick innings. But I'm sure the young Dan Latigan will learn from this experience. We'll take those minutes and moments that he's had here at Wantage Road in this scenario, take them away, learn from them. 38 for 2. Adam Hose, the new man for Worcestershire, in at number 4. 2 wickets falling to the seamers. 16 overs old. Yes, Duke's cricket ball, but a bit of extra bounce from Conway, proving to be tricky. 3 slips in place for Adam Hose.
Well, this is another big test as well for Adam Hose, because so far this season he's had a few starts, and a little bit like we saw the previous over with Roderick chasing a wide one. He's done that on a couple of occasions. He's another batter who likes the feel of bat on ball, scoring those early boundaries as he leaves that bumper well alone. Another one who likes to score through mid-wicket, through the covers. Got very strong bottom hand, so it allows him to generate that additional power, additional flow through his shot. But this all comes down to patience and temperament. And these two are very experienced. Hose now has been playing county cricket for over a decade. Previously played for Somerset, of course. Played many a season for Warwickshire. Roderick previously for Gloucestershire. They've got to identify this situation now and protect the middle order as best as they can.
Yeah, I see it slightly differently. I just think with the amount of time left in the game, the deficit that there is between the two counties, it's still, I mean, what is it still? It's still 253. I just think they've got to play cricket. If it's not the weekend in Northampton for Worcestershire this time around, it's not the weekend for Worcestershire this time around. There is so much cricket left to be played, or to be played in this innings. What would we like to have here? 146 over innings, didn't we? If it were to go right the way to the very end of it.
Yes.
146 overs left in the game when Worcestershire started this innings. I mean, that is a remarkably long period of time without then thinking that they were 300 runs behind to start it.
I understand that point, Dan, but again, it just comes down to width. That's the problem. I'm seeing too many shots here where they're throwing hard hands at the wide one. That's better from Adam Hose. I completely agree. If it's full, it's straight. It's there to go through mid-wicket. Go for it.
Well, I'd say throwing your hands at a wide one would be reckless. I wouldn't have necessarily said that would just be batting. So I agree with that point. I don't necessarily think dig-in cricket is the way to go, particularly with that leg spinner of Harrison, that if it is a case of, well, we're just surviving, you're going to be surrounded by fielders. Pitch has shown a little bit of up and down as Hose gets off the mark. Good single for Northants was the call, because it will keep Hose on strike. End of a successful over. Round of applause for Harry Conway. He got the wicket of Dan Latigan. It's 39 for 2 after 17.
Yep, and it will still be Weatherall from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Seems still playing a large and major role here for Luke Proctor. Of course, we yet to see Proctor himself in this innings. He'll be another challenge for Worcestershire to try and negotiate. A little bit skiddier, zippier off the surface, lower in trajectory compared to, well, certainly Harry Conway, who generates steepling bounce by comparison. Very good start, though, isn't it, for Northants? Really good start. Sanderson and Conway, yet again this season, setting the standards.
Yeah, leading by example. Sanderson now, I mean, where does that put him amongst the leading wicket takers in Division 2? Puts him on 19, maybe 20 actually. I don't know whether that's updated to include the one that he's taken in this innings. But you've currently got James Anderson on 23, Ben Rain on 21. And then Sanderson on either 19 or 20. Harry Conway hot on his heels with 18 or 19 wickets as well. Great shot, well stopped by Luke Proctor. And a wide mid-on, bit of muscle, bit of bottom hand.
He is on 19. Yeah, because he got 4 in the first innings here.
Yep.
Plus that 1. Previously was on 14. Yeah, to double check that myself. Already taken a couple of 5s, hasn't he? This season as Sanderson. Those ones coming in the season opener against Lancashire. The next one against Middlesex. How he'd love to continue that trend of taking a 5-for in every home match of the campaign so far. Just knows this ground so well, doesn't he? Very wily and canny operator. Find something where very few others can.
Yeah, and he's not had a lot to work with here in Northampton in 2026, but what he has found. It's a very good delivery from Rafi Weatherall. Drifting into the stumps, challenging Adam Hose on the front foot. 39 for 2. Slight change in the field. They won't be upset here if Hose manages to find a single. I'll quite enjoy bowling at the new man, the Worcestershire number 4. Final ball of Weatherall's over. And he does get the single turned into the leg side. 1 to finish, 40 for 2 after 18.
Yeah, I must admit, I don't think Adam Hose will be too phased by that particular style of bowling that Weatherall's going for there. Going very full, very straight. It's an area of strength for the pair's number 4. As we said, loves to score those runs through mid-wicket. Also allows him to just turn it away, square of the wicket as well. I think for me, you've got to go a little bit more in the corridor. But on that 4th stump line, maybe look to shape it away. He's a very talented individual, is Adam Hose, but sometimes he is prone to just throwing the hands.
Watchful so far. Quick update from the Oval. Surrey have been bowled out for 622. So Sussex's innings is due to resume at, well, almost immediately. They'll have a lead or a deficit, whichever way you look at it, of 264 runs between the two counties at the Oval.
Something else to just speak about from that game. What a moment that is for Adam Thomas. Century on first-class debut for the Brown Caps. That one well worked into that gap towards mid-wicket from Adam Hose.
Yeah, finished on 120. Before being bowled by James Coles.
Someone to watch out for, isn't he? Adam Thomas, alongside the likes of Ralphie Albert as well.
Just one of those, isn't it? Is how limited are your opportunities at a county like Surrey with the players that they've got, and particularly with the players that they've got that now you would say aren't in immediate contention for England's call-ups. That middle order looks terrifyingly strong. But with Ollie Pope, Dan Lawrence taking 2 of the spots straight away, the 2 opening spots are locked in as well.
Yep.
Ben Folkes to come back.
Jamie Smith.
You'd say he would be. You'd say he'd still be in around that England 11, wouldn't you?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were just on about general.
No, yeah, well, yeah.
Sorry,
but more often than not, a lot of those Surrey players in the past have departed for England international cricket at points to free up opportunities for others. This year might not be quite so simple. All bowled. Harry Conway again.
But someone else who always tends to deliver for Surrey, I think he goes under the radar, is Ryan Patel.
Yeah.
Ryan Patel, every single year when called upon, seems to pop up with at least 2 or 3 centuries. So it is ridiculous strength in depth, isn't it? But the problem for Surrey so far this season has been the bowling. We've even seen that in this game with that partnership between Carson and Ollie Robinson. So, yeah, that one far from over in South London. Yeah, they have got a real knack and talent for producing good players on the pathway.
They do. A few other games obviously going on in Division 1. Hampshire are 35 for 2 in their second innings. They trail Glamorgan still by 287. Yorkshire have a lead of 161 against Somerset. They're 273 for 6. And Leicestershire are 135 for 6. They still trail Nottinghamshire by 47 in the third innings of that fixture. Top of the bounce, Roderick just drops it in the offside and takes the single. In Division 2, down at Canterbury, Kent are still going, and they've had a brilliant partnership between Joey Everson and Chris Benjamin. They now have a lead of 306 against Derbyshire. They're 255 for 6. So a massive response and turnarounds for Kent on the back of the way that they started this season. And Durham are still going, still in arrears of Middlesex's first innings score of 430. They're 395 for 5. David Bedingham is 140 not out. So obviously tough and challenging conditions down at Lords. And you look at that fixture and you think that's going to be incredibly hard for anything other than a draw to happen at Lords between Middlesex and Kent. So that'll be interesting to keep an eye on for the table going forward here in Division 2. Kent looking very good against Derbyshire, which from the start of the season that we've had won't necessarily affect Kent much in terms of the table, but back-to-back defeats for Derbyshire might take these teams that we've been speaking about that would be in contention for promotion to Division 1 from 6 down to 5, particularly in the fashion that they were against the two bottom teams as well, Gloucestershire. And obviously it's not over yet. It's not over yet, but Kent are looking like they're putting themselves in a very good position. Rafi Weatherall continuing here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Turned off the knee roll for a single. You'd say it's only a matter of time before Nottinghamshire secure victory at Grace Road, whether it's by an innings or whether they've just got a small total to chase down. Johnny Tattersall and Ben Green are in the middle for the Foxes. Josh Davey, Ajaz Patel and Josh Hull to round the 11 out there for Leicestershire. Glamorgan looking very, very well placed down on the south coast against Hampshire. So Hampshire have got themselves in a real spot of bother at 36 for 2. Another single taken. No risk of a second. And Somerset will be pretty happy at the position that they find themselves in. Target of 163 at the moment, and they've just picked up another wicket. Yorkshire are now 279 for 7.
It is a strange one, isn't it, with Yorkshire, because on paper, that is such a strong team, especially that middle order, and the top order, actually, for that matter. It's a good ball from Weatherall. Drilled down to mid-on for no run. With the likes of Lythe and Bean. I know Wharton was in the runs.
Yeah, he got 92.
Of course, a certain Joe Root.
He's not bad, is he? He's handy. No. Bairstow.
Revis as well. Revis last season had a great campaign.
I always find it interesting with... I found it particularly interesting this year, actually, with the role of your classical rounder in these 11s. Like George Hill last year had a brilliant year for Yorkshire. Batted at number 5 for a lot of it. Has found himself at number 7 this year. And you wonder, well, firstly, you wonder, well, the obvious reason as to why is to fit. Oh, great work by Ben Sanderson. Brilliant work by the opening bowler in at mid-wicket. Tumbling away to his right. Keeps it down, or keeps it to 0. And you wonder how much of an impact that might have on George Hill's ability to influence the game from number 7 rather than number 5. Don't know, tough. But then Somerset are incredibly strong, and Division 1's tough, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it's unforgiving. Is the top flight. Ruthless at times. It's a well-judged leave, that, by Gareth Roderick. And that'll be a dot ball to round out the over from Weatherall. Goes for just 2 runs. Worcestershire are 44 for 2.
Yeah. The Rapids women in the One Day Cup are in for a bit of a thriller of a finish. Leicestershire are 231 for 7. They require 28 from 24. But the Rapids have fought back. They've picked up a couple of quick wickets at the back end of that innings. So 3 wickets to win, or 28 runs for Leicestershire. The big wicket, Francesca Sweet. Bold Egerton caught Davis for 101.
Yeah, she's a very, very good cricketer, as we saw firsthand in Tier 2 last season. Now, of course, has a pro deal at Hampshire as well.
Extra bounce from Conway. Hose reacting by taking the hand off the bat handle. Just a bit of a stinger.
Bit of a stare down as well there from Harry Conway. There has been that little bit beneath the surface, hasn't there, so far today? It's nothing which has spilled over, of course, but a bit of an edge to it.
Yeah. My team back home, Eastergate, playing in the opening round of the Paul Baker T20 Trophy against Climping. Looks like have demolished the local rivals. 165 for 6, plays 114 for 6. Lovely work.
Lovely way to spend a Sunday for Eastergate.
Yeah, bit of a delay in play. Treatment for Adam Hose. Caught him pretty sharp there, didn't it? Well bowled, Sue Redfern. Did you just spot that? Fancies maybe a trundle from the David Capeland.
Yeah, that'll definitely be a painful one for Adam Hose. Just having the hand inspected by the physio. He's a tough customer, though. He's the former Warwickshire man.
It sounds silly, doesn't it? But you have to be pretty tough to be a first-class cricketer.
Oh, 100%.
You have to be resilient. You have to be a bit hard. You've got to enjoy. You've got to love fielding. You really have got to love fielding. I don't think any amateur cricketer is going to have the appreciation of just how hard these guys hit the ball at you in the field. Not that I've ever had that displeasure, which is great, and I don't want to. But you've got that. You've got the fact that the ground is usually harder because it drains quicker, or you're fielding on the square, which is like fielding on concrete. You're going to be peppered by coaches with sidearms all day, every day. Good news is, though, Adam Hose is okay to continue 44 for 2.
It's just allowed for a little bit of recharge as well for Northamptonshire. Harry Conway taking on board some water. Still got 3 slips here to Adam Hose. Got the fielder in at short mid-wicket. I said I like that position. Protection out at deep backward square as well. Safe save out there on the boundary. It's Ben Sanderson at backward point. Here we go then. Conway, it will be to Adam Hose. It's again Conway maintaining plenty of eye contact there with Adam Hose. And this is the battle.
Yeah, I don't really know why, but there's certainly just been just a bit of nastiness, just a little bit of needle, isn't it? Just simmering underneath. There was that kind of passage of play. Bartlett copped a few words, got a little bit of a send-off, didn't he, when he was dismissed for 54. I think Lewis McManus copped a little bit during the course of the innings as well. That one's cut backward of point, and that will be 4. Adam Hose, he moves to 8. But I've enjoyed it. It's been fun to listen to through our microphone just outside the commentary box door. It's so when it's a still day here, it's so good because it can really pick up a lot of stuff from the middle, can't it? 44 for 2 then. Deficit now 247, make that 243. Back-to-back boundaries. We praised Ben Sanderson's fielding the over before. That one not quite so tidy. A couple of boundaries for Adam Hose. And you kind of wonder, don't you? Look, we just mentioned about that microphone. At this stage of the game, trail by 43. Northamptonshire was so boisterous before tea. Kind of got to wonder why it's calmed down a little bit now.
Yeah, it has. I'm not going to say it's gone flat.
No.
The noise has definitely been suppressed a little bit.
No, another run for Hose. Just calling over for, I reckon, probably a painkiller. End of the over. 45 for 2.
It will be Weatherall. From this, the Lynn Wilson centre end. Those couple of boundaries for Adam Hose have now been added to the scoreboard. So Worcestershire 53 for 2. Hose on 13, Roderick on 19. Weatherall has a real jump there before going into his delivery stride. 3 slips in the cordon. Backward point in play as well as that one. It's played gloriously through cover point for 4 runs. Very good shot that from Adam Hose, who's now dealing in boundaries. It's very much his natural game. Brings about the change in the field as well. The field has been pushed out to deep backward point. It's that one straighter. Weatherall goes up in appeal. Hose will scamper through for the single, so a leg by will be signalled. I think it's Nathan McSweeney down at backward point. Indeed it is. Or deep backward point, should say. Conway down at long leg. James Sales out at deep backward square, just in front of the smaller scoreboard here at the county ground. Northamptonshire have to try and find a way to get the wicket here of Roderick. So far, he has had an answer to each and every single tactic, every ploy, every potential method. Ben Sanderson just getting a little bit looser, doing the windmill.
it's the incoming spell from Calvin Harrison this evening, the one that's really got me interested here. Yes, Conway and Sanderson have got the 2 wickets. Sanderson likely to get another spell, I suspect, but we've got 24 overs remaining in the day's play. Light permitting, of course. It's what pressure can Harrison impose? What fields can Luke Proctor, McSweeney and Harrison set to prize these wickets out? Can Harrison bowl economically and in a fashion where he's able to operate for 12 or 13 overs from the Lynn Wilson centre end without interruption?
Still very much overcast here in Northampton.
For those with one eye on the Metro Bank One Day Cup, there is a thrilling finish underway. Leicestershire are 245 for 9. They require 14 off 8 against the Rapids in Tier 2 of the One Day Cup. Steelbacks beating Gloucestershire earlier on today. And it's done. The Rapids have won by 13 wickets. Picking up the final wicket, Leicestershire all out for 245. So congratulations to the Rapids. Picking up victory for at the Royal Grammar School against Leicestershire.
Yeah, decent couple of matches for Claire Boycott's team. Dismantled Northumberland, bowled them out for 38 in the T20 County Cup as we hear through the tannoy the return of Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end. Well, we've already seen one top draw delivery from Sanderson today. That one sending Jake Libby's off stump for a wander. Dismissed the opener for 4 early doors. That was the first wicket to fall, of course, and more recently we've seen departure of Dan Latigan for 17. Caught by McManus. For a nice bit of bowling from Harry Conway. Sanderson it is then, bowling to Roderick. First one is left outside off stump.
Not a great deal of sideways movement at the moment, is there? Pretty straight up and down. Back in that passage of play of the 4th stump line. You've got to be fair, though. I think you're going to have to go straighter because Worcestershire aren't exactly going to have the interest or the impetus to play outside off stump at this situation. Their main goal here is to get through to stumps tonight with as few down as possible. It's got to be Harrison. It's got to be Harrison. I don't know how long or how late you can leave it for the day. Giving the ball when it's a bit harder, a bit of extra bounce maybe. It's got 2 right-handers out there, which might be the part of the problem with regards to matchups, but
well, that's the thing with Roderick. Don't get me wrong, he's a very good player of spin, as are most keepers. We've seen that with McManus a little bit earlier today. But the fact is, there's still 232 runs separating the 2 teams at the moment. And that isn't 2 again. So Luke Proctor as the captain, Harrison as the bowler have got licence here to be as aggressive as they want. So maybe that could be the key with Roderick, because he has been a little bit more watchful, a little bit more defensive, certainly of the previous two partners in Latigan and now Adam Hose, who prefer that feeling of bat on ball and getting those 2s and 4s. Maybe that is the key to unlocking Gareth Roderick here. I mean, we did see him play the spin well on day one. Different circumstances, different field placements. That'll be the key. Oh, is that one? A bit of late movement as it passes the stumps. Does always make me laugh when you see that kind of reaction from the slips. Just because in actuality, it wouldn't have been remotely close until about a few meters past the stumps. Vasconcelos' reaction in particular. Almost a look of shock and disbelief. Roderick has been solid as granite so far. Made an over to restart Sanderson's spell. Worcestershire are 59 for 2 after 23. A bit of a funny moment there as well. Nice catch from Weatherall with the sun hats. Harry Conway was striding over, saw Weatherall getting ready to make his mark and outstretched the arms as if to say, mate, yeah, it's my turn.
You're not arguing with Harry Conway, are you? About the same size, same width of one of those American double-breasted fridge freezers. You're not taking the ball out of Harry Conway's hand, that is for sure. Luke Proctor in conversation with the umpire, just asking whether there's a look at this Dukes. Let's not forget, 10 over mark in that first innings. Northamptonshire's ball was changed, wasn't it?
Yep.
And 3 quick wickets fell after that. There's been a topic of conversation throughout the game. Worcestershire have had both of theirs changed at different points.
And at times it has taken a bit of a pummeling, hasn't it? The cricket ball in this game. Early doors on day one, it was courtesy of a certain Dan Latigan. Well, today it was thumped, whacked, hammered to each and every corner of Wantage Road by James Sales and Lewis McManus.
Really see Conway trying to get this ball to swing, can't you? You can just see the wrist at the point of release rolling one way or another, trying to encourage the ball to do something. Bit of a scrambled seam, or a wobble seam, I suppose.
That'll be a single for Adam Hose. Yeah, it's a common weapon, isn't it, in the Australian seamers arsenal, just because there's less with regards to assistance. Especially when it comes to swing, you're looking to generate that extra degree of nibble and bounce. Here he goes this time to Gareth Roderick. Proper rhythm, hasn't he, Roderick? Every single delivery just goes for that stroll, that wander towards square leg. Pitches up on leg stump. Prepares for the next delivery. Oh, good ball from Conway. Roderick almost statuesque, just holds the pose there.
Yeah, that one didn't quite move as much, did it? Which drew Roderick into the shot.
That was interesting as well on second look on that one. Just moved it laterally slightly, did Roderick. I thought initially he'd held it for its entirety inside the line. Just had a slight fish.
A little fidget at it as it went past. 60 for 2, 24. Overs done. Well, that'll be the battle, won't it? The test of patience.
Well, this is interesting. The helmets has come onto the field. So we may see a little bit of Calvin Harrison sooner rather than later. Also seen the substitute fielder, George Scrimshaw, has come onto the field.
Yeah, James Sales went off. I can't work out, is that Lewis McManus, his helmet? Can he go up to the stumps here? But then I've not really noticed Hose or Roderick walking at Sanderson. Or is it for James Sales to go in at short leg?
We can see there, Adam Hose has just met that delivery outside of his crease. It's not extravagant. He's not taking 5 or 6 steps down and trying to smash the leather off the cricket ball, but just one of those where he's trying to meet the ball before there's any opportunity for it to deviate. He can also get outside the line. Nullifies the LBW. Yet again. Does the exact same thing, just takes himself outside of the popping crease. As we see for the first time today, the floodlights being turned on here at Wantage Road. A few shadows beginning to emerge on the outfield.
Yeah, always interesting, isn't it? They took a long time to come on yesterday. It got very, very dark before the floodlights were called for yesterday afternoon. They would have taken a reading at that point at stumps last night when the players left the field, so can confirm it was significantly darker than what we had against Middlesex. So we stand a chance, obviously, at being out here for longer than what we were 2 weeks ago, which is great. But interesting that the floodlights have come on now compared to yesterday. Potentially good for Northamptonshire. Does it allow this cricket ball to do anything different? A little bit more, maybe?
That just guided, steered away down towards third for 1. Doesn't appear to have had a significant impact on this over from Sanderson, or indeed from the approach, the intent from Roderick and Adam Hose. But this now a very different field, isn't it, for Sanderson? Suggests he'll just be tightening up the line, targeting those stumps. McManus stood up against his well, opposing number, the Worcestershire keeper. 2 fielders in and around short forward square and short mid-wicket. Could be a dot ball to round out the over. Sanderson concedes just the single. Worcestershire are 61 for 2 after 25. "21 overs remain in the day's play."
Yep, so what have we got? About an hour and 10, probably hour and 15 to get the 21 overs in. Maybe an hour and a half. Quite enjoyed the McManus up to the stumps just for that final delivery. Might just need one of the ground staff out to do a bit of running repairs. Just Luke Proctor asks the umpire to have a look at the ball again. So are you sure it's still around? Are you sure you don't want to check? I think it's along those thoughts there.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've just had a look at the scores around the grounds. Sussex are 9 for 2 in the 7th over against Surrey. Tom Haynes also retired out.
Yeah, that was a nasty delivery, wasn't it? Hopefully he's okay. He looked pretty wobbly on his feet, didn't he?
You've got to imagine that he'll be replaced in that game. He has to be. Never, ever like to see that. As for the game down in Canterbury, Kent are 292 for 6. Chris Benjamin scored a ton. That's really nice to see. Joe Everson going well on 78. As for the game in North London, Durham are 418 for 5. They trail Middlesex by 12. In fact, they've just lost the 6th. David Bedingham has had to depart for, well, quite simply, an outstanding 147, including 17 fours and 2 sixes, which is not the worst effort whatsoever on the South African. So that's how Division 2 is looking. Yorkshire are 298 for 8 in Taunton. They lead Somerset by 186 runs with 2 wickets still remaining. Hampshire are 56 for 2 after 20 overs and been forced to follow on by Glamorgan. Rose and Crown still trail by 266 runs in that one. And last, but by certainly no means least, Leicestershire also following on in the East Midlands derby are 161 for 6. They trail Nottinghamshire by 21 runs with 4 wickets remaining as Conway prepares to charge in here to Adam Hose. Straight again by Conway. Just seen a little bit of sunlight peering through the clouds now. Not as gloomy, not as murky as it was about 5-10 minutes ago. Floodlights still on, of course, though. It's not as easy as turning the kitchen light on.
No, slightly bigger switch.
This is good bowling in tandem, though, isn't it, between Conway and Sanderson? It's almost a telepathic connection between the two. Just complement one another very well. different style of bowlers. Two bowlers who consistently display great levels of control and discipline with the ball. So that one will pick up some pace across those practice strips, and Hose will get 2. Moves him into the 20s. That one driven very straight. Conway goes up in appeal. So too do the Northamptonshire fielders. I don't think he got any body part on that one.
I thought the unwritten rule is that you wouldn't appeal if you didn't get the body part on it, because it would be really hard for the umpire to tell. The question is whether Roderick was back. I think he might have been. I reckon he would have felt it off the boot, I'm sure.
Here we go. This should be the angle. Not the umpire's in the way.
I think he's back anyway. Regardless of whether Conway got anything on it at all, I think Roderick was back in his crease.
Yeah, it may have just been a tickle mining it off the edge of the boot. Anyway, no further damage done for Worcestershire. The visitors are 63 for 2 after 26. As another helmet comes onto the field of play. So McManus will remain firmly stood up to the stumps. As for the other fielder, I think it's going to be James Sales. It will be. He's going to slot in at short leg. As Bartlett goes into short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, backward point. Vasconcelos and Harrison, the 2 slips. Also, Safe Sabe out at deep backward square. And Rafi Weatherall down at long leg. Not entirely sure what's happened there with Ben Sanderson. That'll be a dead ball.
Very strange. Although even stranger, it has brought about the umpires having a conversation about the ball. So yeah, pick the bones out of that one.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that I can.
No, me neither. And in fact, I think it might even be about to be changed. I mean, what on earth has happened there? Well, is it just split in his hand or something? He's got like a vice-like grip as he runs in, just crushed it. What a strange moment of cricket that was. 63 for 2, though, the score, as the ball does get changed now. Northamptonshire have been asking the question for a while, so they will get a replacement. It's the 10th over for Sanderson here, 1 for 19. Ever seen that before?
Before the over, yes. Even during the over. Not after the first apparent delivery, while the bowler hasn't even bowled the ball. No, I can't say I have, but prepare to see the unexpected in county cricket. There's never a dull day, is there? You may see something new. Anyway, the ball has been replaced. So Sanderson will have the replacement ball in hand now. Will be exactly the same field. So no changes in tactics in the meantime. Still the additional man on the leg side. It's a 4-5 field. Here we go then. Take 2 for Ben Sanderson. Oh, and that's gone through absolutely everyone, bar Vasconcelos, who's done well in the end there.
Certainly has. Hopefully he's okay. I think it got him in the hands, didn't it? It's not got him anywhere else. Slow to get back to his feet, though. Just wringing his hands.
Yeah, luckily, he is all right, is the Northamptonshire opener. Here comes Sanderson again.
That was a great stop, though, wasn't it?
Oh, it was brilliant.
Like he would have been unsighted for a while. Somehow got through Roderick and McManus. Goalkeeper style, just tipping it round the post. World Cup selection for the Bafana maybe for Vasconcelos.
What a change in the field here. George Bartlett comes out from short mid-wicket. He goes into slip. So 3 slips, and now James Sales moves across from short leg into that aforementioned position. The weather's certainly changed as well, hasn't it? Now glorious sunshine. Just see it across the ground. That one well played by Roderick. Just waits on it, steers it down to third for 1.
Tidy work by McSweeney, wasn't it? Cry of 2. The Worcestershire batters. Absolutely no chance of a second.
Hampshire now are 3 down at the Utility Bowl. Toby Albert dismissed by Ryan Hadley. Oh, there's a huge shout here for Sanderson. Very vociferous in the appeal. Would love to see a second look at that one.
Maybe ran back a bit too much. On the height as well, potentially. I mean, there was a bit of a jump there from Hose, and he's a tall cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah, I would agree. Big height. Having had the benefit of that replay. Even so, testing a challenging ball, that from Sanderson. See, I like this tactic against Adam Hose. Just cramping him up for room a little bit. Sanderson rounds out another metronomic over. Just the 1 run conceded. Worcestershire are 64 for 2 after 27 overs. Still trail Northamptonshire by 227. So yeah, that is going to take some effort for Hampshire to try and salvage that one. They still trail Glamorgan by 260 on home soil. Leicestershire still battling away. So too are Kent. Kent now lead by 354 as a result of that partnership between Benjamin and Everson. And right on cue, Everson's gone for 88. Curse of the commentator strikes from the other side of the country. Yeah, he's been dismissed for 88 by Rory Hayden.
He's having a day out, isn't he?
He's having a game.
Is that 9 for now? Or
It's
10
10.
for? Is it 10 for now for Rory Hayden? That's phenomenal.
2 fifers. In what is his first appearance of the season. From what I've been told as well, again, he's a nice individual. He's Rory Hayden. I know some of his teammates from Kenilworth Wardens, of course, was product of the Warwickshire and Staffordshire pathways. Now plying his trade for Derbyshire. So that one very full, very straight, and delightfully played. An on drive by Gareth Roderick. That will not be cut off by the fielder. Rafi Weatherall it was with the attempted stop. In all honesty, do you think that deserved to go to the boundary? Great balance showcased there by the Worcestershire keeper. Reload here for Conway. Just drags back the length on that one. Allows it to be worked away in front of square for 1. It's a good story, a feel-good story that, with Rory Hayden. Someone who got his chance through the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Certainly won't be the last to capitalise on that initial opportunity. As that one is edged and it just evades slip. That'll be 4 more. George Bartlett, he was interested, diving to his right. Conway here, making something happen.
Yeah, it wasn't far away, was it? From George Bartlett at 3rd slip. He was diving away to his left. Oh, straight in at 4th, wasn't it? Evaded. Yeah, it's going to be Sanderson to continue. 3 slips in place.
Well directed towards backward point for 1.
A few of the support staff having a lap, enjoying the late afternoon Northampton sunshine. out in force coming past the NME stand towards the signal box. Supporters still in the ground as well, which is nice to see. Members up in the Spencer Lounge. A couple up there in the Turner. Bit of extra pace, good take by McManus. I like the fact that in the Turner stand, no one's been brave enough to sit above the sight screen.
No.
Almost a conscious effort not to sit in those two blocks of seats.
Well,
And the chap in the red jumper to the right of it is just about as on the periphery of it. Normally, you'd have people rushing in to get those seats and just sit right behind the bowler's arm all day.
Quick push forward.
Chance at the keeper's end. McSweeney goes non-strikers. Went on the angle. So athletic in the field, McSweeney. Sanderson on the money. 77 for 2. Very good partnership here for Worcestershire. It's worth 39 between Hose and Roderick. Hose on 28, Roderick on 29. Sanderson in his 11th over, 2 maidens, 1 for 22 at the minute for Ben Sanderson. Keep plugging away, keep working hard. Oh, that has flown off and hurt Lewis McManus. That's going to be very sore. And a bit of confusion between Vasconcelos and Weatherall. Probably worth a yellow card over at Sixfields, I think, by Ricardo Vasconcelos. Studs up. Filthy challenge. 4 runs, though, for Worcestershire. Lewis McManus is okay to continue, which is good. That has really taken off a length from Ben Sanderson, which will excite Northamptonshire, that there's proving to be a bit of up and down in the surface. Back on the money, challenging. Off stump, end of the over. Dot ball to finish. 81 for 2 after 29 overs.
Yep, 17 remain in the day's play. I mean, that is one of the perils, of course, to being stood up to the stumps against the seamers, if there is that additional degree of sharp bounce, and McManus has found that out firsthand on that previous delivery. But as you said, Dan, encouraging at the same time. If one does just spit up out the surface, could produce the leading edge.
Yep, particularly for those slip fielders. Going to get a change in bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and our wait for Calvin Harrison continues. It's going to be the skipper, Luke Proctor, replacing Harry Conway. So Northamptonshire seeing there being enough interest here for the quicks at the back end of day 3. As that's whipped off middle stump. That could be 4, actually. He's hit it that well. It is a bit untidy on the boundary rope at the minute for Northamptonshire. There's been 3 or 4 in the last 15 minutes or so that could have been stopped and have made their way over the rope. Not that it's a huge importance. They've got a lot of runs to play with.
Well, they have, but I'm just not sure this is the right approach against Adam Hose. Because
you just want the leg spinner.
Well, he is a very good player of spin, having seen plenty of him in the T20 Blast and in the County Championship. But with Adam Hose, that is his bread and butter. Is those kind of deliveries which are full, they're straight, because he can just bring that bottom hand into effect. And as you said, whip it away. He's so strong through mid-wicket. We haven't really seen him take on the short ball, but again, a very strong player of the pull shot and the hook as well. But for me, I'd just hang it outside the off stump for him. Just make him make a mistake. Because he knows that he's got plenty of shots in the locker. See, about there, I think that's a nice area for Adam Hose. On that occasion, he's left it well. Really good judgment. But as I said earlier, he has got a tendency just to hang the bat out for slightly longer than sometimes intended. And now that I've said that, there'll be an LBW full and straight.
If only the commentator's curse was a real thing. But it has gone full and straight and it's been whipped through the leg side once again. Single this time to James Sales.
But that's the thing, because of his batting approach, you see him cover all of those stumps and you go, well, he's a massive LBW candidate. It's the same with Sam Hain, his former teammate at Warwickshire. But these players are so good in that area. Steve Smith, of course, would be another one. That for them almost is the go-to shot. And so far, they haven't plugged the gap either.
Right, back there again. Another single taken.
Like, I'm looking here at the placement of Rafi Weatherall. Of course, you've got the fielder on the boundary. That's James Sales, isn't it, down at deep square. I mean, almost force Adam Hose to play it straight here. Just move Weatherall a few steps over to his right.
What a beauty. But there's the line that you were talking about. Proctor finds it at the end of the over. A snorter. 87 for 2. That's 30 overs now have been complete in this third innings. Worcestershire trail by 204. Partnership now 49 between the pair of Hose and Roderick. We've got 16 overs remaining in the day's play if we're going to get them all in. So we're going to be here right till the final knockings, aren't we, up towards 7 p.m. tonight. There's got to be a bit of leg spin soon. It's got to be.
Yeah, I think we'll see a little bit more Proctor, though, after that. And then it'll be a case of Harrison from this side of the ground. Continuation of Ben Sanderson as well from the David Capel end. Partnership also on 49 between these two. They've certainly done their job.
Still 3 slips for Northants. James Sales in there at a catching mid-wicket. I always find Save's positioning on a cricket field quite fascinating because he goes from 4th slip, which you'd say is quite an important part of the fielding setup. I know he's very quick across the grass and he's got a great arm from the deep, but now finds himself at deep backward square. And for a lot of the game, cricketer with a great set of hands and really good athleticism will find himself kind of underarming the singles back into the gloves of McManus. Stood there now with his hands in his pockets. I don't know, it's interesting, isn't it?
It is. Completely agree. Someone who you'd quite like to have in the action positions.
Well bowled, well fielded, well played. Good cricket all rounds. 88 for 2.
There's been a 3rd wicket at the Oval. Sussex now 32 for 3 after 13. Jack Leaning trapped LBW by Jordan Clark. So the Bartletts still trail Sussex, or sorry, I should say Sussex trail, by 232 runs with 7 wickets still remaining. Also been an 8th wicket to fall in Canterbury. But Kent definitely in the more desirable position in that match against Derbyshire. Surely Derbyshire, they cannot afford to have back-to-back defeats.
No, it would take a big recovery, wouldn't it? A big change in momentum for that to be sorted out. And gone straight through him. Has it kept a little bit low? I think Hose thinks it has. It's not kept low enough though. It's just ripped the top of off stump. The bails have gone flying and Sanderson's got 2. This time it's Hose for 33.
What else can we say? Ben Sanderson, this man is inevitable. Beautiful area. And you see, that's where instead of full and straight channel bowling, hope that it just kisses that line and disturbs the top of off. A great delivery from a fantastic bowler. And Ben Sanderson, well, he has been the destroyer in chief for Northamptonshire in this game. A 6th wicket of the contest. And that's a big one. That's a really big one. Hose gone for 33. In next to bats will be Brett D'Oliveira with Worcestershire on 88 for 3.
I don't think it did keep didn't think it kept low at all, did it? The body language of Hose suggested that it did, but it's just the perfect delivery, isn't it? If you had to define the perfect seam bowler's delivery, could you hit the top of off stump, please? That was the perfect delivery. That's what seam bowlers live for. That's what we're told is where they want to be. And it's just angled back in. It's not clattered into it, it's kind of brushed it, hasn't it? It's brushed the outside half of off stump. It's an absolute wonderful piece of bowling by Sanderson. New man in for the visitors is the Worcestershire captain. It's Brett D'Oliveira. Disappointing stay at the crease in the first innings. Now his county needs a captain's performance here. 3 slips in play, 2 catches in on the leg side. 1 delivery left of this Ben Sanderson over. 2 for 23. Oh, and it's a beauty first up, isn't it? D'Oliveira does play at it. Plays and miss. End of the over, successful. Big round of applause for Ben Sanderson, 88 for 3.
Let's not forget who dismissed D'Oliveira in the first innings either. It was that man, Ben Sanderson. Big celebration as well after the wicket of Adam Hose. Northamptonshire know how crucial of a wicket that is. And not only that, it gives them less to do tomorrow. They will have an entire day's play to go hammer and tongs at Worcestershire tomorrow. Still got 15 overs theoretically remaining today as well. So, yeah, this could prove to be a pivotal passage of play if Northamptonshire are to go on and push for the victory. Alternatively, of course, for Worcestershire, well, they have to dig in for these next 15. Fair enough, they don't have to do it for the entirety of day 4. There will be moments where they can be a little bit expansive, providing they get close to parity. But yeah, right now, it's a case of survival.
Absolutely. A lot of cricket to be played. Slight delay. Harry Conway, Chief Steward, just getting some of those guests in the boxes beneath us, I think, just slightly out of the eye line of the Worcestershire batters as Proctor continues his spell and Roderick continues his vigil at the crease.
Well, he's just been unbothered, hasn't he? Regardless of the bowlers today. Looks in complete command with his defence. In terms of the body language as well, just the embodiment of calm.
Wow. You're absolutely right. He's got the embodiment of calm, but that there is going to raise the heart rate. ever so slightly for the ice-cool Gareth Roderick. Those of you that didn't tune in on day one, it was a remarkable 164 not out for Gareth Roderick in a first innings score for Worcestershire of 306. That's tickled away down to final leg. Big chase on for Ben Sanderson. He does so well. Just one. So over 50% of the runs scored in the first innings came off the bat of Gareth Roderick. Phenomenal innings. He's now 30 not out. Yet to be dismissed. 194 runs he scored in this fixture.
Oh, contender for player of the match, certainly, along with Ben Sanderson. James Sales, McManus, those two as well. It was the tail on day one, wasn't it? It's about partnerships. I mean, that was a good partnership between both he and Adam Hose, but...
Yeah, that's the thought of Oliver Hannon-Dalby walking down the steps with bat in hand. Gone. Proctor gets him. Big wicket. It's the captain. D'Oliveira goes without scoring. 2 low scores for the Worcestershire skipper. Bang, bang for Northants. 89 for 4 now. Worcestershire in a spot of bother.
More than a spot of bother here. D'Oliveira, who before this game came into the contest off the back of 3 matches with at least a 50 in one of the innings. He's gone for scores of 1 and 0 in this one. Again, another cricketer who can be dogged, gritty, determined when his side need him to be. Luke Proctor, again, that's a nice delivery. Just squaring up D'Oliveira slightly on that one. Whistles off the edge. And Northamptonshire critically are taking these chances. Good catch from George Bartlett. And Worcestershire now beginning to wobble in the evening session.
Yeah, it was played on the angle, wasn't it, from D'Oliveira. Bit of a wide approach for Luke Proctor, angling in towards off stump. D'Oliveira has to play it. It's a very good catch from George Bartlett and a big celebration as well. 89 for 4.
So next into bat here for Worcestershire will be Ethan Brooks.
Looked good in the first innings, didn't he? Had a good partnership with Gareth Roderick before he was dismissed. LBW to Ben Sanderson for 32. So Brooks and Roderick were able to stop the rot in the first innings for a period of time. But it's tough to start. Northampton got their tails up. Six wickets to win for Northamptonshire. .1 overs remain in the day's play.
Well, this now has got a very different feel to it. Very, very different. If Northamptonshire can get a 5th, they will be on cloud 9, especially if it was to be Roderick. Roderick feels like the wicket in all caps, in bold.
Underlined.
Underlined, yeah.
Highlighted. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Very good over for Luke Proctor. Picks up the big wicket of D'Oliveira. 89 for 4 after 32 overs. 14 remain in the day's play. It will be that man, Roderick, on strike. And it will be, of course, Ben Sanderson with ball in hand.
It's funny, isn't it, as well, how cricket works. The fact is, the change of ball has yet again resulted in a change of fortunes for Northamptonshire.
Yeah. Yeah, it's uncanny, isn't it, the way that that goes about it. Still can't figure out what happened in that non-release from Ben
No.
Sanderson to prompt the ball change. But here we go. There we are. Northamptonshire won't be complaining about that, that's for sure. The other thing that's fascinating here is the fact that floodlights are on. Floodlights are on, blue skies. Another single taken from Roderick. Don't exactly understand how the physics and the atmospherics change with regards to that, but a lot of people say that the ball will do a little bit more with the floodlights on, won't they?
It's really had a big boost on the morale as well, hasn't it, for Northamptonshire? Very vocal, very animated. Inspired spell this from Sanderson. Yet again. It's just the dictionary definition of line and length.
Yeah, it's a privilege to watch, isn't it? And we've got about the best seat in the house for it too.
Well, we have now, because the gentleman who was behind the sight screen is no longer there in the Turner stand.
Funny old sport we've got, isn't it? 3 slips, 2 catching mid wickets. Conway there at mid on. Gone, he's just dislodged the bail. What an absolute beautiful delivery that is from Sanderson. 1 brings 3 for Northants. This time it's Brooks. It's another Worcestershire batter departs this evening without scoring. And what a magical spell this is from Sanderson and Proctor. 3 quick wickets. And Worcestershire are now 5 down. We said the previous one was perfect, and that one there might be even more perfecter.
Yeah, this is enchanting stuff, isn't it? From Ben Sanderson. The man is just magic. Pure magic.
7 wickets in the match now for Sanderson. Just whips the bail off the top of off stump.
Matthew Waite, the next Worcestershire batter in. What a session this has been for Northants. Could not have asked for anything better. They have already dislodged half of the Worcestershire batting unit. 3 of them bowled by Ben Sanderson. And let's just bask in the glory of the replay here. My word, play that one. I mean, there's not much really that Brooks has done wrong there. In hindsight, people may look at that and go, well, he could have taken a step outside the off stump, not allow that ball to even get close to dislodging the bail, but it's not as though he's fished at it and chopped it on. He's held the line of the bat. It's nowhere near the edge, and somehow just sneaks through. Ben Sanderson, you are a wizard.
He's found the key to unlock this surface, hasn't he? 90 for 5. And as you'd expect, on the money. Matthew Waite in at number 7 for Worcestershire. Of course, as you'd expect, Gareth Roderick is still at the non-strikers end. 31 not out. The immovable force for Worcestershire. Sanderson has been brilliant. 3 for 24 from 12.5 overs. And everything has been on the money. He's not given Worcestershire an opportunity to score. And he's got another one. 2 in the over. Waite goes without scoring. Harrison with the catch at second slip. Sanderson's on fire. 4 now in the innings, 8 in the match. And Worcestershire are 6 down for 90.
Well, this is staggering, isn't it? From 88 for 2 to 90 for 6. And it has been catalysed by this man, Ben Sanderson. I mean, that one, a nice catch, wasn't it, from Calvin Harrison. And Seam is doing the trick here for the Tudor Rose. Well, this is remarkable. Really is remarkable. And that right there, 3 quality players D'Oliveira, Brooks, and Waite. Duck, duck, duck. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
The momentum, isn't it? Just swinging in the favour of Ben Sanderson. He's been so good this year, isn't he, Ben Sanderson? Just absolutely exceptional. Now he's going to be joint with James Anderson at the top of the wicket-taking charts for the 2026 County Championship. A pair of them with 23 wickets apiece. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, there is just something about Worcestershire that brings out the best in Ben Sanderson, as he gets richly applauded, and rightfully so, by the spectators. Spoke about the fact that, including this game, he's taken at least 4 wickets in an innings in 3 of his last 5 matches against the Pairs, and that's not even taking into consideration that ludicrous bowling performance in the Blast, where he got 6 for 8.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Enjoys bowling against the Pairs, says Ben Sanderson. Luke Proctor then, 2 slips and a gully. Still, Gareth Roderick is in the middle. 31 not out, the man on strike. The more deliveries he can face in the next 12, 13 overs, the much more comfortable Worcestershire will feel. Tom Taylor's the new man. He'll be at the non-striker's end for the start of this over. Northants sniffing blood. Sniffing a victory, sniffing their first of 2026 with Worcestershire 90 for 6. Still trail by 201. With about an hour, 45 minutes to an hour left of the day's play to get through. And we're going to get it all in because there is no cloud now above us. We've got blue skies.
It's a funny sport, isn't it, Dan? The fact that, 3-4 overs ago, we're just saying, Hose and Roderick, keep it simple.
Yep.
See your side through to stumps, and very, very different situation now. I mean, this is proper backs against the wall.
A lot of cricket to be played, though. A lot of cricket to be played. We saw that innings, didn't we, a month ago from George Bartlett on the 4th and final day against Lancashire. I can't remember the exact score that Bartlett would have been in when he walked out to the middle, but it certainly was a backs against the wall performance. Batted for almost the entirety of the day.
So when he came into bat, Northamptonshire were 50 for 6. That was in the 32nd over.
Yeah. Quite similar. More time to play with, though, for Northamptonshire in this instance. A lot more time left in the game. 91 for 6, with Taylor now on strike, facing up for the first time. No slouch with the bat in hand, Tom Taylor. Played some very good innings here for Northamptonshire during his initial loan spell and then the permanent move. We'll know the surface well. Spent a lot of time bowling on it. But Proctor and Sanderson, they've just got something extra about them at the moment, haven't they? End of the over, dot ball to finish, 91 for 6.
The other thing for Worcestershire as well, there is still the possibility of a couple of overs of spin to round out the day as well, where Northamptonshire have got full licence to completely crowd the bat. So we are in for a gripping final 12 overs of the day's play, a day which has been dominated, you'd have to say really, from start to finish by Northamptonshire. The only thing which they didn't tick off was that 4th batting bonus point. Aside from that, They have done everything and then some. As Sanderson goes in search of wicket number 5, bowling here to Roderick. That will just evade the grasp of Bartlett on the dive. Single taken. 4 for 24 from 13 overs, where we have just seen an innings of 597. Some bowler.
It's remarkable. Genuinely is remarkable. A remarkable performance for Ben Sanderson. 8 in the match now. Hunting for his third 5-wicket haul of 2026. Tom Taylor on strike, 3 slips, those 2 catches in there on the leg side. 92 for 6. Taylor's got an answer at the minute, but with the roll and the rhythm that Sanderson's on, you wouldn't bet against another one falling.
Well, there has been a 9th wicket in Taunton. Yorkshire 338 for 9. They lead Somerset by 226 runs. Dom Bess, the latest man to go, for 40. Durham still batting at Lords. Leicestershire 199 for 6 and been forced to follow on. They now lead Nottinghamshire by 17 runs at Grace Road. Sanderson on the approach once more.
That's just outrageous, isn't it?
Big fan of that reaction, Mr. Jadzovic.
So close. Just exceptionally talented cricketer, Ben Sanderson. Like a joy to watch, isn't he? It's kind of poetic the way. We got the pleasure of watching James Anderson at the start of this season when he came down to play for Lancashire. But Ben Sanderson went toe for toe, or went toe to toe with him during that game. Going toe to toe with him in the championship in terms of the amount of wickets that have been taken this season as well.
Well, he's got a big role to play. Desperately unfortunate last season. Just the 5 appearances, took 19 wickets though. When you think about it, what, 4 games into the campaign here has already surpassed that total.
Absolutely right. You're not betting against him getting 5 here either, are you? End of the over, 35 now have been bowled in the innings. 92 for 6.
Well, the deficit for Worcestershire has dipped below 200. Still a mountain to climb here. Luke Proctor prepares to continue his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Sanderson goes out to, I think it's going to be long leg in the end, in front of the enemy stand. Deep square leg also in play, along with deep point. 2 slips and a gully as Proctor bowls here to Roderick. That one does hit the thigh pad, glance down towards deep fine leg, and Sanderson it is. The stylish one-handed pick up and throw.
And Roderick keeps going.
Yeah, he does.
He'll be taking out a timeshare here at the county ground, won't he, if he's here for much longer.
But again, across either innings, he's barely put a foot wrong.
Yeah.
That's the other staggering thing. As Taylor challenged with that latest delivery. Like, he's had a few plays and misses, which are bound to happen in an innings. That's just part of the game. But he's not been dropped. He's not survived a controversial or contentious LBW, which allowed him to get that 160 plus. He's just played a phenomenal hand so far. And he must be thinking, as he goes for a little bit of a stroll there at the non-strikers, where's my support?
Well, yeah. I suspect that probably has gone through his mind over the course of the weekends. Just been desperate, hasn't he, for someone to hang around with him. He'll be hoping Tom Taylor's someone here that can provide a bit of resistance. He's a more than qualified cricketer. I don't know. I'll have a quick look, but I would imagine he's got a first-class 100 to his name. Is that something you know off the top of your head? Or
I'm pretty sure he has.
I'd be surprised if he didn't.
Certainly know he has a T20 50 next to his name.
He doesn't, actually.
What's his high
Consider
score?
myself surprised. High score of 80. He's got 10 first-class 50s. 2,224 first-class runs at an average of 19.2.
Has he got a one-day 100?
He has. Definitely has one of those. He may even have been on commentary for it. He's got 2.
I was going to say, he's definitely got a professional century. It's double T.
Certainly a nice compliment, isn't it, when the commentators are surprised that he's not got a first-class 100. End of the over, 93 for 6.
Yeah, Worcestershire desperately need one if they're to survive this. Same with Roderick. Although you do get into a somewhat strange scenario almost that, well, Northants are happy for Roderick to rotate the strike, just bowl at the other batter.
Yeah, I think Northants will be more than happy to see Gareth Roderick stood at the non-strikers end for the majority of the day. What have we got now? 10 overs to go? Exactly 10 to go.
No further wickets have fallen at the other grounds.
Well, Kent have been bowled out. Kent have been bowled out at Canterbury. So Derbyshire require 384. Down at the St Lawrence grounds in Kent for victory to try and recover from that defeat. But that's going to be a big ask, isn't it? 384 runs on the 4th innings. It's obviously a good pitch to bat on. All 3 of the innings so far have surpassed 300. So there is a chance.
It'd be the biggest one though, wouldn't it?
It would. It would indeed. Sanderson then with 3 slips. And Roderick still there. And Yorkshire have just lost another one. They're 339 for 9. So currently lead by 227. Must be a tricky old place to bat down at Lords at the moment, mustn't it? Nearly 3 days of cricket. And Durham have got a lead of 53 against Middlesex.
Just out of interest, what's the run rate for Durham?
3.86.
See, for them, that is low. Ryan Campbell likes them to be between 4.2 and 4.5.
Yeah, Middlesex, what were they? 430 off 141 overs. So they went a fraction over 3s. Oh, big appeal for everybody given. He's got another one, Sanderson. It's another 5 for 2026. This time it's Roderick. It's the big wicket. He's gone for 33. He's finally been removed here in Northampton. 93 for 7, and Ben Sanderson has his third 5-wicket haul in 2026.
All three of which have arrived right here at the county grounds in Northampton. An overall career, that is a 25th 5-wicket haul in the first class format. Ben Sanderson, take a bow. Terrific, terrific work. And he is right up there with regards to the division's leading wicket takers as well.
Yeah, I think that puts him 24, I think.
Yes, it does.
I think that puts him on 24. So Ben Sanderson is now the leading wicket taker in the 2026 County Championship, one ahead of James Anderson. And I just have a feeling he's not done yet. 9 in the match. The tail is up. Lights are on, sun shining. Brilliant from Ben Sanderson. 93 for 7. Still 9.5 overs to go. This is the question now, isn't it? With appetite. Where's the appetite? Do Worcestershire want another night away from home? I mean, 7 down. It's going to be remarkable to come back tomorrow and bat for 96 overs, a minimum, sorry, of 96 overs. They've had a tough day of it. And I think this spell here and the way that these wickets have fallen would just echo that punishment they got in that afternoon session. They looked kind of downtrodden, didn't they, when they left the field when Northamptonshire declared. 93 for 7. Sanderson in again. Big drive down the ground. Bayes Swanepoel, the new man. Bit of a half volley from Sanderson, just crunched back down the ground for 4.
What a shot that is. Dismissive from Bayes Swanepoel. But yeah, it's been a remarkable session for Northamptonshire. For those who maybe have joined us a little bit later at tea, Worcestershire were 33 for 1. So that is 6 wickets and counting in these final closing exchanges of day 3. And this man has been the spark. He has ignited it all. Sanderson here to Swanepoel again. Harry Conway with the tumbling stop. Again, though, there's still 3 wickets to take. Northamptonshire have not won this game yet. Darren Lehman will reinforce that message if these two are to see their side out to stumps, out to the close of the day's play. They cannot afford to rest on their laurels. We saw that in the first innings. Let's not forget, Worcestershire were 186 for 9, ended up getting 306, albeit with Roderick at the crease.
Yeah, that's the important thing to add to that statement, isn't it? There was still a frontline batter in the middle at that point. Another big round of applause for Ben Sanderson. He completes the over in which he got his 5-wicket haul, his third in 2026. 9 for the match. 93 for 7.
I mean, that is ludicrous, isn't it? Absolutely ludicrous. 5 for 25 from 15 overs. Here's Proctor. Bowling up first to Taylor, who leaves that one alone on line. If Northamptonshire can secure these final 3 wickets as well, it's a big win, isn't it? With those bonus points. 3 with the bat, 3 with the ball, plus the 16 from this hypothetical win. 22 invaluable points on the board. And there is something about these two sides. We said it already. The previous 5 matches between these two teams here at Wantage Road and at New Road as well, all ending in one of the teams winning. Worcestershire, though, had won 4 of those last 5. Northants, though, have completely flipped that script on its head.
Taylor gets off the mark with a single through the leg side.
Our 7th wicket has fallen at Grace Road. Leicestershire now 212 for 7. Johnny Tattersall, he has gone for a well-made 61. Dismissed by Liam Patterson-White. Also a 7th wicket has fallen at Lords. Ben Rain, the latest to go. He falls for 33 off the bowling of Zafar Gohart. Casey Aldridge currently on 91. Good stuff that. As Proctor comes around the wicket to the left-handed Swanepoel. Oh, that's a good leave. Well judged by the South African. Yorkshire still battling away in Taunton, 343 for 9. And Hampshire, they have lost a 4th against Glamorgan. Ben Mays, the latest to go. Clean bowled by Tim van der Hoekten. So that'll be the end of the over. 8 to remain in the day's play. One which has been dominated by Northamptonshire, almost from start to finish. Still, Sanderson continues. 3 slips alongside McManus. It's another peach. Add it to the tally.
It's going to be up there surely with the best that Ben Sanderson feels as though he's bowled himself. This has been such a good performance.
Bowled him! Sanderson has a 6th. And the collapse continues for Worcestershire. Tom Taylor has his timber disturbed for 1. And Ben Sanderson is on a tear here on day 3. The pair's 98 for 8. Northamptonshire 2 wickets away from their first victory in the 2026 Rothesay County Championship. And guess the type of dismissal. Top of off. And in fact, I think we may even have to have a replacement stump.
Get it in the kit bag, put it on the mantelpiece. 10 wickets in the match for Ben Sanderson. 98 for 8. What a remarkable performance from Ben Sanderson here today. This has been brilliant. This has been exceptional to watch. If you want a clinic of seam bowling in England at any point, this highlight package of Ben Sanderson's 10 wickets here against Worcestershire, you're going to have to look here. You're not looking elsewhere. This has been brilliant. 11 in the match. There's still 2 to go. Absolute golden arm here on day 3.
For any young seam bowler out there, just watch this. This is a masterclass. This is a sensei at work, doing what he does best. on home soil. I mean, it's ludicrously good. Adam Finch comes in at number 10 for Worcestershire. And we have got that replacement stump as well.
.4 overs remain in the day's play. .98 for 8. She said a short moment ago, this is on the same surface that a couple of hours ago Northamptonshire declared on 597 for 7.
Well, 4 slips now in the cordon. Safe Zabe goes to the right-hand side of George Bartlett. Short mid-wicket also in play here as Adam Finch covers up first ball. Well, this has been a privilege, hasn't it? We are so lucky to have watched this today. Ben Sanderson. Timeless.
I think you and I and most watching and here in the grounds, well, you mentioned it earlier. You said yourself, she can't deny this. You said, well, I hope with it being a bank holiday Monday, there'll be a few more in the ground tomorrow for what's going to be an enthralling day of championship cricket. Sanderson wants the day off. Sanderson's got plans. Bank holiday Monday plans for Ben Sanderson.
I want to catch the end of the F1 at this rate as well.
Potentially.
This has been superb, though, stellar from Ben Sanderson. For Northants as well, just 2 wickets away from what will be an amazing feeling. They've played ever so well in the opening phases of the campaign as Sanderson pulls up there. I don't think we'll have a change of ball this time around.
I don't think you'll be taking the ball out of Ben Sanderson's hand at the minute, will you? This one's fine, thanks. I'll keep bowling with this one. 4 slips now as well. 38 overs old, this Duke's cricket ball. But still got Oliver Hannon-Dalby. The wall.
Yep. Oliver Hannon-Sangakkara, as we called him at Warwickshire. Or still do, of course, he's only on loan.
Surely Dravid's there.
He's a left-hander.
Oh, yeah, fine.
Not seen the OHD trademark cover drive yet. Sanderson bowling here to Finch. I mean, that's the other thing about these dismissals as well. Ben Sanderson will get a rapturous applause from those in attendance, but bold, bold, bold. Caught in the slips, LBW bold. On a surface which, for the first 2 and a bit days, has been dominated by the bats. Has offered hardly a morsel for the seamers. We've seen the toil, the sweat, the hard work for Worcestershire. Ben Sanderson has rocked up on Sunday evening and gone, let me show you how it's done.
And you wouldn't have bet against him, would you? You would not have bet against him. So experienced, so wily, skillful. Luke Proctor as well. Don't forget, oh, that's clocked Bayer Swanepoel hard in the helmet. I'll have a check and make sure that South African overseas is okay. That was flush. Looks to be okay. Hopefully is. Quick bumper from Proctor. whilst Bears Swanepoel takes a bit of treatment, I'll just let you know what's going on in the championship around the grounds. It's end of day stumps up at Leicester. Worcestershire are still batting 215 for 7. So they will go to a 4th day tomorrow against Nottinghamshire. The other game in Division 2, we'll stay in Division 1. Why not? Down at Taunton, Yorkshire still batting 351 for 9. The lead now up to 240. Jai Richardson is 40 not out and Jack White not out. At the Oval, Sussex are 60 for 3. They trail by 204 against Surrey. Then we'll go into, we've still got one more Division 1 game, I apologise. Hampshire, 104 for 4 at the Rose Bowl against Glamorgan. 105 for 5, in fact. Now I've just refreshed the screen. Van der Hooten's got 2 wickets. And then Division 2, Durham still batting at Lords. Casey Aldridge, LBW to Ryan Higgins for 99.
Oh, no.
1 away from 100 at the home of cricket for Casey Aldridge. And the final game, and this is remarkable. Derbyshire are 5 overs into their 4th innings. And the score is 0 for 0.
Proper cricket.
Proper cricket. Dig-in cricket. Matt Milnes just coming towards the end of his 3rd over. 2 maidens for Keith Dudgeon, 2 maidens for Matt Milnes.
I'm just gutted for Casey Aldridge. Not the first batter to get 99 in recent weeks either. We saw Mason Crane the other day.
Yeah, I'm sorry to spoil it for you. The final delivery of Matt Milnes' 5th over went for a single. Ruined it. Absolutely ruined it.
Will Williams the other day got 98 as well.
He did indeed. Number 10 for Gloucestershire.
Great fact about that stand as well. It's Proctor Bowles here to Swanepoel. Nice delivery. Him and Henry Brooks put on a record 9th wicket stand for Gloucestershire. And the reason why I bring this up is because of the surname of the cricketer who they surpassed. So the first one was W.G. Grace, who obviously we know, massive.
Yeah.
The tail ender in question was Sydney Kitcat.
What a name. What a phenomenal name. Please tell me. That's a stylish shot, that, isn't it, by Bears Swanepoel. Showing no ill effect to the bumper early on in the over. Classy cover drive. Was Mr. Kit Kat the founder of the Kit Kat biscuits?
That's a great question.
It's got to, surely. I mean, that's an incredible coincidence if that's not the... Do you know a Kit Kat? Have you ever come across a Kit Kat in your life, a human form Kit Kat? We could be going short again here to Bears Swanepoel. James Sales has moved behind square on the leg side with a fine leg and a square leg. .98 for 8. Down the leg side. Quite excited now. Hopeful. I don't know whether you invent a biscuit or not. Create one? You definitely don't discover one.
Well, no.
Bumper to finish the over. 102 for 8 after 40. What have you got for us? Nothing yet.
Unfortunately, no connection.
Oh, I'm gutted. That's ruined my day. That's ruined my day. 6 overs to go here on day 3. Looks like we're going to get a bit of Calvin Harrison in. Likely to be the next over. There's Ben Sanderson. Is he going to be replaced by Harry Conway here? Absolutely not. Of course not.
Still 4 slips here for Ben Sanderson. No reason really to change it. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Finch will be the man on strike. Here is Sanderson. That one's slightly uppish. Squeezed out on the offside, and George Scrimshaw will do the fielding at deep point. But Bayer Swanepoel back at the danger end. The reason I call it the danger end is because of how Ben Sanderson is bowling. I mean, Bayer's a very good batting option, but this will even test his mettle as Calvin Harrison continues to get loose. There is the customary change of field as well, just the 3 slips. Backward point. Looks like there'll be a short cover. Indeed, there will be. Mid off, mid on. Short mid wicket and long leg. Six for 30. It's not the worst bowling average, that is it? Exactly 5.
Not at all. And Bayer Swanepoel's not got the worst batting average in first-class cricket history either. Would you like to hazard a guess as what his high score is? You probably know this.
I don't off the top of my head.
188 not out in first-class cricket for Bayer Swanepoel is his high score. But he won't get it today. He's chipped one back up in the air to Ben Sanderson. He's gone for 8. Sanderson's got 7 in the innings. And Worcestershire are 103 for 9. With still 5.5 overs to go in the day's play. Sanderson is on absolute fire here on Sunday evening for Northants. What an inspired performance. What a passage of play. What an hour of cricket we've had. The way of which these wickets have fallen, the rate at which they have, the succession that they have has been remarkable. It was 88 for 3, 88 for 2, in fact, and that wicket fell. 89 for 4, 90 for 5, 90 for 6, 93 for 7, 98 for 8, and 103 for 9 in this second innings for Worcestershire as Oliver Hannon-Dalby heads out to the middle.
Yeah, it's similar to what we spoke about a lot earlier today, that Wardington versus Middleton-Cheney match with the fall of wickets. But yeah, OHD strides out to the middle. Still 5.3 overs remaining. Northamptonshire 1 wicket away. And for Ben Sanderson, 1 wicket away from what would be comfortably career best figures. Currently, that number stands at 8 for 73. Got that right here at the county ground, Northampton, in 2016. That in a 114-run victory against Gloucestershire. Rather fittingly, got the final wicket in that game as well. Phil Mustard dismissed for 79 on that occasion. Can he get Oliver Hannon-Dalby out and secure the victory for the Tudor Rose? And also, I suppose, secure those career best figures.
Yeah, well, he's already surpassed the best bowling figures in a match, isn't he? 10 for 55 was the number before that one. Already got 11. Searching for his 12th. Just, you run out of words eventually, don't you, with just how good this has been. 3 slips in place then. Hannon-Dalby, who was very much the thorn in the side in that first innings. Here goes Sanderson then. Hannon-Dalby does have a fend and a fiddle at that one outside off stump. 103 for 9.
Doesn't get any easier as well from the other end. It'll probably be Calvin Harrison against 2 tail enders, Finch and Hannon-Dalby, the 10 and 11 for the pairs.
I have to say, this has been one of the more remarkable afternoons or evenings of cricket that I've witnessed here at the county grounds. So Hannon-Dalby gets off the mark with a single.
Well, we said it before, didn't we? At tea, the score was 33 for 1. 8 wickets have fallen on what, for the most part, has been a docile pitch. One which has not suggested for a microsecond that any of this was possible. And yet here's Ben Sanderson with a 7 for.
Yeah, looking for 8. Looking to wrap up an innings victory for Northamptonshire. He's got Adam Finch and/or Oliver Hannon-Dalby in his sights, but he won't get it this time around. Another bunch of high fives, pats on the back for Ben Sanderson, and a round of applause from the Northants supporters in the ground this evening. We've got 5 overs to go. It's 104 for 9, and Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, will replace Luke Proctor from the Lynn Wilson centre end to try and wrap this innings up. I'm sure the Northants fielders will be donning every piece of protective equipment they can find in their kit bags to surround the Worcestershire 10 and 11. Keeper obviously up to the stumps. It's going to be a short leg. That's George Bartlett. Vasconcelos is putting the protective gear on. Let's take a bit of time for Northants, Luke Proctor, Calvin Harrison to get this field set how they want it. So we're going to have a first slip, a silly point, short leg. I've got a feeling that might be hats off and well bowled to Ben Sanderson, as James Sales is getting loose and Sanderson's just taken his jumper from umpire Redfern. So it's 17 overs, 3 maidens, 7 for 31 in the innings. The spell, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 6 for 13 for Ben Sanderson this evening, as Harrison is swept. A chance for catch, doesn't quite carry to Rafi Weatherall. Hannon-Dalby not hanging around. He moves to 2.
No, that tells me that Worcestershire are consigned to their fate here. I mean, these two might just play a few shots, but the game is done.
Absolutely. Well, Sanderson, you have to say, I mean, what an exceptional performance. Won't get the opportunity to shake his hand at the stumps tonight, but there'll be a lot of people queuing up to pat him on the back, shake his hand. You mentioned Gareth Roderick as a player of the match performance, but it's got to be Ben Sanderson.
It is now. It was comfortably Roderick before. That pendulum has swung. The ship has sailed. The horse has bolted. Whatever saying you want to say.
All of them. Why not? 2 slips. Harrison. Be desperate for this wicket, won't he? Just to wrap it up. Wrap the innings up. The leg spinner. 2 slips in place. Short leg, silly point. I think that's gone through George Bartlett, and it will just be 1.
I don't think Harrison will mind that. With Hannon-Dalby against the spin, might go for the spin, might go for the sweep again. Look to play against the spin itself, and well, that provides dismissal opportunities, whether it is a catch out on the boundary, whether it's a top edge, LBW bowled. Let's wait and see. I do hope that we get to see that lovely forward defence, though, from Hannon-Dalby. Said it on day 1.
Yeah, but you're the type of bloke that'd want to come back all day tomorrow and watch it as well, wouldn't you? You'd want to watch 96 overs of it.
Cricket is cricket, my friend.
It certainly is. 106 for 9. It will be Oliver Hannon-Dalby on strike. Just wait for George Bartlett to get back into position. Harrison then the leg spinner. Cry of LBW, but he's hit it. 2 deliveries left in the over for Harrison. Played through the offside this time by Hannon-Dalby, just really trying to land one in those footholes and get it to turn back into the pads. And that has turned massively. It's sharp, a big appeal for LBW. And a quick and firm shake of the head from the umpire to say not out. Another over complete, 4 left in the day, 106 for 9.
Yeah, it's the big stride, wasn't it, outside the off stump, which has proved the saviour for Oliver Hannon-Dolby there. It will be James Sales, as you mentioned, Dan, from the David Capel ends. Ben Sanderson, his work is done. And then some. And he has single-handedly flipped this game completely on its head. And we thought 140 overs would be a long time in its entirety. 42 overs have felt like an eternity for Worcestershire here. James Sales it'll be, with the opportunity to win the game and get Northamptonshire's first victory on the board. 1 wicket required. And it would take something superhuman for Worcestershire to even get remotely close to salvaging this. Sales it will be then to Adam Finch. Starts off with a testing bumper.
Yeah, so Northamptonshire currently sat 4th in the table with 43 points. What would that take that number up to?
65.
65, so they would go top of Division 2, waiting for the result and the final confirmation for the game down at Lords, if of course they were to wrap this game up.
Just trying to do some maths.
Carry on.
Very quickly. So I think Durham would still be top, wouldn't they? Well, I say still be top.
Yeah,
Durham should be top.
Yeah.
With the bonus points. Lax
Yes.
will be 3rd, Northants will be 2nd.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I think that's a fair reflection.
Yeah, I think Worcestershire, I would imagine, supporters and players will be pretty disappointed by this performance. As that's crunched through the offside for 4. A bit of muscle, the bottom hand involved. They have up to this point been thoroughly outplayed, haven't they, by Northamptonshire over the course of the 3 days?
Yeah, that unbeaten streak will come to an end for the pairs. So just thinking in terms of those unbeaten teams, it will just be Durham and Northants, won't it?
Yeah, because Lancashire picked up the defeat against Durham earlier on, or last weekend, wasn't it, in fact?
Yep.
Last weekend. Yeah, it's gonna make for an interesting game, isn't it? Interesting league table. Derbyshire 6th, 25 points with it. I mean, as you said earlier about you don't want to be that far cut adrift. They're not able to chase that down against Kent. They're going to be 40 points off 2nd place. Appeal for LBW, but not much there. Yeah, the best part of 40 points off 2nd place after 4 games.
And let's remember who their next opponent is. I'll give you a clue. It's the team that's bowling. Northamptonshire will make the somewhat short trip across the East Midlands, or I suppose up north in the East Midlands to Derby.
Yeah, and that's usually a very good place to bat, isn't it? As Harry Conway can't cut that one off and will allow Adam Finch to come back for a second. Usually a good place to bat.
Yeah.
Derby. So it'll be very similar to the conditions that are here at the county ground in Northampton, which will suit the Northamptonshire 11. Those run accumulators that they've got in the top order. Plus, of course, the brilliance of Ben Sanderson, Harry Conway, the leg spinner of Harrison. End of the over. 3 left in the day's play. 113 for 9. Can it be extended beyond those 3 overs tonight? It can be. Okay. Is it by half an hour? So we could be here getting on towards 7:30 then, if the light allows, and I think it probably will do, if of course it doesn't get done in the next 3 overs.
It's funny to think, isn't it, that on Friday we thought today would have been a washout.
Yes. Yeah.
It's been lovely.
It's been a glorious day in the end. We didn't get as much rain, really, as we thought we were going to. Even overnight last night, it didn't rain that hard. in the area. And as you say, we thought it was going to be almost kind of biblical-esque showers today. Sweeps right outside the line. Thought we were going to be building arcs with cricket bats, didn't we? I think, looking at the weather forecast up to this point, but been beautiful. Beautiful in the Midlands as Harrison tries to wrap this up. Very flighted delivery, a cry of catch. A single taken. Bit of a misfield by Luke Proctor.
Yeah, brings the right-handed Finch back onto strike. Yeah, it's one of these which will frustrate and disappoint Worcestershire. They had an opportunity, maybe not to get into a good position, but to at least salvage, secure a draw. As it turns out, they're heading towards a thumping defeat. And it has to be said, I mean, even looking back on day one, they were outplayed. This wasn't a pitch where 306 should have been scored. At one point, 186 for 9. They were saved by that partnership by Hannon Dalby and the aforementioned Gareth Roderick. Since then, it has all been Northants.
Certainly has. End of another over. Dot ball to finish it. 14 for 9. Finch on 8. And Hannon Dalby on 3.
Sussex have lost a 4th wicket at the Oval. John Simpson dismissed off the bowling of Dan Lawrence. So the marklet's now 69 for 4. Sales bowls here to Oliver Hannon Dalby. Huge appeal for the LBW. It's given, and Northamptonshire have secured their first victory of the 2026 Rothesay County Championship. They have hammered Worcestershire by an innings and 177 runs at the county ground Northampton. Sales picks up the final wickets, but the man of the moment, the hero of the hour, was Ben Sanderson with a sensational 7-foot, and that will feel amazing for the Tudor Rose of Northants.
Yeah, what an exceptional performance from Northamptonshire through the course of these 3 days. So much to talk about, so much to be pleased for the hosts in this fixture. They've come close to victory in 2026. They were thwarted by the weather at Canterbury. They got a battling draw here against Lancashire, and who only knows what would have happened against Middlesex. But they've got over the line this time. 3 draws and a victory in 2026 for Northamptonshire. It is Ben Sanderson that's going to take the headlines. 11 wickets in the match. Career best bowling figures in a match in first-class cricket, including the 7 for 31 that he's taken today. And that spell this afternoon, 6 for 13 from 10 overs, is remarkable. But let's not forget, 115 for Ricardo Vasconcelos at the top of the order in that batting innings of 597. 146 for James Sales, not at 104 for Lewis McManus. A remarkable team effort as the players make their way off to a huge round of applause from those spectators that are in the grounds.
Well, that has been one of the most extraordinary sessions of cricket that I've probably ever seen. 9 wickets falling. We still had overs remaining in the day's play. Worcestershire crumbling from 33 for 1 to 114 all out. They will be bitterly disappointed by the lack of fortitude that they've shown here on day 3. From start to finish, Northamptonshire, they have been dominant. A great victory for Darren Lehman's men, one which will take them for the time being into second place in the county championship table. Durham, as a result of those bonus points and what we think will at least be a draw for the Northeastern outfit, will put them top of the tree. But the Tudor Rose have leapfrogged Lancashire into that top two. Great start to the season, isn't it, Dan?
Huge start to the season for a team chasing promotion under the leadership of Darren Lehman. They've recruited well over the winter. They'll make their way into the dressing room. Hands have been shaken, and they will be singing the club song loud and proud. That's probably us, isn't it, for the day? 114 all out, an innings victory for Northamptonshire here at the county ground. And Aaron, well, thank you so much for your company over the course of the weekend. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you to everybody that's tuned in through the course of the 3 days. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage here, powered by Daffabed at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. And that's us done for a little bit. We won't be back on Stillbacks TV until the start of the blast on the 22nd of May.
Yep,
so
against Glamorgan.
We'll leave the players in the dressing room banging on the windows. The fields are green and the skies are blue. And that's it for us. Have a good evening. Enjoy your bank holiday Monday. And we'll see you very soon.
On behalf of